Well, hello there, everybody. Welcome to the stream. It is time to get ready to actually go live with New World. After all this time, we're about to get into the preview event. I'll be here answering questions for you guys. I know which server I'm going to be playing on, but I got to make sure that we can actually get in there without a queue. Hopefully, everything goes okay this morning, but we'll have to see. I'm ready and waiting inside the preview event, ready to go. I'm just refreshing like crazy. We're going to be doing US West. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Hope you guys are having a good morning. I got my water here. Hope everybody's got their coffee and stuff and is ready to go. I'm definitely going to try to rush like as best I can. I am going to rush through those levels as fast as possible. I was able to get 4 videos out this morning. I almost didn't make it. I wanted to get 5, but I'll just save the other one for later just to make sure that I have enough time to do it right. But I got a lot of information I want to get out to you guys. I was surprised that I was even invited to that pre-event thing. That was insane. But it was so much fun to actually participate in that war. What's going on, Red RK there? Not much in-game. Yeah, actually, so the in-game itself, like I played about 1,150-ish hours, I think, is what I have on my live currently, on my live time. And a lot of that was pretty much spent like farming inside the grind spots. It doesn't have a lot in terms of like activities that you can do. Pretty much just the invasions. It's the what's it called? Holy crap, I'm forgetting already. Arena bosses, or arena boss rather, the Spriggan. Then it's the open world bosses, of course the faction missions, and then like one more. But yeah, in terms of like when you first get to end game, it's gonna feel pretty empty. You're not going to really know like what you're supposed to do, kind of thing. But what I found that helped was I looked at the game kind of like BDO in a sense, where once you got to end game, you just started farming on mobs. So I went to the mob spots that were like most popular, or the ones that I found that I really liked, like in Morningdale, and I just started farming, and I spent like, I don't know, 300-ish hours per farming spot. I did a whole lot of that actually before they actually added stuff like the actually before they added the invasions even. It was pretty insane. Is Battle Mage playable? What's up, everybody? Yeah, Battle Mage is definitely playable. I would say that if you really want to do that kind of thing, then you want to make sure that you get intelligence gems. There was actually something pretty cool in previous iterations where if you had perks on your weapons, like if let's say you had a sword with the flaming perk, I don't know if you've seen that element, or like if it had the void perk, your intelligence would actually boost that perk's damage up, so you could actually be a battle mage in that sense as well. And then people that were battle mages usually carried staves with them. So yeah, you can absolutely do that kind of thing. I like that actually, the fact that that worked. I don't know if they changed that, but I would give it a try. Intelligence warriors were actually really powerful from what I understood, but I never really came across a lot of them. What you do at the beginning for us noobs. So yeah, when you first get into the game, no matter what, you got to go through your intro quest. So you're going to basically spawn on a random shoreline in the game. Like you might spawn at Monarch's Bluff, you might spawn at First Light. So if you're playing with other people, this could be a little bit of an issue. Either way, just go through those intro quests, even if you guys are in separate places, or if you just end up in a random spot. Get through the 1 to 10 intro quest, then you're going to be able to choose your faction. From that point onwards, start running faction missions. PvP faction missions give you bonus XP because they flag you automatically. That's probably going to be one of the fastest ways you'll get from 10 to 25 or 10 to 20. At that point, you're going to have a couple of options, like you can start doing corrupted breaches, or you can keep on doing faction missions, or at that point you can do group farming. But it's a little bit it's going to be a little bit situational, because there's probably going to be a lot of people doing faction missions doing the exact same things that I'm saying, so it's going to depend on what your situation is. I'm not sure what the population is going to actually look like once we get in there, but I'll go through it with you guys as we go. The server that I'm going to be playing on is Fanglethorn, I think it's called. Let me get the name of it, I almost forgot. Check this. The server is Fanglethorn. So I don't know how they're separating those servers. Some of them have parentheses, and it seems like they're in different server clusters, the way that they're showing that there. I'm not sure if that's actually how that's going to work, but Fanglethorn seems to be in its own, and it's at the bottom. So I was thinking to myself, avoiding a queue sounds like a really good idea right now, and probably trying to, if people want to play together and whatnot, or play with me, going to not the first going without, like, my first choice was going to be like Alioth or Beihao, the ones at the top, but I was thinking to myself, not going with the first choice is probably the best choice right now, because I bet those servers are going to be queued up to crap. What do you think overall the fastest leveling is? Wait, let me see. Do you remember when you beat me 1v1 in the alpha? I had a lot of fun in the alpha. That was so fun. I remember the duels that we had at the end before the alpha went down. That was super fun. I had a lot of fun there. Okay, so can you run through the settings? Yeah, so pretty much in the settings, it's just the key bindings right here. If you want to take a picture really quick, I'll just scroll down just a little bit. One thing that I always change right off the bat is the auto walk. It's bound to, like, I think the equals key, but I find it easier to use the numpad divide key. I'll go over the leveling in just a second as well. And then after that, yeah, more key bindings right here. Then just the gameplay, standard stuff right here, showing your reticle, contextual fading, always showing your weapons on your HUD, things like that. Floating damage numbers, I like to keep that on, even though I don't know if it makes a lot of difference. I'm going to be playing on the high settings. Probably could go to very high. This computer that I have is a new one. My other one was giving me a lot of issues, so over the past couple of months I was saving up to get this one. So I think I could push it to very high, but I was getting about 120 FPS on just high, and in the siege itself, when I was showing my FPS there, I was getting about 60. So that seemed to do all right. So I think I'll probably keep it here for now. And of course, you got the audio. I always tend to turn the music down. Vocals, I'm turning that down too, because there's going to be a lot of people in the starting zone yelling. Probably it's going to be pretty hilarious, but yeah, then you got the preferences, and then the rest of this stuff is just pretty much self-explanatory, like their EULA, and the communications is for your voice comm, stuff like that. Is healing staff a must-have? Yes, you definitely want to have a healing staff with you at all times. You want to level it up from the very beginning. The life dash ability is insanely good for traveling around, and you need to have it. You absolutely need to have it. Also, if yeah, for preview starting at level 1. Also, yeah, if I don't answer your question, make sure to ask it again so I see it. Also, what's up, Wild Relic? No webcam today. I haven't been doing that for a little while. Seems to be a little bit easier on the rig too when I don't use the webcam, but then again, that was on the old computer. This one probably could handle it, but I've gotten used to it now. I can just sit in my jammy jams and rock out. So what attributes do you use for the warrior? Me personally, I always go full con attributes. I go full on into constitution. Once you max that out, which basically means you put about 55 points into it, or I can't remember how many points you can put into it before you can't put any more. But I maxed that out. Then I put the rest of the points in strength. After that, I tend to get strength jewelry, but if I'm going to be doing something like tanking a boss or something like that, I'll go with con jewelry. Get over like 100 plus con and you're gonna be pretty freaking tanky. Overall fastest leveling, from what I've seen so far, definitely PvP faction missions or corrupted breaches. By the time I started doing corrupted breach trains, like where people, like there was like 20 people doing corrupted breaches like non-stop, I was already at level 60. So I'm not sure exactly of the experience gain that's gonna be, but the last time I did do corrupted breaches, like for a little bit, like in the 20s, it was pretty fast. It was pretty good. Do you think it's okay to make a dex build? Absolutely. Yep, you can definitely do that. Definitely go with hatchet or sword and shield, and then use a bow early on. I would recommend a bow over a musket. Musket, you're going to need to make the gunpowder, which is going to take the fire motes, and it might be a little bit hard to farm that because you're going to have to go to Amrine Temple, and there's probably going to be a lot of people over there trying to get those fire motes from the Dragon Glory plants. So just keep that in mind. What weapons are you going to use this time? Standard weapons for me is going to be sword, warhammer, and life staff for sure. And yep, there's character creation, absolutely. But it's not very detailed at all. You're not going to get like BDO kind of character creation. It's pretty much like choose your face, choose your hairstyle, choose your eyes, facial hair, facial color, like that kind of stuff. Pretty much just that. Are people playing East or West? I've heard a lot of guilds are going on East. I live on the West Coast, so I'm just going West by default. But yeah, I think a lot of competitive guilds are going on the East ones. I haven't seen a lot of them going West just yet. What specs am I rocking? 2070 RTX. I'm sorry, I think it's NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA 2070 Super for the graphics. i7-9700F for the graphics, 8-core. 32 gigabytes of RAM, and it's running on my SSD as well. And hatchets are very good, absolutely. Absolutely very good. Is it better to max level ASAP or work on crafting? You don't have to rush, honestly. I think you'll be fine with the 10 to 11 days. You don't, if you want to just, you know, take your time and enjoy the game, that's completely fine. But I would recommend getting to at least level 30 or 40 before you start crafting. And I'm actually going to be going over this in my crafting guide a little bit later today, in about an hour after the event actually starts. Speaking of which, are we not able to get in yet? Hold on, let me try to restart the game. But yeah, I would recommend getting at least level 40, 50 before you start crafting. It's going to be a lot easier. You'll be able to access all the high level materials. You'll be able to actually wear more satchel bags, which is going to give you some more inventory space. And on top of that, you'll also be able to use the max level gathering tools. It's going to cut down your gathering time by a crap ton. It's just so much easier. Uh-oh. Ah, shiz. I got an error. Let's try again. What do I do if I keep getting no product info found? It could be that they're having some issues right now. I think that might be what's going on. I was kind of expecting that a little bit, but I'm not sure if that's what's happening currently. I'm going to try to keep relaunching though and see if I can get it working. Any reason to go above the soft cap? Oh, there we go. Uh-oh. Anybody else getting this one? I'm getting a persona error. That's weird. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, so it's not just me. Ooh, yeah, they're probably getting hammered. Oh god. What's the name of the server you're playing again? Fanglethorn, US West. Is there any reason to go above the soft level cap on your skills? Right now, like it doesn't, I don't know if they actually added in bonuses for going above your threshold in crafting and whatnot. So I don't know if it's going to be that worth it to do it right now, but we can try it. They might have added some bonuses or something. Discord people are talking about this error. Oh, okay. Same. Dang. Hammered. Okay. Missed all the things you just said. Oh, we were just answering some questions. In the meantime, Yorkham. Also, what's going on? Yep, I'm getting this error as well. Oh, crap. That's another reason I wanted to go Fanglethorn, because I have a feeling that the top ones are going to get destroyed with queues and whatnot. And the US East ones, those apparently seem to be the more populated ones, so I don't know what's going to happen there. I'm scared to log off. I think it's probably best to keep on pressing yes on this one, honestly. If I've learned anything about MMO launches, it's that when you feel like there's even a sliver of a chance that you should stay in a loading screen, stay in a loading screen. It doesn't always work, but I feel like this is one of those times. Keep clicking, yeah. Yep, keep clicking. Because there's always that thing in my head that's telling me that I need to restart my game. I'm not going to listen to it this time. Oh, I did? Oh, sweet. I don't even have the chat zoomed in, so I'm glad I did. Oh, man. Did you miss something? No, we're just waiting on the servers to come up currently. What time does this actually... You got in? Which one? Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. Hey, thanks, Yorkham. Are people actually getting in? Let me check. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. I don't think people are getting in just yet, or not a lot of people rather. They said, oh, newworld.com is down too. Oh boy. What faction are you gonna play? Marauder. I played a lot of Covenant in previous testing phases, and I did like Covenant, but one thing that really makes me want to go Marauder is the faction gear. You actually do get different gears and different sets that you can wear, and the Marauder one is just... It's too good to pass up, honestly. I feel bad that it's pretty much for that reason, but it's also kind of, I guess, kind of their backstory. I like it a little bit. But it's mostly the gear. It's mostly the gear. Try turning it off and on. What's up, Quick Save? No worlds for me. No worlds for me either. Drink some water. How is leveling up the fire staff? Oh, give me 1 sec. What is the Discord for the support? Both Discords are up right now. So there's the New Worlders Discord and the regular community New World Discord. I don't know how you would go about getting the links to those now. I would say the Reddits, most likely. If you search New World Reddit on Google in another tab, it'll probably bring you to one of the 2 Reddits, and then I'm sure they'll have the Discord link on there, hopefully. They're not official servers though, is the only thing, so that's why I don't think you'll find it like on the website or anything like that. So leveling up fire staff is kind of tough early on, because fire staff, the auto attack locks you in place, which is one of the things that I didn't really like about the fire staff initially. I didn't like the fact that the animation lock was like so heavy on the auto attack, which I understand why it's there. It's just that I tend to prefer, and I'm guilty for this, but I like it when mages can actually move while casting, or it doesn't lock you in place for that long. But yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. You're going to be standing still a lot, and you're probably going to be getting hit like all over the place. I would recommend leveling up fire staff like alongside a melee weapon. Just initiate with the fire staff and then switch to a melee weapon when they get too close, kind of thing. You don't want to try to tank them with the fire staff, kind of thing. Syndicate has the Plague Doctor outfit. I know Syndicate was popular as hell in the alpha. It was crazy. It was insane. Can you play with a friend if you spawn in different towns? So that's the thing that I was talking about earlier. If you do happen to spawn at different towns, go through the intro quest. No matter what, just go from 1 to 10. Choose factions, and then you guys can link up after that. Because if you right now with the servers, like how they're already having issues, if you guys get in there and then you spawn in different spots and one of you tries to remake your character to spawn in another location, you could get thrown back into a queue, kind of thing. So I would just do the intro quest, even if you guys spawn in different areas. Once you get to a faction and select the same faction, you can pretty much just go to whichever area you want, like go to Monarch's Bluff, Windsward, start running some faction missions together, get to like 20, and then start doing corrupted breaches and stuff like that. Or if you want a group farm, you can go to Amrine Temple, northeast of Windsward, and you both can farm there from like 10 to 25 or 10 to 20. Also, what's up, Spartan? Why can't you rebind the L key? Use it for movement? I'm not sure. Oh, you know what? I think there's certain keys that you're not able to rebind. I ran across that previously too. I can't remember what the circumstance was. I think it was one of the skills. Like, you know how you have access to 3 skills. I think one of those buttons is just like unbindable, but they might have changed that. Sounds like the L key is kind of in the same boat though right now. No worlds are up. Thank you so much, Paul. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Keep on clicking, people. Don't restart your game unless we get confirmation that people are getting in. That's how it works. How long do you think you'll be streaming for? I was gonna go at least. I told everybody I was gonna go like 6 hours, but I think I'm probably gonna go like 8 to 12, maybe like 10 to 12 on that side. I wanted to keep it. I would go to like 24 hours, but like if I do that, then the VOD on YouTube will get messed up and it won't be able to save the full VOD. I did that a couple of times for Atlas and stuff like that, and I lost like all that footage that I had. So I'll probably go like 12 max, just to make sure we have a good VOD and everybody will, you know, we'll be able to come back tomorrow. I'll be able to rest and not have to worry about like any like medical issues and like health issues spawning up because I stayed up all night. That's why I wanted to make. I was gonna actually stay up all night this time, but the past few MMO launches, I've just kind of started telling myself I need to make sure I'm getting enough sleep, because oh man, one time when I stayed up for like 26 hours, I had this like pain in my leg. It felt like my leg was kind of burning or something like that. I was like, never again. I'm getting rest after that. Servers up. Which ones? Oh shit, oh, East is up. East is up. Hold on. Come on. East is up. EU Everything but west. Hold on. Just keep switching between these. Install anti-cheat. Is anybody in the US one? US West. Nobody's in US West. Oh shit. Okay. Where is it? Fangled Thorn. Click. Yes. All right, here we go. Oh, by the way, they added this during the some of you probably saw it, the stress test where they added this cinematic. I like this one a lot. This one's pretty sick. Wait, probably should skip this, right? Yeah, we gotta get in. I'm sorry, hold on. Okay, basically the cinematic is where this guy is in a tavern. I really don't want to skip this. I gotta skip it. I gotta skip it. I'm sorry. Trust me, it doesn't last that long. It's basically this guy is like talking about a turnum and how there's some mystical mysteries going on over there. Face. Come on. Definitely not that hairstyle. Oh, do I want to go with that? I don't care. Guarantee my name's gonna be taken. No way. Yes! That's what I wanted. Yeah, that was very basic character creation, but I had to make sure I got my name. Let's do this. Someone almost jacked it last time. I was so scared I was gonna lose my name. I have like 5 backup names, but you know, I like that. Having my own. The lore, I'm so sorry. Basically, a turnum is a bad place. We gotta go in there and we gotta extract the Azov is what we gotta do. Let's get in here. Alright, first thing is first, the tutorial. If you pre-order now, can you get into this test? That's a good question. The wave invites have been sent out, but I believe somebody on the Discord was saying that they pre-ordered before the test began and they were able to get in. So I would give it a shot, but I don't know for sure though if that's gonna work. I also have a new mouse and new keyboard, so I have to get used to these. I was trying to get used to them. I was doing the pre-event footage, but it was a little bit tough. We managed though. That was freaking awesome. Okay, so by the way, yeah, once you finish the tutorial itself, start going through your intro quests. Some food. A nice day for fishing. Yes, exactly. What server are you on? Fanglethorn. I think I chose Fanglethorn. Hopefully I chose I'm just kidding. Pretty sure I chose Fanglethorn. Now, early game, you're going to notice the combat itself, it's going to feel very slow compared to what you saw like in the war, for instance. The combat in general is going to feel slow, though. That's apparently what they were intending. It's meant to be a little bit like Dark Souls, where the combat has weight to it. So it's going to feel weird early on, but you'll get used to it, kind of thing. Graphically looks better than I was. Oh, you know, I think I missed the lore page. No, I didn't. I think they took that out. Yeah, because I remember when the stress test came alive, the lore page I was looking for wasn't there anymore, so maybe they took it out. I hate the tutorial boss that they put in here now. That's so mean. Why did the server matter? It doesn't matter too much, but I wanted to make sure I got US West. The parentheses thing that they had going on, though, I'm not sure what that's about, but I feel like it could be server brackets, like people were theorizing. So I chose Fanglethorn since it's in its own bracket. Can you make a video showing off the character creation? You know, I was going to actually. I completely forgot to do that in the pre-event. I probably won't be able to now, but I can promise you, it's not in depth at all. Pretty much, if you saw me create my character just now, that was pretty much all it was. It's just you make your face, make your hairstyle, choose your hair color, facial color, and then that's about it. This guy. Wait, I should have recharged my stam. Whoops. This is Captain Thorpe. I'm actually super glad that they made something out of this guy. Used to be where you didn't fight him at all. Come on, baby. Let's go. Oh. Come on. You want to mess with me? Oh, crap. Yeah. Trying to remember his moves. Oh, forgot about that one. Get wrecked. How much pay to win is there? None. They actually don't even... I don't even think they have the cash shop in the game yet, officially. But in the previous testing phases and whatnot, they didn't even have the cash shop. But the last information that we got for the cash shop was that they were planning to put cosmetic-only items in there, aside from furniture items, like for your house, and Twitch Prime cosmetics, I believe, was also mentioned. Yeah, it was. Am I first out of the... doesn't matter. Keep going. It's a lonely world out here. What's up, Watcher? Alright, early game, just spend your points into con no matter what you're doing. Doesn't really matter. So, Sanctuary. Can't read the lore pages. You can just get the lore pages and book it. You can read them later. Apparently we get XP for reading lore pages now. Okay, read all the lore pages you find. Brown. Tell me about what the hammer, what's it like? The hammer is pretty cool in terms of its skills. Path of Destiny and Shockwave are some of my favorite skills in the game. Let me make sure they didn't add any other weapons. Oh, okay, they didn't. Yeah, I was waiting for Rapier and Greatsword and Great Axe. One day they gotta get them in. But, oh, queues are going slow? How big are the queues right now? Anybody in like a 1,000-person queue? First. Gotta go fast. I think some people are gonna have trouble with Captain Thorpe, so that's probably... Oh, whoops. You know what? I'm gonna kill you anyway. That's probably why we were some of the first out. What was I saying about hammer? Oh yeah, so the skills are pretty cool. Some of them aren't too great. I can't remember what... Let me actually just look at the page really quick. Yeah, so Path of Destiny, I usually go all out on that one. That one's really good. Clear Out, I don't use too much, but it can be funny to use if you're just whacking somebody across the battlefield. Shockwave is always one that I get, and then the last one you always want to get is Mighty Gavel. That's the double ground pound skill that you can get after you get the perk called Justice for All that I just hovered over, where you can do it twice, and that thing does a crap ton of damage. But using it auto attack wise, it's not that great. Wouldn't really... Oh yeah, level 5. Wouldn't really recommend trying to auto attack that much with the Warhammer. I would just switch to it, pop the skills, and switch back kind of thing. Okay. Go, go, go. Wasn't expecting myself to go this fast. I was expecting myself to get so distracted by something. It still could happen. 500, 350? Oh, crap. When is this going to be released? So right now they're doing the preview event. This is basically what would have been released in May or August this month. But they're going to be releasing the game in 2021 now. Spring 2021. But there will be another alpha testing phase after this preview event is done. So there's that to keep in mind, but yeah, we're gonna have to wait like 6 months, which is gonna suck, but it's for the betterment of the game. It's better they do it that way rather than release something that's unfinished kind of thing. Is there any world PvP? Yes, actually, after you choose your faction post level 10, you can start world PvPing. And also, there's the territory wars where people can fight over the different settlements. Early on, once people actually get to level 10, you're probably going to see guilds and whatnot starting to claim land, like right off the bat. But yeah, there is actually world PvP as well. Will this be free on release? I believe they plan to keep it as buy to play. Not free at all, but buy to play with the cosmetic cash shop is what they're going for. Oh, wait. What's the objective? Oh, light ration, okay. One thing that I recommend early on too, if you see any herbs, grab them if you can, because making the pots, the health pots, is going to help you a lot early game. Same thing with the actual, oh, so I can't make it. I would just grab a sickle, make a sickle really quick, just so that you can come across, if you come across herbs, you can just grab them. Just the crates, okay. So it's going to be herbs and water. Make a healing drop, and they're going to help a lot early game. A lot. How long will this preview be out? About 10 to 11 days. Hold on, let me get comfortable. Sorry. Hello. All right, let's do this. Hope you guys can hear me okay still. Yeah, I'm actually really glad that Lost Ark is coming to NA finally. Honestly, I think Amazon, you know, I know like the marketing and stuff like that, people had issues with them, but in terms of like what we could have gotten as a publisher for Lost Ark, I think we got a good choice. Because I think there were some publishers out there that would have milked the crap. Just imagine if like Tryon got it. It would have been terrible. Or oh man, won't even go into that. Perfect World International. Are you ready for the microtransactions? Crap. Oh, I thought he was dead. Okay, chest. Monthly subscription? No, there's no monthly. Whirlwind ability is one of my favorites as well. Hey, did I level up my sword yet? Hold on. No, I did not. I fought like 1,000 of you guys. I ate you for breakfast. Oh, I love playing with low latency. I love it. Whoa. Oh, I'm in the right area. Okay. Ow. That's one of my favorite things about the combat system, though. The mobs themselves, they get a lot smarter as you go through the game. Like some of you may have seen me fighting those dryads earlier today for the pre-event. There's some other ones that just kind of tear the crap out of people. Like there's the Merc Guard NPCs, and a lot of stuff in Great Cleave will pretty much tear your head off if you're not careful. And that's one of the things that kept me playing for so long as well, is like the difficulty of the mobs. I think that's something that a lot of games tend to slack on, or they'll just kind of make it where the mobs just have like inflated health, and then they call that difficulty. But no, this is the best way to do it. You got to give these mobs mechanics. Controller support. They talked about doing that. I don't know if they actually did that though. I don't know if anybody's given it a try yet, but I don't know if they do have it. Honestly, I'm not sure. Where is the third chest? Tell me where your leader is. Where is it? Oh, hello. Been playing Lost Ark RU for about 2 months. Can't wait for NA. Yeah, I enjoyed the Korean beta, or the Korean launch. That was so fun. I wanted to play on the Japan one, but at that time I was already starting to get busy with New World. But that was one of my favorite games. I like Lost Ark a lot. That one was awesome. Just level up off this guy really quick. Whoa. Hello. Anyone getting error? Oh, yeah. I know I was getting a couple errors earlier. The persona error. I don't know if there's any other errors now too, though. Okay, second weapon slot. Put all your points into Constitution. Is that a life staff? It is fire. Oh, if you are planning to go, see that? Fire motes? If you're planning to go muskets, go ahead and salvage all the fire staffs you get. You're gonna need that to craft the ammo. And shield bash. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, just keep going through the solo quest, or the quest as best as you can. Oh, that's actually the current. That's actually custom music. That's not in game. Oh, hey, friend request. Rock and roll. I've always been very very cautious about in-game music because even if the company itself doesn't do stuff like this, it's certain agencies and stuff like that, they'll go around and copyright claim a lot of game music. So that's why I tend to stay away from that kind of thing, and I try to go for the royalty-free music as best I can. But if it's too loud or anything, I can turn down. Boom, baby. Yeah, hammer's pretty sick. I don't need to get this crate, but I'll get it. Can you repeat the server thing? What faction am I joining? Marauder. And ooh, Skinner shirt, nice. I'm going on Fanglethorn. That's what you're asking. Boots. Ooh, look at this. Actually, I've seen. No, this isn't my favorite outfit. This one's pretty cool. The character kind of looks like a Native American. That's pretty sweet. I like it. Got the ponytail and everything. I wish I could wear this outfit forever now, because it's kind of growing on me. One more. How is musket now on the meta? Haven't really had a lot of chances to try out the musket. When I was playing with it a little bit earlier though, it seemed pretty good. It seemed like it was better. I think they buffed it in certain ways, but I don't know if it's like meta now kind of thing. But it definitely seems like it's gonna feel a lot better. I wasn't able to try it a lot during the war itself, but before we got into the war, I was running around doing a lot of testing. That's the PvE gameplay that you guys saw, because once I realized that they were letting people in early, I was like, oh my god, I got to get in there and record as much as I possibly can. There was an EU event that started at like 6 in the morning, but I woke up at 8 a.m. I checked my phone and I saw people were getting in. I was like, you gotta be kidding me, man. As soon as I got in, I had like an hour on the EU server, and I didn't join the war on that one. I was just running around trying to record everything and take pictures. But then we got booted out of that one, and then the NA one began, and I was rushing, trying to get that PvE content before the war started. Does this game fulfill your wildest fantasies? I mean, I got some pretty wild fantasies, but it gets there. I'm just kidding. Oh crap. It does what I need it to. It really does. I've always been looking for MMOs that felt like RPGs. And it always sounded weird to me, like when I tried to explain it. Like, I would like an MMO that feels like Dragon Age Inquisition or The Witcher, or even Dark Souls or Dragon's Dogma, but in MMO form. And I think right now, honestly, this is one of the closest things that I've gotten to that so far. What type of game is Lost Ark? Oh, it's like a MMORPG, so it's basically like, kind of like an ARPG like Path of Exile or Diablo, but in MMO form. Pretty expansive game as well. I don't even know how much content they've added since I last played it. Must have been a crazy amount. What's my character name? Sir Medieval. I somehow managed to actually get my name. I'm also playing on the Fanglethorn server. Can you play one-handed sword and shield without a shield? You can do it without a shield, but the thing is, they're built to work together because some of the skills are, they're shield-based ones. So you basically would not be able to do the shield rush, last stand kind of thing, or shield bash, of course. You'd basically be doing the whirling blade, reverse stab, and leaping strike. So you could do it technically. It's just that most people just tend to, use the shield anyway. I probably could turn it on for a little bit. Here, let's see if I can turn on the game music just to see what it's like. Okay. We'll give it a shot. I'll see if I can put it on for let me see if I can set a timer. Just for 25 minutes, and then I'll turn it back off just to be safe. Okay. Most viewed game on Twitch? Oh, snap. Yeah, it seems like people do flock to, certain MMO releases. But that's actually pretty cool. I was thinking early on that with the amount of pull that Amazon would have had, that it would have been a pretty popular game on Twitch, but having that many people playing it, that's going to be pretty sick. Which means we definitely got to get to 60 ASAP. There we go. All right, I'm going to skip past this one. 268K? I think that's more than I actually predicted. One of the first videos I made, which is funny, is that New World would have more. So the title's gonna sound silly, but I'll explain it. It was New World is gonna have more potential, or has more like MMO potential than Atlas. And the reason I made that is because like how heavily viewed that game was when it first started, Atlas. And I was starting to talk about like how the game being on, the game being owned by Amazon, who owns Twitch. I felt like there was like no way the game wouldn't break those numbers. And it did. That's cool. There's more to that video, but you know that it's coming to the West, Lost Ark? Yeah, I'm so happy about that. Honestly, I think we got a good deal on the publisher for that game too, because honestly, it could have been a lot worse. It could have definitely been a lot worse. They could have got Perfect World International or one of the other ones that would have milked the crap out of it. Hello. Get the back. Actually, I don't, which is odd. It's supposed to be. Hold on, let me. Ow. Let me double check in a second here. I don't actually hear the game music. Supposed to be on though. Here, hold on. Audio, music. Huh, yeah. Oh, ambient. Hold on. Let's try that. Turn all the way up to. Maybe it's the setting? Like the scenery that I'm in? I feel like I'm starting to hear it a little bit. Pathfinder helmet, I dig it. There we go, it's coming on now. You can hear that. Is Hatchet a shield? I wish, but Hatchet and shield is not. Nuh-uh. It's not. That's something that's highly requested, though. A lot of people want to see that happen. I myself do as well. I would be a fan of dual wielding and Hatchet and shield, honestly. And great sword, great axe, especially. But we know that one's coming at least, so that's good. But yeah, I would love to see those kinds of weapons, weapon combinations. Chest. Great. I'm the only one in here right now. By the way, the reason I'm the only one in here is because I think I'm very far up in my quests compared to other people. Probably like 1 or 2 people in my area, but I'm zooming right now. Absolutely, Mag. Thanks so much for watching. So I'm hearing the music a little bit, but it's like very ambience based. It's kind of like it drifts in and out. It's very peaceful. I don't know if you heard it, but it was pretty cool. Do I think latency for Texas would be bad for US West? No, I think you'd be fine. There's the music. Okay. All right, let's turn the Mr. Meeseeks. Crap, hold on. Trying to auto run and do this time. Let's turn the regular sound effects down and the mute up. Oh yeah, spears would be really cool. I was hoping they would actually have the spears, honestly. That was one of my favorite weapons back in the original game. Or not original game, but the original first alpha of New World before they made it like more PvE based and took out the open world decaying. That was one of my favorite weapons to play with. How would anyone know where to put points for class? Oh, you mean the weapons? The weapons are going to be pretty intimidating when you first get into this menu. My recommendation, just hover over the skills themselves and start reading through them. If you tell me a weapon, I can probably recommend a loadout for you though. Sword and shield. It's going to depend on your situation. Me personal, I think some people would probably disagree with me on this one, but I tend to go whirling blade. So a lot of times I was actually using leaping strike and maxing it out because it can reduce your cooldown and increase the next damage attack that you do if you actually hit it. But most people would tend to go shield rush for the mobility skill, and then either reverse stab or shield bash. My preferred method, I would usually go whirling blade, leaping strike, and then either shield bash or last stand, final stand, sorry. But that's also for PvE. For PvP, yeah, I would probably go shield bash, whirling blade, and I guess it depends on how I'm feeling that day. I prefer leaping strike, but shield rush would be fine too. Why the speed run? Oh, we got to get to 60 ASAP. I didn't get enough time to actually record the footage that I wanted to, like all of it. So I got to make sure I get the rest of it. Plus, I'm so used to being at end game. It feels kind of weird being at early game. I think I played about probably about 950 to 1,000 hours at level 60 when I first played the alpha, or like, yeah, because I think I got there in like probably 30 to 40-ish hours, but the rest of that time was just spent at end game. So it feels odd being at the early game again. Like how I'm the only one here. Keep going. So that's my territory standing right there. You're going to see a crafting guide from me a little bit later on. That's going to give you some recommendations on what territory standing perks to choose. But you definitely want to make sure that you don't waste those. Make sure you go for the best ones that's going to suit your needs. So if you're a crafter, go for the storage territory standing perk. Go for the gathering and crafting fees, or gathering speed and crafting fee one reduction. And then after that, I believe there might have been another one in there that I'm forgetting. Hold on. Trading tax after that. Standing gain is kind of decent too, since I'm not going to use just going to go standing gain, because that's going to help me raise to the next standing level, hopefully. So that should work. Is it the inn? And always make sure you set your innkeeper. Storage. Oh, a satchel. The speed run. Well, I know exactly what I'm gonna cover in the game, but I have to actually get there footage wise. But also I played through a lot of the content itself, so right now in game is like the most fun for me. But I'll definitely be showcasing the interesting stuff as we go. A lot of the intro quests themselves, you basically want to rush through these two, because that's all it is. From 1 to 10, it's just intro quests. Even if you get to level 10 to choose your faction, you still have to go through the intro quest unless they changed it. So that's why it's best to just keep running these until it's done. What's a good starting zone? It won't actually let you choose it, but once you get to 10, I would recommend going to either Monarch's Bluff, Windsward, or Everfall. I'm not too keen on what's it called. Oh, stone. Okay, I could do wood from bushes or trees. Do I have a pickaxe? Yes, I do. But I'm not too keen on First Light and yeah, First Light down there. I would usually stick towards Monarch's Bluff myself, but Everfall can be pretty good too. Time to skin the boars. Well, you don't. Oh, it's my bitrate? Hold on. I think it should hopefully stabilize. Might be able to switch my bitrate. Let me see if I can go 4,000 just to see if that helps a little bit. Hopefully it does. I just changed it. Probably still too low, honestly, for 1080p, but hopefully that makes it a little bit better. How is the end game combat compared to this combat-wise? It's gonna feel a lot faster. This is another reason why I recommend that you get to like level 40 before you start crafting and gathering, because honestly the gathering time is just going to be cut down by so much. This is just super slow right now is what this is in comparison. I think it is getting blurry. Yeah, looks to be getting a little bit. I think it's going to stabilize hopefully, but sorry about that. Has the map been updated or is it still the same? Hey, thanks so much, Chris. Yeah, it's still the same. Still the same currently. Still blurry when I move. Let me see if I turn it up higher. Let's see. So yeah, I'll keep it at this for right now. It looks better to you? Okay. And then I'll see if it gets too bad, I'll try to go a little bit higher. Shout out to my friend Beno. Shout out going out to Beno. Absolutely, I love the name too. Oh, I hate wolves. Alright, I need to find some stone boulders. When I don't move, the image is pretty sharp. Gotcha, okay. Not sure if there's something inside the actual game settings that'll help with that as well. Let me see. I do have VSync off. Let me turn that on. See if that helps a little bit. Did you see any type of full range builds when you played in the alpha? You can go full range, yeah. Full range, most people tend to go like either bows or bows and muskets. Bows is really good in like small skirmishes and stuff like that. 6,000. Let me try, here, let me try. Beforehand, I wasn't really able to go past even like 3,000 with my old computer. It really sucked, but this should be fine. Oh, we're done. Okay, let's go. But if you do go full ranged, I would definitely recommend as a melee weapon, either sword and shield or hatchet. Hatchet can be really good in terms of 1v1s. So I can highly recommend that one. But if you're going to be doing things like wars, sword and shield could serve you just fine as well. What build would you use for hatchet? Earlier when I was actually testing it out, I was using sprint attack, so I fully maxed out the sprint attack itself, and I had that on Q, which is cool because you can actually reset the cooldown if the sprint attack is used to kill something. There's different ways to play hatchet though. Some people go full on ranged. Now it's way better. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Aim throw and quick throw. Some people go both of those at the same time. They might even incorporate power throw, but honestly, berserk is the best. One of the best skills you can get out of this tree. There was a point in during that war where I was attacking somebody and they were about to die and they berserked at the last second. Berserk is basically your Tryndamere move, and it looks like they actually made it to where you can activate it instantly, even if you're knocked down, from the way I was seeing it. So you basically just become invuln for like 15 seconds or something like that. It's insane. So yeah, I would definitely recommend having that one. And then also on the side of that, I usually go quick throw because it's easy to incorporate into your auto attacks. So I would usually go quick throw, berserk, and then after that you could either go sprint attack or aim throw. If you want to be more ranged, I would go quick aim throw. If you want to be more melee with the hatchet, I would go sprint attack. Refine task, craft timber, stone block, and leather. Okay. Oh, people are starting to come in now. It's better? Okay, cool. Yeah, I definitely gotta push my limits on this one. I'm not used to having computers, a computer this good, so it'll take some getting used to, but I love the fact that I'm able to keep up with this thing. With these settings. Stone block. Stone cutting table. So there's no like mage thing. Oh no, mage is a thing. Actually, what was interesting in the previous testing phases is that you could actually build your character full intelligence, and you could actually get away with doing that. Your weapons and your armor, they have item perks, right? So your weapons can have perks that can give them like elemental damage. Like you can get a fire perk, a void perk. There was other ones like empowered, which gave you magic damage. And intelligence was actually raising the damage on those perks, not the weapon's damage itself, but the perks on it. So you actually did have battle mages running around going full int, and they had like life staff and fire staff, and then they had a sword as a backup, and it was actually pretty crazy. It was working pretty well. But I didn't fight too many of those guys. I don't know if they changed it, but that's basically what was going on. What's max level on your weapon? Should you max 20? 20 is max level on your weapon, and yep, I absolutely recommend maxing out multiples. It's going to serve you very well, especially even if you're someone that doesn't plan on filling multiple roles. Just being able to have, like, let's say if you use Warhammer, sword and shield, and the life staff, having all those at max is going to benefit you so much. But I would start with the weapon you main with though. But if you're able to, like while you're farming and whatnot, I would also keep on trying to periodically level the other weapons too. See if I prefer this hat. Oh, not bad. I'm kind of torn though. This is the actual outfit I like. By the way, you can double click to equip it. This is the one that's pretty sick for me. I'm torn on that helmet though, I gotta be honest. Smelter. Okay. Stop won't stop. We're almost 10. Hey, thanks so much, Sky. I appreciate that. Where is the forge? Aha. By the way, if you're trying to find any of these benches, make sure you use the map, because these tooltips make things so much easier. Especially when you're trying to find your faction NPC. It used to be where you couldn't really do that easily, and oh god, it took forever to find them sometimes. And me, I'm someone who's very terrible at navigation, so it made it even worse. And green bean. All right, that's an upgrade. It is good to craft at least your starting gear. Wait, did we get boosted trade skills or? Oh no, that's level 2. Okay. What's my PC specs? 2070 Super, i7 9700F for the processor, 32 gigabytes of RAM, and this game is running on my SSD currently. Also, make sure you read the lore pages because they do give you bonus XP now. I don't think it used to do that previously, but I'll take it. Okay. Oh yeah. Then make camp in the wild. Let's go. Going this way. Cut a tree down, fell on your head, no big deal. Actually, that was one of the things that scared me the most when I first started playing this game. I thought the tree was going to actually fall on my head and kill me. I kind of felt a little bit relieved that it didn't. Is it better in this current build? It feels better to me, but at the same time, I'm using a different computer than I was in the previous build. I had to save up a couple of months to get this new one, but it does feel much better. There were some things that were more on server side of lag than the build itself or computer. By the way, try to kill as many turkeys as you can if you're going archery, because this is how you're going to make your arrows. Come here, you little bastard. Sorry, it had to be done. Feathers can also be pretty expensive to sell to people. Once the market evens out, people are probably going to be selling these things like hotcakes. So just start stockpiling them, even if you don't use them. Could be good for selling on the trading post. But yeah, it does feel ultimately better than a few months ago. I think they made some pretty good improvements since then. I used to love the sight of iron ore, by the way. When I first started playing, I did a lot of crafting and gathering before I actually started leveling up. But it felt so much better once I got to like the 30-40 range before going full on crafting. It just works so much better because you have the higher tier tools and stuff like that. Bombard him questions. No worries. That's kind of how I pass the time too. I like to answer questions. Sometimes I go too deep into it. Wait, that's not the... Oh crap. Should I focus on dex for damage or con for health? Starting off, because you're going to be able to respec your attributes for free until level 20, if I remember right, I would just go straight into con right away, no matter what you're doing, because you're going to need survivability more than the damage early on. The damage isn't going to serve you that well if you're, you know, you're getting killed a lot. So yeah, it should be respec for free attribute wise until level 20, weapon wise until you get the weapon to level 10. And like once you're trying to level up another weapon, then you can respec again for free until level 10 of that weapon too. So it's pretty cool. What area am I in? I believe I'm in Windsward. Windsward, right? Yeah. I got spawned in Windsward. People are probably going to get spawned in different locations though, but the most important thing, even if you spawn somewhere else, is to just keep on going with your intro missions until you get to 10 and they let you choose a faction, which apparently I'm way above this quest level. How the hell did that happen? I thought they made the quest the leveling slower. Maybe they might have boosted it for the preview event. Either that or I'm just going really fast. I'm not sure. I didn't set a campfire down. Do you pay for deluxe edition to get into this, or do you have to be invited regardless of opinions? Oh yeah, you should be able to get invited as long as you were a beta tester sign up before July 9th. If you weren't, if you were an alpha player, then you should be good to get in. If you weren't any of those things, then I believe you would need to pre-order. I can't remember what the other thing was that allowed you to get an invite. Either the stress test or something like that. And yeah, you can only play for 10 days, 10 or 11 days right now. And then we got to wait for the next alpha, which is going to be under NDA. So they might add some new stuff in that next alpha, but that's going to be lasting hopefully all the way up until they actually release the game next year and put it into beta. So we'll have to see how that goes. Oh, but did they cut off? So they cut off invitations with the normal edition as well now? Oh crap. Actually almost in. Or almost 10. The map menu. Yeah, they actually did update the UI quite a bit. It looks pretty impressive. I like what they got going on here. I can put a campfire down here. Also, what's cool to note is that your campfire will upgrade its tier based on what level you are. So it's going to start looking different after I start getting to like level 20, 30, things like that. But right now it's just going to look like this basically. A couple health rations. It's always good to make sure that you have food on you because that buff right there, it's going to give me health recovery along with giving me some attribute points, which is going to be really nice. But that health recovery is going to happen out of combat, so I don't have to worry about, you know, trying to worry about health potions or anything like that. I can just keep going with my quest. Do tanks have gap closers? Yes, they do. The Leaping Strike is one of my favorite ones for PvE. This one is probably the farther gap closer than the Shield Rush, but you can basically use the Charge Strike, which allows you to reduce the active cooldowns by like 35%, and it also gives you bonus damage on your next ability too. The Shield Rush though was the aggro gen skill, but they changed it. Intimidating Rush used to be something that actually taunted enemies, but now it just slows them. So I'm not sure if they're planning to bring that back or not, but I'm not going to be 100% on in terms of like the aggro system right now because they took that out. I don't know if they made it like hate bait, like damage based or whatnot, but we'll have to find out for sure though. It used to be that you could just shield rush and then taunt them right there though. Skin them. Hold on, let me drink water. If you're gonna go battle mage, I think you do okay. Like if you just go straight int, because the perks on the weapons, like the fire damage for a sword and the void damage, like I mentioned earlier, That used to get buffed up by your intelligence. I don't know if it does now, but we'll have to see. But I think you'll be okay. The fire staff and the life staff, like if you had full int gems and you completely boosted up your int skill or int stat, you were pretty powerful with the life staff and fire staff. The smite ability for the life staff could probably chunk somebody like 50% of their health or something like that. And you got because plate armor, because there's different types of resistances, right? So there's elemental and physical. And of course, plate doesn't give you a lot of elemental resistance. So if you got hit by somebody who was casting smite on you, or let's say with the fire staff, they were casting immolate, which is like one of the powerhouse skills for fire staff, it was going to chunk the hell out of you if you got hit by that, basically. Is it sex medieval? It's sir. Will progress carry? No, progress won't carry over from this. They're gonna wipe it. And then after the beta phase, they're gonna wipe it again. So it's gonna get wiped like 2 or 3 more times before release. They're probably gonna go from this preview event to the next alpha, then the next alpha to the next beta, then that beta to release. Hatchet, hell yes. It's gonna be good to use. Like I said before, Hatchet is pretty good to use early on because of the auto attack. And I'm going to also try to make sure I level up this Hatchet if I can a little bit. But what I really need is a life staff. Absolutely, Geo. Thanks so much for watching. Life staff was insta-killing. Yeah, exactly. AoE smite was ridiculous. That one and freaking... is it called immolate? Hold on, let me check. Incinerate, sorry. Yeah, that one. The one where you release a surge of fire around you with the fire staff. That one was pretty powerful. Yeah, the music is actually very relaxing. I like it. MMO time eater like BDO. I think you can turn it into one. So initially when you first get to end game, it's not going to really be clear what you're supposed to do, kind of thing. You don't really it doesn't really give you a direction, and you don't actually have a ton of activities to do at end game. Like there's no instance dungeons or instance raids. There's the arena, which is kind of acts like an instance dungeon where you can fight the Spriggan. You have to get a Spriggan key for that, where you can farm an Eden Grove for a chance to have that key dropped, but it's like a very, very, very rare chance. And then you have the open world bosses. I fought one of them earlier, Banes, but I was trying to make it over to Zinc the Obstructor because that's my guy right there. I love Zinc. And then also there's a lot of farming areas, so that's where it kind of relates to BDO. Like when you first I stopped playing BDO before they introduced Valencia. But essentially, like when you first got to 55 or 56 or 57, you would go to Saw Sands or Pirate Island kind of thing when I last played. In this game, when you first get to 60, there are options for you like that. So you can go to Great Cleave and farm in Spike and Stand, I think it's called, probably not pronouncing that right. You can farm there with the group, or you can go to places like Eden Grove. In the south, there's actually a pretty cool area that you can farm at that has corrupted miners, which are very, very easy enemies to fight. I prefer fighting there actually over a lot of them. And there's places like in Morningdale that you can grind at, things like that. And if you find things like that to keep you occupied, then absolutely it can be a time burner. But apparently they're planning to add even more content into the game. So what I'm hoping for is actual, like, if they don't do, I made some suggestions on this before, but if they don't actually do like open world points of interest on the map that we can fight over, like in ESO Cyrodiil, how you could have like fortresses and whatnot you could capture, and this could be tied to the influence system or not tied to it, but if they did it where we capture them, we fight over them, we get rewards for it, it might give players something to do that looks specifically for that PvP experience, but don't really, you know, because I know they took out the open world PKing because they didn't want people to like get bullied or whatnot when they first got into the game. But there's still ways to incorporate PvP features that don't encroach on everybody else's experience. Like PvP battlegrounds and arenas was one I suggested. But if they did go open world points of interest, that might fit a little bit more with the open world thing that they're going for. What server am I on? I'm on Fanglethorn. I don't know if there's a queue on Fanglethorn right now, though. Hopefully not too big. For hammer, most people, if you're going to go melee, most people would just go with plate. But there were a couple people that were actually, I don't know how they did it, but they pulled off light armor. The reason some people went light, and this was really good to do in 1v1s, is because your mobility is affected by your armor weight. So if you're wearing plate or semi-plate like me, instead of being able to like dodge roll, I'm only able to strafe. And if you're wearing complete heavy, you can only do like a little, you know, side step. But people were doing light armor because they were able to just completely dance around their opponents, and they some people were actually shredding with light armor. But in wars and stuff like that, I don't know if I would do that if you're planning on being a frontliner. But if you're doing like small skirmish PvP, I think you could get away with doing light armor or medium. It's a sword user. If you know how to work it, go for it for sure. But with the hammer, I would probably go plate if you're planning on going strictly hammer. Just because I think you'll be pretty much in there the entire time, and the auto attack on the hammer isn't really that great for like 1v1 dueling or close quarters, because it has a little bit of animation lock to it. So if you're planning on going pure hammer, I would probably go plate, because you're probably going to have to be like in the fight itself, really in deep. Which one am I on right now? Kill the Withered. Okay. I think I'm staying ahead of the curve, which is good. Gotta keep it that way. PvP objectives, yeah, I think something like that could potentially work pretty well, but I think we'll have to see what they decide to go with. But it is kind of interesting that they did decide to delay it to put more content in, because now I'm really interested to see what they have planned. I don't know where they're gonna go with this. But already it felt like a game that I could actually dump hundreds of hours into. But I don't know, maybe with a lot more content, maybe it could be thousands. Actually, I already feel like it's thousands for me, but I don't know, maybe I could get to like 5,000 or 6,000 without any problems if they added quite a bit more content. I'm sure other people would probably appreciate some more content as well. Hammer, all right. Okay, so this is the part where it's kind of tricky, but you'll definitely want to make sure that you're trying to level up other weapons. And this is what I'm talking about with the auto attack itself. That's why I wouldn't really go cloth, but if you're planning on going hammer. But I think there's certain people that could pull it off. It's just kind of what you prefer at the same time. Like, I actually find it easier to dodge, believe it or not, with heavy armor, because I spent so many hours playing in heavy armor than in light. So for me, it would be heavy no matter what, because that's just my playstyle, and I like to brawl like in the midst of the fight, like I was doing in that war earlier. I like to be in the thick of the battle. I like to distract people. I like to distract their backliners and keep pressure on them. So for me, heavy armor is just like the absolute best for me to use. Search containers. Okay, cool. Do you think Amazon could add some kind of mounts, pets? I think pets could be a thing. Even if it's just like ones that follow you around. They actually already have one that you can put inside your house, the Mabari dog. I don't think we are going to be able to this time unless we get it from a loot drop, but you could do that, and you can go to your house and pet it. But for like actual pets, I think that could be a thing at some point. I'm just not sure when. I think they might focus on, who knows, like getting an expansion out or something before they do that. Same thing with mounts. A lot of people felt like the world was too small for mounts, because it's pretty similar to the size of Skyrim. Skyrim's like 37.1 kilometers squared, something like that. This one is pegged to be at around 40 kilometers squared. So people felt like having mounts would take the exploration aspect out of the game. And we do actually have a couple methods of fast travel now. Like, you can, of course, set your respawn at an innkeeper, or you can respawn at a settlement if you die. But you can also fast travel from settlement to settlement by spending Azoth. So like, if I were to open up my map and click on the settlement icon right here for Windsward, then with enough Azoth, which you get from corrupted breaches and invasions and stuff like that, and also farming after level 20, you start getting Azoth, then I can fast travel from the settlement that I'm currently at. but it's supposed to only be able to be done from settlement to settlement, or like safe zone or safe outpost to safe outpost. So that's the catch. There you are. Excuse you. That was the grit attack right there. Sometimes they really hurt, actually. Okay. I got 4 more containers and then we're done. Oh, Piggy! You know, one thing that was a little bit of an issue. I'm not sure if they fixed it, but previously the crops and stuff that you would find out in the world, like for cooking, they were very sparse, so you wouldn't really find a lot of them. I don't know if they added more spawns. It was for certain things, like I think what was it? It was some things you could find, like corn and stuff like that. You could find that quite a bit, but other ones like strawberries, which there was a spot for strawberries, but it wasn't very frequent. Yeah, corn. See, like you'd find this all the time, but there were certain ones that you just couldn't find anywhere. Like potatoes. Never found a potato spawn, though somebody said there was at least one. But I'm hoping that they may have added some more, because that was pretty rough if anybody was like trying to cook food. Some of the food was actually really, really good to use. Some of the top tier food used some ingredients that you can only get in the provision chest, because there's different types of chests, like the ones that we're looting, and one of them is specifically for cooking ingredients, but the thing is you can only get certain mats through there because they didn't have any spawns for them out in the world. So hopefully that's been touched up on a little bit. You want some of this? Come on. Sweet, Warhammer 2. Alright, let's see what skill I'm going to get for that. Probably, I guess clear out, just for now. I'll put it on, I can put it on Q, that's fine. Clear out's kind of funny to use. It's not the best Warhammer skill, per se, but it is pretty fun to like knock people across the battlefield. Also, I'm not spinning my territory standing. Shame on me. For me, since I'm going to be leveling up, I'll just get XP, since this should apply to these mobs here. Ow. Sure, I get the rest of that going. And then storage space is really, really good. That's going to expand the local storage, but because the storage is localized, you'll find that as you're playing, like as you're, oh yeah, hemp, as you're actually gathering and stuff like that, you're going to be using multiple different banks, because they give you a certain amount of storage to work with, and not, if you're a crafter, you're going to run out pretty fast. So sometimes, like what I would do, I might have like a refining bank where I'd have all of my like sandpaper, solvent, those secondary mats that you need to combine with regular mats to actually make like iron ingots and refined wood and refined cloth and stuff like that. I'd have one specific bank that just had all that, and then the other one would be like I'd have the refined bank at Windsward, then Monarch's Bluff would be like my real material bank. Everfall would be like a meet in the middle kind of thing, where I'd have like all my highest tier materials at, and then Brightwood I would have my excess highest materials. But once you have a house, if you put a storage item inside, like a chest that you can actually have as a furniture item, it will expand, or should expand, the local storage that you have. So that's something that you'll also want to keep in mind, because that's going to help you a lot too. And that was one of the reasons why I said in one of my videos that furnishing was going to be a pretty lucrative profession, and it's because of stuff like that. Not just that too, but also trophies. Trophies are really, really good. And there's even ones, once you get to end game, a lot of your progression is going to depend on your luck to a certain degree, because you'll be able to run corrupted breaches, of course, but to get the legendaries, there's a couple of ways to do it. You could either do the legendary quest line, which takes forever, by the way. I hated that quest line. Or you could do the corrupted breaches and try to get it from the cache. Is that a life staff? Oh baby, things just changed for me. Okay. Think you should go dual wield, kill faster. I wish we could actually. God. God, I wish we could. What was I just talking about a second ago? I'm sorry. Ah, crap. Probably not too important, but there's definitely some things that are kind of tricky to know at first in this. Oh yeah, trophies, right. Yeah, trophies basically can make it where you have a better chance of getting a legendary from the caches, is what I think people were theorizing at the end there, because it affects the luck trophies that you want to get. Those affect your loot drops. So the chest should also be impacted by that as well. So that's why people were starving for luck trophies and trying to buy them all the time. But also the crafting trophies, those ones are really good because you know what? Actually, I forgot that the music wasn't playing. It doesn't seem to be playing that often. I forgot I was going to turn off the regular music and put some custom back, but it was nice to actually experience the ambient music. It was pretty sweet. Okay, there we go. Oh, but yeah, the crafting trophies, if you're planning on doing any kind of crafting, you absolutely need to make sure you go for a house and you need to get some crafting trophies. That's going to basically give you a better chance of getting a higher gear score item, which means that you'll also have a chance of getting better perks for your item. So that's going to mean that you're going to start getting the more expensive stuff that you can sell to people or that you can use yourself. Wait, talk to Commander who? Where is he? Oh, I think he's in Winsford. Where'd your character get stuck? Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think if you... Yeah, type /stuck. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not actually trying to do it. Stop, 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 game. Stop it. Oh, no, don't teleport me. Okay, we're good. Yeah, type /stuck in the chat or press O and go up to game menu and click on unstuck. Or if you have to, if you're stuck entirely and you can't get out, click on game menu up there and click respawn. It'll let you die and then you'll respawn in town. Is there open world PvP right now? Not right now, but hold on, let me switch to music. Not right now, but I think they might do one during the preview event. But there will be open world PvP going on. Once I get to being able to choose a faction, you might actually see me PvP somebody, because I'll have to, because I'm going to be running PvP missions because they're really good for leveling up. And PvP faction missions auto flag you, so you're probably going to see a lot of that going on. Which I'm already at level 10, which is great, but I gotta get to the point of being able to choose a faction, which I think we're getting pretty close. Also, don't forget to read these lore pages. Because we're speaking to the faction members now, so I think we're getting pretty close. Copyright free Luffy. Yeah, actually, let me play some Celtic music. I have some. Hold on. I think that'll fit probably more. Where is it? Yeah, let's do some Celtic. Let's see how this works. Okay. Yeah, there are auction houses, the trading posts, but yeah, they're completely local. So Windsward auction house won't connect to like Monarch's Bluff and vice versa. You can see what's selling at the Windsward one though, so it's best to keep that in mind. But the cool thing about that is the economy is going to differ from place to place. And if you have an area that has a lot of like minerals or something like that, you might find them at a cheaper price. So if you're a crafter or you like to do like trading post flipping or anything like that, you might be able to go to those locations and buy up all that stuff and then sell them at another area for a higher price, or use that ore to craft with and then sell your weapons at the most expensive trading post that weapons go for. Are there any vendors? There are not. That was something that was talked about previously, but they didn't say anything about that, like if they would be putting those in the future. But the economy is all player driven, so the trading post is basically what you'll be selling stuff on. Or if you really trust somebody, you could drop trade, but I wouldn't recommend it because they have to open up their inventory, click on give coin, and type your name in. And if you don't know the person, it could be a little bit sketchy. So I would just stick with the trading post. Respect. Wait, there we go. Ooh yeah, leaping strike. All right. What system specs am I running with? Yeah, I'm running it locally, yeah, 1080p. And my system specs is 2070 Super for the graphics and i7-9700F for the processor, and 32 gigabytes of RAM, and also running on an SSD. And that right there is a Dragon Glory plant, which I forgot you're going to need to level up your gathering a little bit before you can even get that. So there's that too. Completely forgot about that. The people that are planning to use muskets might not have the easiest time with trying to get their ammo made. I love the animation for leaping strike now. Oh, whoops. Sword and shield compared to them all. Yeah, sword and shield and hatchet are really, really good early game, because the thing is, when you're first starting off, you'll be using your auto attack quite a bit, because you won't be, doing a lot of damage to these mobs, of course. And the auto attack on the maul is actually not that great in comparison to the hatchet and sword, because the sword and hatchet are so fast paced. So what I would usually recommend for people that are wanting to go with Warhammer is to level that weapon and another one in conjunction, kind of thing. Like, I would basically use Warhammer skills and then switch over to another melee weapon to actually finish the job. Because the thing that's cool is that, like you just saw, if I start the fight with a sword and shield, but I switch to life staff and then finish off the fight, I can get experience for both of those weapons, even if it doesn't show that I got experience for both of those weapons. So it's always best to level up multiples, especially early on, and I would recommend leveling up a life staff for that dash ability. I showcased it quite a bit in a previous video today, but it's going to be your bread and butter. It's like the only mobility traveling skill that we really have right now. How do you max out zoom for your character? Oh no, this is the max out right here. Actually completely forgot that we can max out this far. I usually keep it a little bit close, but I should probably keep it like right here just to be safe. Oh wait, hold on, I need one more chest. And we're done. One more. One thing that's pretty cool too, if you have a lot of people in your area, is that there's individualized loot. So if you kill the same mob, they won't be able to take your loot. And if you are going for the same chest, like that one over there, I can loot that, and then my friend can come over and loot that same chest as well. They'll get something completely different than what I got. So if you're doing quests with friends, one of the worst things that could ever happen in an MMO, like one of the most annoying things, is when you get an objective done, but your friend or whoever's in your group has to wait to get theirs done. But you don't have to worry about that here. And yeah, being able to fill buy orders on the trading post is going to be really, really nice. It's always going to be something to check on if you're trying to make money. And if you are interested in making money, a couple items that I would really recommend looking for is oil, in terms of gathering. And also, I should get siphon. Yeah, might as well. Alongside oil, feathers was pretty expensive towards the end there. I can't remember what that other one was that people were buying because it was able to make like the highest quality food. I was buying it a lot. Poultry from turkeys. Yeah, so turkeys are like a 2-in-1. If you find a turkey, or if you want to make some money, just go start killing a bunch of turkeys, because poultry is pretty much used in all of the better health recovery foods is poultry. So that's going to be a pretty expensive material. So I would recommend you start doing it before it gets too crowded. That way you could already have a stockpile by the time you know, get to whatever level, and your skinning level will also be pretty good too. Is there PvP areas? Yes, there are. So, no, sorry. It's open world PvP, but it's opt-in open world PvP. So you can't PvP inside of a settlement like this, for instance. Ooh, I like that statue. But once people flag up, then they go outside the settlement. They can fight anybody else that's flagged up. And also the territory war that people fight over for map domination, that's going to be instanced. That consists of 50v50. And you can also fight in there too. And multiple territory wars can happen on the same day, so it's not going to be uncommon to get in. You'll get into a territory war. It's all going to depend on a couple factors like your level, though. People that can choose who joins the territory war for the attacking or defending side, or the companies involved. So they can only. No, that's for invasions, actually. Yeah, they can basically choose their squad, but if there's too many people that are signing up, then they'll probably go for the higher levels first, or the people that they know are going to perform well in the PvP, or the people that they know in general, kind of thing. So that was something that was kind of an issue that was brought up, but that wasn't the biggest one. It was the invasion side. That was the one that people did have a problem with, because the territory war is 50v50. The invasions are 50 people as well, but you could only reserve 10 people from your company to participate in the invasions. The rest of them had to come from the actual people that were signed up, and if you didn't choose anybody, then it was randomized. Those people that were signed up just got in automatically. But the thing with the invasions, it was extremely difficult to begin with, and if you didn't know what you were doing, then the entire invasion could be lost as a result. Like, even if like a total of 3 people didn't know what to do, kind of thing, or didn't buy inferno traps or anything like that, then yeah, it could essentially lose the whole thing. And then penalties were actually pretty steep for the invasion. Losing that, the crafting benches and refining benches and stuff like that would actually downgrade. So it was pretty bad if people did lose an invasion. And during the previous iterations, we lost them all the time. It was actually pretty insane. But it was also fun too, because that difficulty was just so insane. Having so much fun. Glad to hear it. Any games like this that are free, I don't think I know any. ESO might be a little bit similar though. If you haven't played that one already, that one might be a little bit interesting for you, but hard to say. I personally been burnt out on ESO for a long time, but that's one of the first that I would usually recommend if people are looking for a game like this kind of thing. Blue Protocol should be coming next year as well. I think, yeah, we're pretty much getting close now to being able to choose a faction. We're almost there. Hell out of here. Wait, so what level do you need for this? It's 30. Okay. 30 harvesting won't be that easy to come by, so that's actually going to be kind of tough. Now, normally with PvP faction missions, I would go to Monarch's Bluff to start running PvP faction missions, but I think this time I'm probably going to try to run them in Windsward and see how it goes. Because yeah, it's a really good way to get XP, doing the PvP faction missions once you get a faction chosen. But Monarch's Bluff might be a little bit flooded, so I'm just going to stick over here and see how it goes. Is this beta or alpha? This is basically beta. It's the preview event, but it's basically a showcase of what the full game would have been if they had released it this month. Get some, baby. What level can you join a guild? Pretty much as soon as you join a faction, that's when you can join a guild, because the guilds are tied to the factions themselves. So you have to be in a faction before you can join one. Upgrade. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. Decent, but I'll wait. Ooh, yes. Getting a house early, yes, absolutely. So if you get a house, first it acts as a fast travel point. It's a free fast travel point as well. It's on a cooldown, but it's really nice when you're able to have a house in like Brightwood, for instance, and if you're down here doing something like corrupted breaches or something like that, and you want to go up there for like high level farming or whatever, you can just port there to your house. Also, you can get trophies in your house which give you global buffs, like having extra damage versus ancients or the lost, which or the corrupted even, which will really help you in grinding too. And you can also get storage items placed in your house to increase the bank space of your local storage. So yeah, there's multiple things that are really nice to have a house for, especially if you're a grinder. I would honestly go for one as soon as possible. They cost 2k gold. Or they should. It's going to vary on the prices, actually. I think the cheapest ones are going to be like 1.5. But when you buy the first house, the second one you buy is going to be way more expensive. And the third one is going to be like crazy expensive after that. Is the combat smooth? I dig it. Yeah, it's it'll feel a little bit slower early game when people are still getting used to all the combos and stuff like that. But it'll definitely start picking up the further you go. Come on. Oh, yes. I can't believe I'm actually staying on objective. I thought I'd get so distracted by like random mobs or something, but I'm doing okay. I gotta keep leveling my life staff though. Alright, let's do Siphon. Whoa. I think the range on that is kind of low. I haven't used Siphon in a little while, but when I was using it a little bit during the stress test, it did feel like something was off with it. I guess I'll just use auto attacks though. Oops. A little bit of life staff mastery. Good. Yeah, all I have to really do is like initiate with the life staff and then we're good. They'll get credit. Do you know how you didn't get a key? Oh yeah, I heard they were blocking. Apparently they're not letting. I heard that they might not be letting people in anymore, even if you like pre-ordered it. I'm not sure if that's the case, but I hope they might send out like invites tomorrow, kind of thing, some more with the next waves. It could be that. That might be why. Is it fast responding? So the movement itself, it's gonna feel clunky in some parts, but it's kind of what they're aiming for. It's kind of interesting to explain, but essentially they're planning on going for like a Dark Souls combat. That's what this game's combat system was inspired by, as well as other like ARPG games. So they want the combat to have weight to it. So you take a game like BDO, for instance, where people are like zipping and diving all over the place, which can be pretty insane and pretty fun, actually, quite a lot of the time. They don't want to go for that kind of thing. They want it to be more slow paced, more tactical kind of thing, which with only 3 combat skills, it's not insanely it's not going to be insanely tactical at first, but once you start getting people that are switching between these weapons at will and executing these different skill moves and stuff like that, that's when you really start to see the game's combat system shine. Got it. And you also have to get used to the combos as well. Like for me, you're probably noticing that I'm stabbing this guy a lot. That's because I can, at this point, effortlessly time my heavy attacks to the point where it just feels like an auto attack at this point. But this is what it really is. But I'm just letting it go very, very early on. So I just do it effortlessly, and this is a really good move to PvP as well. But it'll definitely feel slow at first, though. Yeah, you can actually sell your old house as well, so that you can get a new one for the original price. They won't give you your money back, but of course you'll get your furniture back and stuff like that. But if there's ever, I don't know if they're ever going to do it again, but if there's ever something that they do that's going to require them to sell your house or like get rid of your house specifically, then they will probably refund your money back. That did happen in previous things, and they did actually refund people, which is pretty cool. Salvage. Also, pro tip, and I did mention this in my crafting tips that I think I just released. It should have premiered already. Whenever you can, always definitely make sure to try to salvage items. You'll get resources that you can use for crafting if you are a crafter, but also you'll get repair parts that you can use to repair your gear. So it's definitely a 2-for-1 deal there. Need 7 more containers. Okay. You said New World is down? Just got kicked for maintenance. Which server were you guys on? NA East? Felt like I was lagging for a second. Wasn't sure if I was gonna get kicked or not. Looks like everybody's still talking though, so I'm assuming it's okay. But see, on Fanglethorn, I was wondering if that was gonna be the case, because they had these, when they announced the server names, they had these parentheses, I guess, yeah, that's the right way to say it. But they had different, what looked like clusters, and this Fanglethorn server didn't have a cluster. It was just its own thing, like it had a separate one. So I wonder if the clusters themselves are going down. US East? Okay. Yeah, I wonder if that's what's going on. Parrots, sweet. Is there a max of skills you can run? So you can max out these weapons to level 20, and you can put enough passives and skills into these ones to like pretty much fill up most of the chart. But you can only have 3 skills on you at a time. But you can have 3 weapons though. So what I usually recommend doing, and what I try to do whenever I have a Warhammer on, is you can switch to the Warhammer at first, for instance, execute Path of Destiny, which is a ranged crowd control move, then switch back to your sword and start auto attacking, and then do like a shield bash, come behind them, pick out the Warhammer again, and then do like a mighty gavel, and you're going to do a crap ton of damage doing that kind of thing. So the combos are basically what you make of them. But you can combo your cooldowns and whatnot together to kind of make your own fighting style. And the reason that people like to do that kind of thing is because different skills are really good for different situations. And if you can time your cooldowns, then you can essentially work around the clock with switching to different weapons and pulverizing people with different skills, and they're just not going to know what to really do unless they're very capable of dodging that kind of thing. And no, this test is pretty much similar to the stress test itself. I think I need to keep looking for the crates, though. I think we're getting distracted with the mobs. Let me go find more crates. But yeah, it's pretty much the same as the stress test. There were 5 intakes for alpha players, not... Oh. So you mean there might not be another wave for the alpha players? Because that's pretty interesting if that happens like that. Aha. Found you. For leveling other weapons, it's really good to use multiple weapons in combat so that you can get the credit either way for both weapons. Muskets are, they seem like they're okay now, but I haven't really used it enough to accurately say. It does feel like they got a buff though, as compared to the previous versions, but it's really too soon to say if they'll be really, really good now. I think they'll still kind of be mostly used in just territory wars, like on the defending side, where you have that elevation bonus kind of thing. Not actual elevation bonus, but you're like on elevation kind of thing. I think that'll probably be the better way to go with the musket right now, from what I've seen so far, but maybe they're, I don't know, maybe they're much better now. We'll see. I was enjoying using the sticky bomb during the pre-event though. That was pretty sweet. And in-game is pretty much like invasions, territory wars. The invasions are basically the defense mode where you go to the settlements and it's like the territory war, except you're just all on the defending side and you're defending against hordes of corrupted. And there's also bosses at the end that you're going to have to fight as well, which I'm actually pretty curious about. I don't know if they're going to open up an invasion during the event, but I hope they do. It's probably going to be done during like the last day though, or last 3 days kind of thing. There's a cooldown on these. But yeah, essentially, whoa, okay. That and the territory wars and the arena boss, the Spriggan. There's only one boss that you can fight inside the arena currently. But there's different types of him. So there's the regular Angry Earth Spriggan that you'll find in Eden Grove, but there's also a corrupted based one that you'll find in Mirkgard up in Greatcleave. There's also open world field bosses that you can fight, like the one that I fought earlier in that PvE video. And there's 3 other ones that are really, really deadly to fight. Okay, guys, let's just relax here. Hold on. There's too many of you. There's only one of me. Need a pot. What server did you go? Fanglethorn server. Oh my god. I hate these ones the most. When you're getting beat on like that, one cool thing to do is just force yourself to block and let them break your block. Because like you just saw, my stamina went back to full. That's really good to do, especially in PvP if people are starting to stagger you. Just let them break your block. Nope. I need to find some containers that are not... I think that tank person is also in the same boat, waiting for respawns. No major changes from last month though. It's pretty much the same thing. I think they just did like bug fixes and some tweaks, things like that. Need to level up the life staff anyway, so might as well. Ow. Yes, there we go. Life stash. Okay. And this is probably the point where people are going to start catching up too, because this quest specifically being a pain in my butt because of these respawns on the crates. But other one up top might be respawned. I can't stop leveling up the life staff though, because I need to get the perks for the life dash as well, so I need to keep using it. Which faction is good for musket? Any of the factions will probably serve you okay with muskets, but I mean, if you're a musket user, I feel like you'd probably be playing Syndicate. So I'd probably say Syndicate. I feel like the outfits would probably fit that more. And I think if I remember right, the faction gear, sometimes the factions don't have like faction variants of the weapons that you can usually get. So like if you're playing with Marauder, I can't remember which ones were which, but I think Syndicate was like, they had a Syndicate hatchet, a sword and shield, or it was either like a hatchet and staff kind of thing, and maybe a musket. And then Covenant had like the sword and shield, that kind of thing. And then Marauder had like a warhammer. So in the faction gear vendor, I'll have to check that again, but I think whichever faction you choose might have specialized equipment to get from only them. And throwing axe faction wise, I'm not 100% on. I think I have it in my sticky notes, but I can't remember. I'll see if I can check that though. Once we get to a standstill, I'll see if I can check just to make sure. They might have updated that though. They might have updated that part though. And even if you don't choose the faction that has that, it's still okay because you'll still be able to get pretty decent weapons as long as people are still crafting some. So you should be okay either way. But I'll double check just to make sure. Oh my god, these cooldowns are killing me. Or are we bugged? I feel like could also be bugged and oh, they're not glowing. Oh, that's why. Yep, there was a thing where I remember that bug now. That's why I've been stuck here for nothing. There used to be a bug where if you I think if you picked up lore pages, then chests would stop glowing. So yeah, that messed me up right there. Okay, so they're probably all respawn. Let's go check these. Or they might just be starting to respawn. What weapon do you suggest for smooth progression? Probably sword and shield or hatchet early on. Okay, yeah, they're not all respawn. Okay, cool. But the fast auto attacks and the power that those weapons have is going to serve you really, really well for leveling up. And you can also get away with using bow. I actually did use bow my first time around for the entire way through and did just fine. Musket is the one that's harder to use though, because you're going to have to craft the ammunition once you start running out of it. And you need to get fire modes for that, which people aren't going to really be able to get early on. So it might be a little bit until you start getting ammo for the musket is the thing. Would wait next to the chest, but it should be okay. I think if I keep rotating, I'll find one. I think in that backyard we might be able to find one there. We'll see. You open? No, you're not. Also not bad XP just leveling off these mobs, so I'll take that too. Ooh. Well, sweet. Okay. Constitution. No more codes? Yep, no more codes. We are free. No more of the overlay. Okay, I'm gonna stay in this area because I feel like these ones are coming up soon. But we'll see. Where do you get the fire motes? Yeah, no, not live, not yet for that. It's just a preview event. Fire motes can be farmed off of chests. You can find them in chests, or you can salvage fire staffs to get them. My preferred way of doing it is if you can't find enough fire staffs to salvage, go to Amrine Temple, northeast of Windsward. I can show you exactly where. So this is Windsward right here. Amrine Temple, right over here. You're going to find dragon glory plants all around that, but you need to level your harvesting up to 30 before you can start gathering them. So you want to make sure to go down to like, if you're looking for harvesting XP, I think you can get it from herbs. First Light is a really good area. That place is like the gold mine of herbs. So if you go down to First Light, start at the fortress, start going like in a loop-de-loop over here, you're going to find a ton of herbs. And also herbs is one of the things that got really expensive once the economy balanced out. So like I was talking about making money with poultry earlier, like going and farming on a lot of turkeys, herbs is like one of the next best things. That thing's going to be selling like hotcakes because people need to use herbs to make their own potions. So they need to, most of the time people will buy them because they don't want to go out and farm them themselves. So if you want to get in the market of gathering to make money, herbs, poultry from the turkeys, and also their feathers, and also oil, which you can find in Weaver's Fen. Oil is usually found in the swamp areas, but since there's pretty much just like one actual swamp area that it's in right now. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. There's one other area for oil. I think I remember where it was. It was like in this area, but it's like 1 or 2 nodes. It's either in this area or this area of First Light. Something like that on one of those bends. But most of the time people would just go to Weaver's Fen, just directly south of the settlement over near Richmire. You'll find oil pretty much all around there. And you can also find it in chests and stuff like that too. Oh, cow. Ah, finally. Okay. We're almost done. I feel like this is the last quest, but I think there's one more that makes me take out the undead retchers. I think there's at least one more of these. Oh, actually, no, there might be. I think they may have added a couple other ones too, so I might be like 3 quests away, 3 or 4 from choosing a faction. We're getting there though. I think I'll keep my life dash on the RP for now, just to be safe. Ow. I just need to find these last 2 though, because I feel like this is the only quest that's going to put me at a standstill like this. So I need to find like 2 more crates. What about settlement points? Like the settlement perks, recommended if you're going crafting or combat for that matter. Most people tend to go storage because the XP one. I mean, if you're grinding, XP one is pretty nice. I would recommend that, but you'll reach 60 no matter what. So if you're not really concerned about that part, then yeah, the storage one is like the next best. And if you're a crafter, people always go storage first for the crafting or for the territory perks, and then after that they'll go with like the either the gathering speed or the territory standing or the crafting fee and trading post reductions right after that. So they'll go storage and then gathering speed and territory standing, then the crafting fee and trading post reductions. When can you join a faction? Right after these intro quests are done, we'll be able to join a faction. So even though I'm level 12, I can't join a faction until these quests are done. And sometimes they can really drag on, so that's why it's important to just start on these quests and like burn through them as fast as you can. Because once you get to actually having a faction, things become a little bit easier because you can start doing the faction PvP missions. Once you get to like level 20 plus, you can just start doing corrupted breaches and stuff like that. I'm just gonna go ahead and start checking these chests. Screw these mobs. This area is ridiculous. Let me check the northeastern side first. Let's start doing this in sections and finding out where these newly respawned chests are. I gotta be at least one over here that I haven't checked yet. Check this one. Wait a minute, let me double check and make sure I can't gather from it. Okay. Yeah, I'm just leveling the healing staff just for the life dash skill. I have the life dash itself, it's on my R, but I'm leveling it up for the perks now so that I can dash really far, and I can also use it for like traveling around very quickly or getting out of PvP situations as well. Sometimes the life dash can really save your butt if you're low on HP and need to get out of a tight situation, and can be really, really nice to use. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the F ability. Oh, what? Oh, my Q is the only one that's on cooldown. I'll leave the loot. Okay, just need 2 more chests. We're done. Oh, let me do this before I forget. Okay. Without dying. Actually, during the stress test, I was getting my butt kicked, and I don't know why. I know if I play on the EU server, it'll be a little bit tougher because it doesn't feel like lag. It just feels like your character has desync, or just feels like it's delayed. I don't know how to describe it, but it was a very interesting experience. But I'm glad I wasn't just like dropping, like it didn't feel like a slideshow or anything like that. Felt like desync. Later on, though, I did actually start to see the server lag. Okay, this is... I don't know what's going on with this quest. Are you going to make a company? No, I'm actually going to go solo, but I am going to join the Marauder faction. I don't know why, but like at some point during the testing phases, I just started liking the idea of just flying without a guild because I know like for like guild activity and requirements and stuff like that, I might not be able to make it all the time. But the game itself is more faction based than anything, so I like the idea of being more of a neutral party where I can just group with anybody I want to, but not have to worry about like politics or anything like that. And it's oh, there was also something mentioned. Don't quote me on this because I don't know if it's ever going to actually happen, but actually I don't know if I can talk about that now. So somebody, I'll answer it. I'll basically hint as to what it is. Somebody once asked me if there was ever going to be a fourth faction that was a mercenary, or if there was going to be like a neutral faction, or if you could level up without ever joining a faction. The question is, the answer is yes, you can. You could technically level all the way to 60 without joining a faction. It would just be significantly harder because you won't be able to do faction missions and, you know, everything that comes with the faction basically. But there was something mentioned there was something mentioned by them previously that actually made me not want to join a faction for the longest time, because in the future that might actually become a thing. The mercenary thing is all I'll say. But I don't know if they're gonna do it. So don't quote me on that. But it could potentially become a thing in the future from what I saw. And when they said it, it kind of like blew my mind because I like people were talking about it, but I didn't know they were actually gonna think about it. But I think it'd be like a far thing in the future thing if they ever did do that. I think the place where they answered it, I'm pretty sure it was leaked, like the other Q&As that they did. But I'd rather be safer than sorry on that. I'm not gonna say exactly what they said. Is there any depth to the quest? They're pretty simplistic. They're pretty much like, you know, fetch quests and some hunting quests and stuff like that. Once you join a faction, the game pretty much lets you go out into the world and do what you want. So before that point, you'll see a lot of these like intro quests that kind of feel very normal, very like generic-ish kind of thing. But it will really like start expanding a little bit more once you're able to actually join a faction and do the PvP missions and stuff like that. I can't for the life of me find these last two chests, and it's kind of frustrating. I feel like I have to relog to fix this, but I feel like relogging is going to be the worst thing I could possibly do right now. So I'm just going to keep going. I'll find it eventually. We don't. No, I'm not sure yet. If anybody's tried it, but I don't think they have controller support yet. They talked about it previously, but I don't know if they ever actually did it. But at the moment, I don't think there is. But it's worth a shot, though. No, once you choose a faction, you're basically stuck with it. Yeah, once you choose a faction, you would have to delete your character and make another one to join a different faction. Part of the reason they do that is because also, thank you so much for the donations. I appreciate that. Part of the reasons they did that was because people were, or it gives you the ability to kind of like spy on other factions, or what's known as sniping wars. And this was something they mentioned in an interview, so it's okay to talk about this. But they had a thing going on during the alpha where some people were able to create new characters, because they did give us the option for a little while there, and people were doing what was called war sniping. So they would create a company and put a couple thousand gold into it, and then they would basically declare war on a faction once the influence was full. But the problem would be they would declare war on a faction that they're actually a part of on their main character. So like a guild leader, for instance, could create an alt, and then let's say Marauder came in on a syndicate territory and filled up the influence. That guild leader could make a Marauder guild and then declare war on that territory and steal it from that other guild. And the reason for this is because when people declare war, the way the system works is that for about 10 minutes or so, other companies can declare war too, and then it's basically a lottery or randomized who actually becomes the vanguard that's able to actually attack the settlement. So one thing that was kind of controversial was that your guild could do all the work and raise all the influence by doing the PvP missions, and somebody could come in and like snipe it from you. So that was one thing, and then also the invasions was another that people had issues with. But the reason they don't let you do that, like making new characters and stuff like that and joining new factions, is because of stuff like that. Finally, let's go. I'm gonna teleport back for this one. Gotta get out of here. Also, thank you so much for the donations. I appreciate that. Thank you, Gio. Almost feels like I'm I can kind of see that, yeah. The desync itself. It did feel like something was going on with that quest, but I'm just so glad it's over. Holy crap. I think that was the longest time I spent doing a quest, and now you're seeing a couple more people that are at level 10 now. So what I have to do now is I have to go ham on the PvP missions once we get there. A time to choose. I'm right here. We're at the faction choosing, and I'm gonna go Marauder. Hold on. So nobody's chosen a faction yet, so that definitely means that should be hopefully one of the first. Oh baby. What's the difference between the factions? Only name, or there's some sort of buffs and perks? There's no like faction buffs per se, but there was talk, and they did talk about this as well. I almost chose Covenant because Covenant's orange now. Used to be that Marauder was orange and Covenant was green, but Marauder's green now. Marauder. Let me just make sure I chose. Let me make sure I chose Marauder. You never know sometimes. Here's my bio. All right, Marauder. Whew. Let's go. But yeah, they never actually put in the bonuses for that, because the way that it was supposed to work. Amarine Temple or supplies. Yeah, let's go. I don't usually do PvP missions at Windsward, so we're just gonna kind of wing it. But whatevs, let's do this. Because it's so out in the open, people are gonna see me flagging up, so that's gonna be kind of an issue. And if somebody comes up on me, it might be a little bit difficult to detect them. But since I'm farther ahead, I should hopefully be okay for a couple PvP missions. And you guys are gonna see this is gonna level me up pretty freaking fast. Any NPCs that you find memorable? Inside the game itself, the only ones that I would say that I found memorable are the bosses. The actual NPCs, no, but I'm hoping that they actually put in Isabella one day into this game, because that has so far been my favorite character, and I really want to see them put some backstory for her and actually put her character model into the game. But no, in terms of the actual NPCs, so far, nuh-uh. But Zinc the Obstructor, favorite boss so far, and that's followed by Malevolence, because Malevolence was like incredibly hard to kill. And I don't remember. Ah, crap. Okay, this is a situation where I could actually die, because I forgot these were level 20 mobs. Berries are pretty good as well, farming. Okay, I need to find chest. This is the only one I'll do here, because I should really be at Monarch's Bluff for this. I'm trying to think. Once I can fast travel to Monarchs, I don't No, I have to go there. That's right. I'd have to actually go there. Hmm. Chest. Oh man. Now ancients are pretty easy, but I don't know about level 20 ancients though. That's a little bit of a tough. Let's try it. Oh, really? Come on, you little bastard. This game pay to play? No, it's buy to play. Buy to play. I might actually be okay. If you want to go full battle mage, go all in. Yeah, go all in, and then once you cap out your attributes and you can't put any more points into it, then go constitution after that. Now that move would have killed me if I got hit by that. Okay, I guess we're farming on level 20 mobs then. No biggie. Oh my god. You know what? Now, change plans. It hits a little bit too hard for me. Ooh. Hold the phone. We have technology. Oh, no. He's right there. Maybe I can sneak past him. Just keep sleeping, buddy. Just keep on sleeping. Shit. Come on. Let me get it. Oh my god. You suck. Oh, it reset it. Alright, yeah, no, I'm out. I'm out. Okay, let's abandon that. Where is it? Goodbye. I'm going to Monarch. Screw this. Just gonna make the run. Just stop playing around. But yeah, there's pretty much there's not too much of a difference between the factions. Sorry, I forgot to answer your question. But it's basically just the faction gear. It looks different, and basically just that. I'm not playing around with level 20 mobs. Forget that. We don't have to go that far anyway. It's fine. The life staff dash helps a little bit, but it'd be a lot better if I had the perks on it already. But it'll have to do. What server did I choose? Fanglethorn, US West. I forgot to keep saying that earlier. My bad. How many stat points do you get at max level? So it starts you off with 5 in every attribute, so you should get 60 total, if I remember right, but you can only put 55 into them because you can only get to 60 attribute points spent in these, and then after that you have to put it in another. So basically, if I were to be at level 60 right now with no gems, then I believe I would get my constitution to like 60, and then I have a couple points left, and then I could put it into strength, for instance. And then you can also have gems, like gem slots for your gear. And then also you can put jewelry into your gear as well, or wear jewelry to get extra attribute bonuses as well. Mobs seem easy regardless of level. They can be. They definitely can be. If I had faction gear, it probably wouldn't be any issue with those ancients, but the links I think would have definitely killed me if I wasn't too careful. Just when they actually get a hit on you, it's like, ow. Plus I think I'm wearing a mixture of like light and heavy gear, so I don't think I have the physical resistance that I really need here. But Amrain Temple, or sorry, Monarch's Bluff, this is going to be a lot easier to work with on the faction PvP mission side of things. And they're a lot faster too, so hopefully I can get there and start running at least 3 of them and get to 15 before I have to worry about anybody trying to PvP me. But anybody that's already started at Monarch's Bluff is probably going to have a leg up on me if they're already in a faction now. Hopefully they're Marauder, but we'll have to see. Will New World ever go free to play? I don't think it would happen for a long time. I mean, I know they definitely want to, make money with the game, but if they're being given a big budget, I think they should be okay for quite a while. With Amazon's, money, I think they would probably be just fine keeping it buy to play, unless something like drastically happened where the population really dwindled down. But I don't think it'd be going free to play for quite a while. Factions all aesthetic. Yeah, it's pretty much aesthetic. And yeah, when you're actually inside the settlements, the faction itself, the only thing that really defines your experience is the taxes, like when the war's not going on and if you're not flagged for PvP. then it's pretty much business as usual. But if you got somebody that like raises the taxes really high, that's when it starts to suck and people start trying to band together to take those governors and that company out. But other than that, it was pretty chill, but I think it's going to be a little bit different now with all the people that we have. And the people that are going to be running PvP missions and stuff like that. I feel like we're going to have a little bit of a different experience. i3 10th gen. Might be a little tough, Victor, to play it. I would try it on low settings first and give it a shot, but I don't know if that's going to be able to handle it. But worst case scenario, if you were to pre-order during the preview event, you're still able to refund the game all the way up until the actual release. So even in the beta, you should be okay still as well. So it's worth a shot if you wanted to try it. Because you're completely safe right now. If you wanted to request the refund, despite the amount of hours you might get in this preview, you should still be okay. It's a walking simulator. Actually, you will do a crap ton of walking in this game. There are no mounts. The only method of really like traveling quickly that I have right now is this life staff, which is one of the reasons why you definitely want to level it up as fast as you can. But the only other method of fast travel would be if you're at a settlement, you can fast travel to a different settlement, or you can respawn at like an inn if you have it set at the innkeeper, or if you have a house in that actual settlement, you can fast travel to it. But other than that, you'll do a lot of running. And that was something that was a little bit of a not a slippery slope kind of thing, but it was a controversial topic because people were wanting to talk about like mounts and stuff like that, but there was a lot of discussion about how the map being as small as it is, it's about 40 kilometers squared, as they said in interviews. They said that it would take away from the exploration experience. Now when I played at like 1,100 plus hours in the alpha, by the time I got to like the 300 hour marker, I had pretty much explored every single inch of this map, so the exploration factor wasn't really, there anymore for me. But with the life staff, it wasn't that bad. And that was also before they even made innkeepers a thing, and that was also before they made the fast traveling with Azoth a thing too. But they don't have any plans to add mounts currently. That might come later, because we do have a lot of people that still want mounts, and I feel like there will be a lot of suggestions for it during the preview event, because people are going to be doing a crap ton of running. Hey, thanks so much, Skunk. Yeah, I think with the questing itself, that part's a little bit tough. Like the side of the game that has questing, I don't really do that one that much, because I don't really like the quests right now either. But then again, I'm not sure how they could really do the quests right. I feel like a game like ESO that does the dynamic storytelling or cinematic storytelling kind of does it pretty well to a degree. But even now, I don't know if the expansions for ESO are really that sought after anymore for the storyline itself or for the actual quests. But I feel like the one thing that the game could really use though is cinematic storytelling, and that was something that I was going to bring up when this game actually came out, was that I really wish they would have added or would add some more cinematic storytelling. The cinematic that they actually give you when you first start the game is a good example of that. It looked pretty awesome. And the cinematic that they have when you're first getting ready to create your character, that was pretty impressive as well. I think they could do it, and this game could work with some more cinematics, and different things like that, I suppose. Voice acting was one that a lot of people did talk about being a good thing as well. I'm not sure how they would really be able to pull that off currently though, in the situation the world's in, but even something like that would be really cool as well at some point. Okay, so explore and find. The patrol missions and the delivery missions I'm going to steer completely clear from. That one wants me to go to Morningdale. Crazy. No way. The mines and the one that wants me to go up to the pirate fortress though should be fine. I'll do the mines. I should be okay. I feel like there's not going to be that many people that have a faction right now. I probably got like a 30-minute to a 45-minute buffer before I come across somebody that I need to PvP with. Any news on the fishing skill? Not yet. Not yet currently. That one's a highly requested one too, though. Every chance I get, I always mention that because I kind of want to see it too. Actually, I feel like fishing would be pretty relaxing. All right, that guy might be okay. So they got a guild, corpse defilers. They might actually already be over in Monarch's Bluff, but he's marauders though, so we should be good. So that means we might have a little bit more of a buffer. That should be fine. Okay. And I'm not sure what the server dynamic faction-wise is going to look like here. This would probably be a good point to equip a hatchet, but I'll be okay for now, I think. If you're doing PvP at this level, the hatchet and the sword and shield are probably going to be some of the best weapons you could use until you get more skills with the Warhammer. Because like I said, the auto attacks, you're going to be using that a lot at this level, and the hatchet is super deadly in the way that it can stagger people and its sheer power, and the sword and shield's pretty good at that too. So I would say at this level it's probably good to at least carry those weapons with you. Also, if you guys are ever wondering, that the fungi plants that you find around the world, that's how you can craft dyes, or one of the ways you can get them, rather. Which server? Fanglethorn. And I'm on the Marauder faction. Happy about that I actually got the faction finally. That last quest took forever, or that second to last one. I'm just looking for chests. Okay, here we go. One. So I have to gather this stuff from the chest, but right now I'm actually PvP flagged. I'm not sure if you can see the icon. I think you can. Let me check. At the bottom right, where that sword is next to my faction icon, that means I'm PvP flagged right now. So if I come across somebody who's in Syndicate or Covenant that's also PvP flagged, stuff could go down. Now I've had a lot of experience in PvP and a lot of experience losing in PvP, so I know a thing or two about what not to do. But I could still get easily dropped at this level, to be honest with you. So I have to be careful. Especially if somebody's using a hatchet and knows how to use it, it's pretty deadly. So 2 weapons to watch out for. If you come across somebody with a hatchet or a sword and shield and they look like they know what they're doing, just watch out. This is much more my speed though. These mobs are fine. Now once I do a couple of these, I'm going to check and see if I can buy some faction gear. I might wait until 20 though. Depending on how fast this is going. I'm on the wrong rotation. Let me go back up. Hold on. The better rotation of chests up above. Guess I'd be fighting you with Syndicate. Yeah, I gotta watch out for you guys. The hell? Oh, hello. Somebody threw an axe at me. That was funny. I didn't see the name, but hi there. Come on. Can you party up with while flagged? No. If you are flagged up, you can't party with people of the opposing faction. It won't let you. I think it might not let you flag up with people that are... Oh, crap. Whoops. I think it also might not let you flag up with people that are unflagged, even if they're a part of your same faction. But I have to test that. And I think the reason for that was because they had an issue where people were unflagging and then they would follow shiz. Hello. Hey, man. Hey, man. Okay, cool. Thank you, Casey. Oh, hey. That's right. That's right. We're friends. I just want my faction stuff. Crap, there's no chest in here. We're just going for chests. That's all. We just want our XP. I can respect it. Didn't have to be this way. One up here. That's why I prefer the pirate fort that's up north, because it's a lot easier to get to that one. I'll show you guys the defined route that I go for the pirate fort, but it's a lot easier to work with. All right, let's get out of here. Ooh, a musket. Nice. Green one, too. All right, now that I've actually completed the objective, I still have to make it back to town alive or this is going to fail. The entire quest will fail if I die, like, at all. I think the person that was... Oh, no, that's someone else. Can you download the game if you pre-order it? So I thought we could. Like, I thought you could still get in because the first wave has pretty much been sent out. But people are saying that you're not able to get in right now if you pre-ordered. So you might get in on the second wave. But it's worth a shot. If you pre-order now, you might, you know, in the morning or whenever they send out the second wave, you might get in then. But I'm not sure if it's something where they're just not letting anybody else in right now or what. Oh, I love her character design. It's really nice. See, she rocks the ponytail so much better than I do. Okay, so once we get to this point, we're safe. So now we turn this in. We should get some decent XP for the faction PvP mission, but I'm hoping the next one is going to take me to the pirate fort so that I don't have to do that again, because that was I was fairly confident that we could probably duke it out and I might have a good chance at winning because it was just a 1 level difference, but probably best to just focus on gathering XP because once the groups show up, that's where the problems are going to arise. Taking people on 1v1 right now isn't going to be so bad during the faction PvP missions, but if you're doing like 1v3, that's going to be a problem. So right now the best and most efficient thing to do is to just... Oh, I'm going to have to wait. Okay. So when you get this where you get faction missions that are kind of too far out of the way, best thing is just to wait. I think it's like 5 minutes and then you'll be able to get some new ones. Just wait a bit. In the meantime, let me take a look at this. So, oh, I need to get to level 20 before I can even unlock this. That's right. So at level 20, hopefully I'll have enough faction currency to be able to buy at least some of this gear. It's only gear score 200, but it does have gem slots, and it also gives you some resistance against the corruption or corrupted, which can be pretty nice. And oh wait, actually, I think the gem slot will automatically get filled once I buy the gear, but these two are the only ones showing that, so I'm not sure if that's the case or not, but we should be okay. But I should be able to at least get that sword, and that's going to be really nice right there. Really, really nice. Having Lost Bane is going to be great because this area is filled with zombies. So I just need to wait for new missions. Is it in beta state? It's in a preview state, but yeah, it's pretty much beta. This would have been the current game state if they had released it, but they decided to delay the game until 2021. So this is what we're essentially playing with right now, is what would have been. Okay. In the meantime, let's work this stuff out. Oh, nice. Upgrade to the pants. Physical. About time we just put the breastplate on. Okay. Oh my god, it's still not updating. Are you happy it's a flag system? I've actually been, I've actually always loved the open world PvP systems that were unrestricted or like restricted to a degree. I like the idea of having like certain areas that have NPC guards. Like in Mortal Online, I really enjoyed that the towns actually had guards near them, some of them, where if people got too close and tried to attack you there, or if they attacked you within the towns, those guards would come after them. But over time, I started understanding why games have kind of drawn away from the open world PKing, and a lot of it is because those type of games, like when I played and loved Darkfall and Mortal Online, and even Worm Online, which I was playing about a couple weeks ago actually. it's very easy for those games to like start losing population because sometimes people don't know when to stop, and I think that's kind of where the issues start to arise. Come on, man, it's not resetting. I'm gonna set a 5-hour timer, or not 5-minute timer, and see if it resets at that point. If not, I'm gonna just choose a PvE mission and we're gonna go 5 hours. It should reset, but I'm not sure. What's up, Red Arc? Turkey gameplay. Thanks so much, WPG. Oh, you know what? That was miner's luck right there. If you guys find gear on it with perks that help you in gathering and crafting, sometimes it can be sometimes it can be pretty good to keep those because if you ever do that specific craft, using that will actually help you quite a bit. Also, what's up, Jack? Do you think Amazon will be successful in this game? I think it's going to be an interesting situation. I think right now the fact that they're delaying the game is honestly probably for the best. This is already a game that I know that I can enjoy, but I don't know if it would appeal to the wider audience like right off the get-go. I think it would be like a more niche experience if they were to release it as is. But I think if they give it some TLC and really iron out the issues and try to put in some more content, that it could be very successful, or has a chance of being very successful. He's 11. Me, I'm just waiting on these freaking missions to respawn. Sitting around. Okay, I might just choose one. Explore and find Warside Township. That one's super far though. I don't really want to go over there, but I'll probably just go back to the mines. I got 3 minutes left on this timer. Oh wait, top right it tells you. Duh, sorry. Oh yeah, right. I couldn't see that. I kept thinking for some reason that the missions that timer wasn't going to show up for me. I know on the town projects board it shows, but I always forget that actually shows up on the faction missions too. So it's already oh, Trader's Hold. There we go. That's the one. I'm such a klutz. Astri was like, "Are you following me?" Hell yeah. All right, let's go. So the reason I like this one so much is because you have the ability to basically go on this entire cliffside. You can just traverse along this entire cliff and not have to worry about encountering anybody. Wait, I'm not sure if I'm on the right cliff or not, but that's basically what I need to go for. That ship that's shipwrecked over there in the distance. I need to go for that. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go on the beach line. And doing it this way makes it where you're not gonna see people that often. It's very easy to get to and pretty easy to come back from. So you do have a good chance of being seen on the way back, way more than coming out. But that's why it's one of my favorites, because there's like nobody over here. What level am I? 12. We're currently doing some PvP faction missions, so I'm hoping that this will start leveling us up pretty quickly. Seems to be going a little bit slow right now, but I was also waiting for that mission to respawn, so that was taking quite a bit of time. And I also wasn't paying attention to the actual mission timer, so there's that too. Here we go. So that sword that I showed you guys earlier, the one that gives me the lost buff, damage against them, all these mobs right here are lost. So having that sword and shield would be really, really good. Also crazy like how much they've updated the models for the mobs over time. They did not used to look like that at all. Stay away from the pistoliers, by the way. They suck. They're really fast and they're really, really deadly. I might have to lose aggro. I'm not sure though. We'll see. Oh no, we're good. All right, now at this point, this is where I want to start fighting. Let's go. Ouch. You hit harder than I remember. I really should start... Why am I attacking so much? I think I should definitely start trying to get some food. He knocked himself back. Because I'm about to run out and I need to make sure I keep up on my health recovery, but there's a chance that somebody might put some on the broker, so maybe I can hold out for now. I think if you hold down the mouse button, it keeps on auto-attacking, so I think that's what happened there a second ago. Ouch. I'm gonna let him break my block really quick. Come on. There you go. Okay. I don't have any health pots, but I do have a rejuvenation. How do I get water for healing pots? Oh, so you can't get it from the ocean. You can't gather the salt water, but you can get it from rivers, lakes, and there's wells inside of the town. Oh, they changed the location of the chest. Did they really? Oh wait, no, never mind. They didn't. We're good. Yeah, rivers, lakes, and then wells inside of towns, but you can only get like 10 at a time or something like that, maybe 50. But yeah, just find any like water source on the map and go to it, and you'll be able to gather water from there. Like for, yeah, like all this right here. You can go to it and you gather a bunch because you can gather like 10 at a time. And then after that, you should be good. On. Don't even let him react. So what is in-game like in this beta? I don't know if they're going to open up the invasions during the preview event, but it's probably going to be a lot of people doing open world PvP, probably faction mission open world PvP, people running around doing quests, legendary quests most likely. That's going to be pretty insane. I don't know if they changed the way the legendary quests work, but you're going to see a lot of people basically doing the in-game bosses like Malevolence, Banes, Zinc the Obstructor, and who was the last one? I always forget his name. Oh god, I forgot who the fourth one was actually. Malevolence, Banes, Zinc the Obstructor, and there was one more. Pretty sure he's in Mangled Heights, but I'm not sure because I feel like there's one I'm forgetting. But yeah, you'll see people doing those ones, and also the Spriggan Arena, if people can actually get the keys. I don't know if anybody's gonna really get the Spriggan key in 10 days because that thing was rare as hell to drop. But we'll see. And then hopefully they open up the invasions, and also you're gonna see people doing territory wars as well, which is instance PvP, but once people start trying to claim territories, you'll see a lot of that going on. One more chest. So peaceful out here. Also read the lore pages for that extra XP. Hello. Got you. Okay. What is the last weapon you're going to use after the hammer and life staff? Sword and shield. Yeah, I'm going sword and shield, hammer and life staff. Also, sorry, I remembered you were asking, somebody was asking for my build. Yeah, I'm sword and shield, hammer and life staff, and then also I'm going to go full constitution for my attributes, and then anything that I have extra, I'm going to go ahead and put into strength. And then for gems, I'm probably going to do strength gems, to no constitution gems to start with for my gear, but I'll wear strength jewelry is what I'll do. Do that one. Actually, damage for 5%. I think I can afford to start getting some passives now. Also, one tip, one of the reasons that I would suggest, and I'm sure a couple people will suggest, that you level up other weapons too, they don't really tell you this clearly, but you'll notice when you look at the passives how some of them might say increase sword damage, but then you'll see ones that say increase all weapon damage. This was something people were trying to figure out for quite a while during the previous iterations. This one right here is said to actually increase the weapon damage of all of your weapons. So one of the reasons it's good to actually level multiples besides the ones... Oh, okay, we're good. Besides the ones that you're actually using is because some of these passives are apparently global. So I believe for Warhammer, there's one for like elemental armor. Yeah. So that one should actually just increase it all in all. So that's something that's very important. So even if you're not planning to use a weapon, it could actually be beneficial to level it up still. But yeah, there is PvP, yeah. One hammer hit does 3 times as much damage. Yeah, they actually, the hammers can be pretty strong, especially if you're using the, what's it called? Mighty Gavel skill. That one can actually be really insane on the DPS it can put out. Especially if you get the, I believe it's called Final Judgment. No, Justice for All. You get the additional Mighty Gavel attack. That one's super strong. Oh yeah, I haven't been checking people's levels. 10, 6. Okay. Pretty standard. Alright, cool. Post max level. That skill specifically will be doing quite a bit of damage all throughout the way through. For hammer, but yeah, once you get past max level, then it's gonna start chunking people quite a bit, especially if you have the correct perks and really good warhammer. But yeah, it'll still be doing quite a bit early on. I just wouldn't really rely on the auto attack for warhammer is the thing, because it's pretty slow, so it can be kind of tough to rely on that one and fight everything else at the same time. 13. So right now, my goal is I'm going to try to rush to 20 through these PvP missions. These ones seem to be giving quite a bit of XP now. It's starting to pick up a little bit. And then once I get to 20, I should hopefully have enough currency to buy my faction gear. And then we can keep going with that. Or we can start looking into corrupted breaches. But I think it's going to be a little bit before people start doing corrupted breach trains. So I think we'll have quite a bit of time. Yeah, it's instance PvP over like who controls the territory. So the territory war is basically a 50v50 that people can sign up for. It's not a guarantee to get in, is the thing. And the controlling company for the defending side, they can choose who the defenders are. The attacking company that actually gets it, they can choose who the attacking people are. So if there's not a lot of territory wars going on that day, sometimes people don't, get the opportunity to participate in the war. But that was something that they are aware of, and one of the suggestions that we made was that, or that certain alpha players, including myself, made, is that if they had if they introduce PvP objectives around the map, like ones that people can fight over, because if they don't want people to be able to flag and attack anybody at will, there's still ways they can put in PvP content to satisfy people that look for that kind of experience. And then on the PvE side, there's a lot they can add as well. But for PvP, open world objectives like in ESO Cyrodiil PvP, for example, how you can fight over different watchtowers or forts kind of thing, or resource points, something like that could even be incorporated into the resource or the influence system for New World, might be pretty cool. And that's if they don't want to go for like battlegrounds and arenas, which was also another suggestion that people made. Yeah, PvP faction missions, they will give more experience than the regular, And also, I'm not sure if it incorporates the bonus. I think it does, but you do get a bonus for being PvP flagged as well. 10%, yeah, there we go. 10% XP bonus. I think it does apply to that as well when you actually complete the quest, but it definitely should apply when you're actually killing the mobs. So yeah, doing PvP faction missions and also being flagged for PvP in general is a really good way to level up, especially if you're doing group farming. And if you want PvP, some people or a lot of people would just actually stay flagged all the time, and then if they find somebody out in the wild, you just kill them. What weapon am I using? Sword and shield currently. And if you die while you're flagged, right now, since I'm doing a PvP mission, the mission would essentially fail. But and I'd have to do it all over again if I really wanted to, which I would. But the other person would also be able to get a little bit of gold off of me. Not steal my gold, but they would actually get a gold reward for killing people in PvP. And I don't know if you get XP because it's been a while since I've been at like mid or low level and actually tested that. I didn't test it out that much in the stress test because I wasn't playing too much. But yeah, you might, I don't know if you get XP for killing people either, but this Banshee is one of the worst ones to fight early on. I love them though, because that screech is pretty sick, but they can spam the crap out of it. Ouch. Didn't have time to dodge. Or not time rather, but I was locked in animation, so I couldn't dodge. Let's go. Oh, and by the way, the fact that you guys aren't seeing anybody over here, this is pretty much because I'm very far ahead, and quite a few people, a couple people are as well, but we're kind of ahead of the curve, and the reason for that is because we bursted through the intro quests and then immediately chose the faction and started doing PvP missions. So I don't think we'll be seeing a whole lot of people, but I'm just gonna enjoy it while I can. Because I'm all for getting PvP, but once the groups come up, because if you're fighting like 2v1, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. I've had a lot of fights where it was 2v1 and whatnot, but if it's like two people using hatchet, that's where the problems can arise. Because hatchet is a pretty strong early game weapon, as well as sword and shield, for the most part. You stay stuck in the wall. Should be good to climb. Oh crap. Oh, this is fine too, actually. Sometimes those ledges give me so much trouble. Crap. Nope. Got you. Okay. But oh yeah, the only thing you would really lose for dying in open world PvP is durability on your gear. They changed it where you would like actually lose something, or you know, things of that nature. So yeah, your inventory is safe and all that. It's just durability loss basically, and you just have to run back to where you were. Crap. I hate the retros because they'll run. Yeah, they'll run from you like that. Come on. Really should be leveling up my life staff a little bit as well. Need to get one tap on them. One of the cool things about life staff too is that if you level it up quite a bit, the healing wave skill that you get, you can actually use that on yourself. That part's nice. Can't do siphon on yourself, but the healing wave should be good. Pop it really quick and step right into it. Really? Come on. Gotcha. Whoa, what's that? Oh, that must be a gem. Actually, that's new for me. Hold on, what is that? Oh, okay. That's for the perks, right? Okay. Yeah, I forget that a lot of the perks items didn't used to actually have tooltips, so yeah, there's that. But they actually have tooltips now. Looks like we're actually spotting quite a few marauders around. I'm not sure if this is going to be a majority marauder own server, but just hold up. Making sure you're okay. If people get knocked down, you can still actually revive them unless they get hit again while they're knocked down, and then at that point they have to respawn. Sure, I keep checking people's levels. 12. That's Syndicate, I believe. Marauder. Okay. No XP loss? No XP loss. Nothing but the durability loss. And if you're doing a faction mission, then you would fail the faction mission, is the only thing. Which I think another thing that was talked about as well is if they did incorporate new zones in the future, people were wondering if they could actually make it where they were like open world PvP zones. I'm kind of neutral on that because I actually would not mind it at all. That guy looks pretty sick. But a lot of people are bringing up arguments like Casey's getting up there. Hi, Casey. Sweet. I'm right behind you. But a lot of people were bringing up arguments like if we did have open world PvP zones that were the new in-game areas that they would put in, that people would probably try to camp them or something like that. Or if we had to like do gear progression in those areas, the people would get the max level gear, then come back and kill everybody that was very low in the gear progression. So I'm not sure. If they can find a way to make it work though, that'd be awesome. But I'm not sure how we can really have it be incorporated. I think if we had more PvP content though, for people that really like that kind of thing, I think it'd be fine. Told it's farther, but I like it more. But yeah, I think that would probably be okay. Oh, your Dark Relic? Oh, your character looks pretty sick. I like it. Combat seems a lot slower. Yeah, combat's just like Dark Souls. That's why, especially at this level, it'll look pretty bad, or it'll look pretty slow to a lot of the times, because that's kind of the combat that they're going for. They want it to be more weighted instead of more like fast-paced. It will get more fast-paced as people get more used to the combos, and as you get further and further and you unlock all your perks and things like that and all your skills, it'll be much faster as well. But this is like a halfway representation of what in-game combat would actually look like. Oh, you're Casey. Oh, you're doing the Corruption Bane questline? Really? I should have... So it sounds like questing is actually pretty efficient now, too. That's interesting. Wait, you said Corruption Bane? I might have to check and see if that's something that I can pick up as well. Almost 15. I think people were talking about questing actually giving quite a bit of gold as well. That was one thing that hasn't really been tested out a lot, is the quest lines. But technically, if you do find really good quest lines, and like after you get them completed, if people are doing faction missions like all day long and you can't do any faction missions like PvP wise, you could go to another settlement and do another quest line there too. So it could actually be really good now. Maybe they buffed the XP you get from questing. But I never did a lot of it because once we got to the faction point, people would just run like the faction PvP missions. But if I wasn't able to do them right now, then I'd probably actually check out those quests. That sounds pretty good. Yep, I'm a Marauder. You want to see PvP a little? Oh, it's gonna happen, guaranteed. Guaranteed. I'm trying to get to 20 ASAP so I can get that faction gear, but I'm probably gonna get into a fight before then, I bet. Speak of the devil. Gotta kill the mobs. Now I'd feel bad just outright. I would feel bad if I like outright killed or like attacked somebody that was just farming out here, because I know everybody's trying to get the XP and whatnot. and get to 20 as fast as possible. But if somebody attacks me, then yeah, I'm definitely gonna go for it. Fight for my life. So if they leave me alone, I don't know. I want to fight, but if they leave me alone, I might not. I might let them go. Ouch. I'm getting destroyed by this mob right now. Couldn't animation cancel that attack either. Okay. Let's pop that health pot. We're probably gonna need to anyway. Whoa, lag detected. Okay, we're good. Doesn't seem like they're too interested in fighting, so they do have a hatchet though, so if they do attack me, I'm going for it. See, like right now, with the vulnerable state that they're in, I could go over there and, like, you know, start it. That's something that people actually would do as well. That's a tactic that you can use in PvP. If somebody's being attacked by mobs, you can just run up in there and start CCing the crap out of them. And you don't want to even try to pull the mob aggro. You just CC them and let the mobs kill them, or you kill them yourself. And that's pretty much all you got to do. Introduced into the game. But he wasn't being cautious enough, and that leads me to believe that they probably are pretty new to this. So I'll let it go. I'll let it go. I can't catch him now, but that's why I didn't attack. Let's. Are we friendly? Okay. All right, yeah, I'll not fight. I'm not gonna fight. I'm not gonna fight. Not this one. Show them you're interested. I won't, because what's gonna happen too? The fights are definitely gonna escalate because people are gonna try to group up and start killing each other. So doing it now could have some repercussions later because he could come back with another person kind of thing. So I can probably get away with not doing it just yet. Right now, because it's so quiet out here, everybody's probably just gonna like leave each other alone for the time being, but it'll get to a point where we're gonna start fighting. We're definitely gonna start fighting. Do passives for one weapon carry over to another? So actually, interestingly enough, certain ones do. Certain ones actually do. So like I mentioned earlier, for the sword, there's certain passives that'll say increase sword damage by X amount. The ones that say increase all damage by X amount, those ones are said to be global. So yeah, there's certain passives that should actually be character based, from my understanding. He said then kill both of them. Yeah, at that point, then we're fighting for our lives, basically. If I were to see two people right there, then I'd probably, at that point, just kind of jump him, because I wouldn't want to take a chance. Especially if one of them's already being attacked by mobs, I'd probably just go for the other one. So the fight, like I said, the fights are definitely going to escalate. And the only reason, I think we're getting to the point now, seeing that person as well, we're going to get to a point here in about like 30 minutes to 45 minutes where people are definitely going to start showing up over there. Where did you say a good place for gathering was in? Oh, so gathering is First Light. That's like the gold mine of herbs down there. So go down the First Light and then take your sickle, go to the fort, and then start doing a loop around all the way around. You're going to find a crap ton of herbs down there. Really, really good place for gathering. And once you get to 30, you can start getting the fire motes for like crafting musket ammunition, or you could sell it. And herbs are also going to go for a pretty good price once the economy stabilizes. So if you want to start preparing to make money, going for turkeys, for the poultry and feathers, going for the herbs, and going for the oil, probably some of the best three you can get. In-game gatherers can also get things like pristine gems. Those will sell for a lot. Those are the gems that give you +5 to an attribute when you socket them. And there's also other things like that too. In case you said you wanted to duel, but we could actually. That would be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind it. just to kind of show people what it's like. But if you're busy, it's okay. How many days? Yeah, it'll last until September 4th. Yeah, we could definitely do a quick duel. Roger that, Alex. What's my preferred sword and shield setup? It's usually it's gonna be Whirlwind. I've started taking Whirlwind ever since they nerfed Last Stand. But yeah, I've been taking a lot of Whirlwind Blade, and I've also been taking a lot of the Leaping Strike. Has been one that I've like always had, because it's a really good mobility skill and catching up to people and whatnot, but it's also a skill that allows you to increase the damage of your next ability and also reduce the cooldowns of your current ones. So it's a really, really useful one to have. Oh man. Almost 14, not quite there yet though. What do you win when killing other faction people? Pretty much you just get like a gold bonus. Their durability goes down on their gear, and that's about it really. I think it's wait, hold on, let me think about something really quick. The influence in the territory is also impacted a little bit by killing people in the territory. Because I remember there was a thing where people were kind of wondering like how certain territories were having their influence max so quickly, and I think the answer we got was that killing people did have a little bit of an effect on it, but it was mostly faction missions. But we'll have to do some more testing to know for sure though on that one. And no mounts currently, no. Yeah, you can actually add friends in other factions too. Also, yeah, I'll add you as well. That's you, right? Yep. Wait, oh, duh, yeah. Oh, you must actually be in the same faction for a group. Oh, so I guess you can't, wait a minute, really? Oh, no, PvP group, right, yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Yeah, if you're flagged, you can't flag with other, can't group with other factions. Is the preview the game you're playing? Yes, yeah, it's preview currently, correct. Dang, I can't believe we're already at 3 hours in. Jeez. Didn't feel like it was that long, but then again, the intro quests do take quite a bit of time. Sometimes they can take you like all day if you get distracted or you start getting stuck at a certain point. I remember when I was doing the stress test, it felt a lot like classic WoW, where like the mob spawns were just completely destroyed. I don't know if this server is like all that populated right now. Actually, I feel like the cluster thing that they were doing, or that people were theorizing because the servers had parentheses on them, I think that might actually be a little bit accurate, because this one has like nobody over here right now. I don't know how it is on other servers right now, but I would imagine there's like probably at least 10 people all in this area on other servers. Ouch. Or actually, those of you who are on other servers right now, is it pretty packed over here, like, or in whatever area you're in? If you're doing faction PvP missions, I guess. Ouch. Holy crap. All right, let's not die. So let's go this way. I also should have set my campfire up over here like the very first time, but I just didn't. One cool thing to note about the campfire that's pretty cool, if you put it down and you rest at it, you can actually get a ton of health regeneration off of doing that. And group loot, no, you don't have the opportunity to ninja loot. You don't have to worry about that, because everybody has individualized loot, so that part is completely okay. Murata. Oh, okay. Yeah, now people are gonna start showing up. Is there a difference between? Yeah, there's actually a difference between the worlds. Now one thing that I didn't understand at first, and a lot of people didn't as well. Some of the servers had parentheses on them, and then they had a name inside of it, and multiple servers still had that same name. So a lot of people theorized that those were server clusters, but this one, Fanglethorn, has its own that's completely separate from the other ones. So this might that was kind of what attracted me to it because I was hoping that it wouldn't have a queue, but I wasn't expecting it to be this quiet. But I guess they'll take it. 14. In-game name is actually Sir Medieval. I got lucky and actually got it, surprisingly. I love how that actually does damage to them too. I hope people saw that. That was amazing. Oh crap, what? Oh no. Your dodges, they're too powerful. Let me grab that. Relic, yes. Hatchet is pretty good, yeah. Hatchet. Oh, hello. Blitz could have actually ganked me right there. Wow. You see, and that's why there's mutual respect at the beginning. That's why. Sometimes once you do stuff like that, people will get vindictive. Like I would totally get vindictive as well. I remember in the stress test, I joined like a couple hours late, so I was already pretty behind. But by the time I got to the actual faction missions, there was like a couple groups running around. So not everybody was attacking each other though, but there was this group of 2. It started out as 1, and the guy started attacking me, but he started losing the fight. Then he ran to the other guy, and then the other guy had a hatchet and completely shredded me because I was already low. And at that point, he caught me off guard, so I was already dead. But I came back and I kept coming at them because of that. I was like, I just wanted them to die at that point. Super vindictive. You can attack people. It's just that we're choosing not to because we're pretty much ahead of the curve over here. So really, if we were to attack each other right now, all it would really do is waste time. Most likely, it would completely waste the person who died times the most. Can't talk today, but that's time that we could be spending leveling up some more with these faction missions. Once people get past a certain threshold, though, they're going to be PvPing like crazy. Yeah, that's true. If you drop some things, people can ninja it. That part is true, yeah. Especially if you drop something inside your house, that part kind of sucks because one thing that wasn't really known for quite a while is that, I don't know if they fixed it, but if somebody else was in their house too, but had a house in that same spot and you drop something in your instance, it would pop up in their instance and they could pick it up. So people had stuff disappearing when they were trying to drop stuff in their house. It sucked. That's like the last place I would try to drop stuff now that I saw that happen, though. Do you abuse the death penalty to fast travel? I do it a lot. No, I don't really do it anymore because it used to be where people would do it like all the time, but then they added the durability loss, and a lot of the times some people that were doing it, like myself included, we only did it because everybody else was, and at that point it was just like everybody pretty much did it. And it was before like the innkeeper and the Azoth traveling thing was a thing. So death fast traveling was pretty much like the way to go. But then they added where if you die, even if your gear is in your inventory, so you take off all your gear and die and respawn, you're still going to take durability loss. So it's not really efficient to do that much anymore. Faction, no, they won't scale, which is pretty cool. As far as I know, I'm not sure if the faction missions are gonna differ in XP now, depending on what region you're doing it in. But I should be able to read the tooltips. I didn't read the one in Windsward, so I'm not sure. but it should tell me how much XP it's going to give me. I can see if I make it over to Windsward again, if it's going to be more if I do it over there. Once I get to 20, I could probably check over there anyway, just so that I'll get more XP when I'm farming over there. But we'll see. I'll definitely pay attention to that if I can. Also, you can go sword with no shield if you want to, but you're not going to have access to your full toolkit of skills. So people just usually go sword and shield, just because there's no bonus for not having the shield on. But the rapier weapon, that was the one that I was looking forward to, because it seemed like it was going to be a dex-based weapon, but also one that you didn't really have to worry about using a shield with. Before those PvPers catch up. Right, yeah. And I definitely want to stay ahead of the curve as best as I can. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of people in Monarchs right now. Windsward seemed more populated, but that could quickly change, though. I'm actually starting to see people in the corners, though. Never know. A lot of them are just standing around, which is good. Oh, do it mostly, yeah. Where you're gathering or encumbered, yeah, true that. At that point, yeah, it'd be really good to use. Oh, sweet. I think we got it just before the refresh? Or no, we didn't. Crap. Okay. Let me go check and see if anybody's selling anything on the broker that I could actually use. One of the only things about farming up here, though, is that there's kind of a lack of herbs, at least in the area that I'm farming. If I wanted to go get herbs, I'd have to go over here towards the fort, which would be really good to use, or really good to have, because I can make a bunch of potions, but maybe I could do a detour. Yeah, screw it, let's go. We'll go. I don't know if I need it, but let me see if I can find any, like, on the way. And oh yeah, for the faction missions, a lot of it will look like this, so it'll probably be quite a bit of grind for a while. And once we get to like 20 plus, once we start doing the corrupted breaches, it'll look more fun. But I don't know if people will be doing an actual corrupted breach train for quite a little bit today. Okay, I don't see any in the area. I don't want to go too far from the mission, so I'm going to go ahead and come back up. But I might actually switch to corrupted breaches as soon as possible, because I have a feeling, I'm not sure, but I have a feeling they may have either buffed or the XP might be better than the faction missions now. But we'll see. They don't... Oh yeah, you know what? No, we're not even going to be able to. So one of the things about the corrupted breaches, if you guys have ever noticed on some of the maps how they show those red icons in certain places, if those of you that have already seen the corrupted breaches know what I'm talking about, but essentially when a corrupted breach spawns, it'll show a red icon on the map, but they spawn more frequently if invasions are going on. Right now there's no invasion, and right now there's no major corruption portals that are spawning, and that could potentially be because they have them locked currently, because they're probably not going to let us do the invasions until like the 8th or 9th day. And when the game actually goes into beta or release, I think it's going to be like that too, because when we first started in like the previous testing phases, the invasions weren't there like right away. And the workbenches start off at level tier 3, and I think they're pretty much at tier 3 right now for a lot of them. And because of the downgrade mechanic, I think they're probably going to wait like a month before they, or not a month, sorry, like a week or two before they actually unlock them in the release. But right now it might be like 7th or 8th day, because the workbenches need time to level up. People aren't doing town projects just yet. And 2 minutes, okay. And I think the territory war, no, I think the territory war should probably start sooner, because people are going to start claiming the forts pretty much as soon as anybody gets enough gold to claim it. But the invasions are a different story. So if the invasions aren't going to be until that point, the point I'm getting at is the corrupted breaches might not start spawning a lot until that point as well. So that's what's worrying me. We might actually have to do quite a bit of faction missions. Oh boy. Yeah. So the invasion cycle that lasts 4 days, that will spawn a crap ton of corrupted breaches with it. And the major corruption portals, those are the ones that keep spawning the minor ones. But since there's like no breaches at all right now, nobody's doing breaches today. Your leveling companies will want some forts versus the crafting company. Yeah, absolutely. If you're planning on doing like any kind of crafting at all for your guild, or you're just planning to, you know, play the game in general, like as a PvE guild or PvP, territory is going to be important on the tax side. There's not a whole lot of rewards right now for getting a territory, which is something that people have really been wanting to change. But there are certain things that will affect your gameplay, mostly the taxes. Because if you're in a territory that has like maxed out crafting or refining taxes, it could get pretty expensive once you start doing it quite a bit. Oh yeah, you said, oh yeah, so what I'm doing now that I've joined a faction is I'm doing the faction PvP missions, and now that I'm actually realizing, it looks like it's going to be the only thing that people are going to be able to do right now, aside from the quest lines, because unless you're group farming, because the corrupted breaches aren't spawning, but the faction PvP missions give more experience than the regular ones, so I'm hoping we can keep doing this until at least level 20, and it gave me a bunch of crap ones this time again. All right, we're going for far side, which I believe is south. Yeah, okay. All right. I was waiting for the faction missions to respawn to give me a good location, but it looks like I have to go to far side, which is a kilometer away, versus the mines, which is like 400, or a Corsair's Rise, or Trader's Hold rather, which is 600 away. I love those ones way more. So that means I have to travel quite a bit of distance while being flagged, but it still seems like there's not a whole lot of people past joining a faction right now, so I think we should be okay. Is this all the map? Yeah, so this isn't all the map locations that we've seen, but this is all that we have access to currently. They have said that they're planning on adding more in the future, but there's actually one settlement that hasn't been seen yet, but we know is in either the game files or the game itself, called Reekwater. And that was the way that was shown was kind of funny. I think it was shown during the preview event as well. Somebody was able, I think it's located up either, no, where was it? It doesn't show on the map right now, but I think it was either somewhere in, crap, this area-ish or this area. But it's supposed to be a marsh biome, and if you go to these corners basically, or these edges, you're going to see a wall there, and it's going to be a barrier that you can't get through, and if you try to pass it, it's going to kill you. But it used to be where certain territories that weren't available yet, like Morningdale or Restless Shore, the barriers would kill you, but you could still see the name of the territory while you're passing through that threshold. So people were able to go to Reekwater and pass through that threshold and see the territory, but I saw it a different way. I actually saw it through a bug previously, but that was one that they haven't introduced yet. But that's one that people are hoping is going to have a lot of oil spawns, because oil is going to be a really, really lucrative material. You're gonna see a lot of people that are doing crafting or doing stuff in-game related, and people that use muskets. I believe it's used by the muskets, actually, musket recipe. But you're going to see a lot of people looking for oil, and it's going to get really expensive really fast, and there's really only one place to get it right now. What was oil used for? Can't remember everything that it was used for, but it's going to be a really important mat. And this is another problem as well. Farside has some level 20 mobs over here, hopefully not inside the objective, but we'll see. There were some red icons at the very top of the map. Oh yeah, no, these are always here. That's right. You're right. Merkguard. So that, yeah, that's Merkguard right over there. That's basically the one of the end game zones. I won't say the absolute end game zone, but it's pretty much right up there with Eden Grove. And these ones are in place because of the legendary quest line that you have to do. Well, I think that's one of the objectives of the legendary quest line. Might not be, but it's definitely an objective of the Spriggan Arena. Like I mentioned before, there's different types of Spriggans. Spriggan is the only arena boss, but there's an Angry Earth one and a Corrupted base one. So the Angry Earth one you'll find in Eden Grove. There's multiple locations for the arena itself, like one here-ish, one here I'm pretty sure, and the landmarks kind of match that too. And the Spriggan one is in Merkguard, but you have to take out those portals before you can get the key for the Spriggan Arena in Merkguard, which is easier to get than the Angry Earth one, because the Angry Earth one is completely based off of chance. You have to farm in Eden Grove. I guess we're farming these mobs now. They're so high though. Still, screw it. Okay, that's a little bit of a wombo combo. Hold on. Oh, I gotta lose aggro. Hell no. Go for the Banshee. If I see any herbs, I gotta gather them too. There might be some herbs over here, so this trip might be worth it. Hemp. Oh, we're getting close to Bison Island. By the way, if any of you are going to be cloth tailors or doing anything with cloth, go to Windsward and go west of Windsward over in this area, and basically where I'm looking, that's known as Bison Island, which is basically hemp paradise. If you're looking for hemp, that's one of the places to go, and it's probably going to be completely untouched right now, so no time like the present. But you can also probably wait until like level 30, 40-ish when you start crafting and gathering more if you want to. It's still pretty lucrative at that point too. Did I save territory points for later? Nope. You want to use them immediately as soon as you can. If you're going for like PvP and PvE, storage is usually the really good one for your territory standing, which I'm not spending. XP gain is pretty good if you're planning on, you know, rushing your levels, but once you get to 60, XP gain isn't really that good. So choosing between storage and XP gain, some people would tell you to go storage. I definitely would, honestly, but you can go XP gain if you really want to. After that, standing gain is, I believe it's where you'll be able to earn standing faster to get more territory levels. And then after that, you'll want to just, basically, you can go all out at that point. Like right here, I'm going to go XP gain. And then after storage, XP gain, and then faction standing, then you can, it pretty much doesn't matter at that point, whichever one you get. For crafting, it's going to be storage. Then it's going to be the gathering speed one and the territory standing. And then after that, it's going to be the crafting fee reduction and trading post reduction, unless I'm forgetting one. Yeah, hemp paradise. Oh, actually, there's also a lot of bison over there. That's why they call it Bison Island. I forgot to mention that. There's too many of these guys. Ah, crap. Yeah, I gotta lose aggro really quick. I don't have any pots. Oh, I do. I have one. But they're doing way too much damage. Lose aggro really quick. If it was just one of them, it'd be fine. It's just these ones they're very unpredictable, so it sucks to fight them. Come on. Oh boy. What am I running to maintain near 100 frames? This one is, oh yeah, water. Hello. This one is a Super 2070, as well as i7-9700F for the processor and 32 gigs of RAM, and then it's running on an SSD as well. But I saved up for months to get this one because my old one was really giving me some issues. I had it for probably about 4 or 5 years, and I felt like it was starting to go out. About a year into having that computer as well, I actually finally read company reviews on Reddit and just other places like that, and then I started realizing that what they were saying was pretty much what was happening to mine, where this company, if they don't have decent parts in stock, they'll go for cheaper ones. And that definitely seemed to explain a couple things. So I had to get a new one for sure. What's the best weapon in my opinion? There's really no best weapon, I would say. It just depends on the situation. Like for 1v1 dueling, I would say hatchet is really good, as well as sword and shield, of course. But there's always a different situation for a different weapon. Like fire staffs can be really good inside of territory wars, as well as life staff, because of the AoE that they can put out. Life staff more on the support side for their AoE, because they can actually spawn projectile shields that can block artillery fire, as well as other projectiles, like a fire blast or something like that. So it really just depends on what you're planning to do. But if you're planning to do like a small skirmish PvP or anything like that, Warhammer, sword and shield, and hatchet would be pretty good weapons, as well as bow and arrow. But yeah, it's all going to depend on like what the situation is. There's not going to be like a be all end all weapon kind of thing. And with Warhammer, it really combos well with the other melee weapons, because you can switch to it, dish out the AoE CC, and then switch right back to like a sword and shield or a hatchet for auto attacking kind of thing. Are there new weapons coming? They should. Yeah, there's currently a couple that are getting reworked. We've already seen in public footage, like the pistol, the spears, what other ones? The great axe that they had in but took out. I've seen footage, or what looks to be footage, of the greatsword, but it wasn't ever confirmed. And then the maces we used to have in the previous New World version, as well as the healing gauntlets, or the gauntlets. I don't think they're going to put them back in, though. I think they decided to go for the staff option instead. And there was a couple other ones, too. Either that are getting reworked or might come back at a later time. Okay. You. I'm out of food. Not good. Wait, do I have any meager meals? Tell me I have some. I have one. God. I'll probably need to start hunting just a little bit as well, because I need to make sure I keep topped up on the food. It's really important to make sure that you have that health recovery buff. It's going to be really useful in situations like this where you're constantly going out and fighting. I kind of want to honestly abandon this and go back to town, but I'm already out here. I might as well, because this location is just really not great at my level right now, because it's taking quite a bit of time to kill these mobs, and I feel like I'm losing out on efficiency. But if I abandon it and go back to town, then I probably will lose more, so might as well do it. Excuse me, cow. Need to skin it. Think I can take two? Let's find out. Possibly. I just don't get hit by the grid attacks. How does the blocking feel? The blocking can take some getting used to. The combat itself feels, it's going to feel weighted at first. It's going to feel even a little bit clunky or slow paced, but that's kind of what they're aiming for. They're kind of going for like the Dark Souls combat kind of thing. So it'll feel that way, but once you actually get used to it, it'll start to feel better. And once you get your skills and whatnot, all the perks. What are we doing now? Oh, we're doing faction PvP missions right now, Mohammed. So since I've been able to join a faction, now I can just basically start doing the PvP missions that I take at the faction, what's it called? Faction leader. Sweet, light ration. Oh, that's a 2. That's a 2 for 1. 3 for 1, okay. Jeez. But I'm basically running these ones, which usually have pretty normal objectives, like go here, gather that, go here, kill that kind of thing. They're not too special. Now I'm gonna die. I gotta back off. Should probably set up my campfire here, just make a couple rations. The meager meal is gonna help me though, for that health recovery. That's gonna be nice. Just kill these ones. Not be stupid. Fine. Need at least one down. Wait on whirling blade. Wait on whirling blade. If I had Warhammer leveled up, this wouldn't be as big of an issue, but okay. No, we're good. Time to go. Not today, sir. How can I level my healing staff? So yeah, staffs are kind of tough to use early game, honestly. What I would recommend is if you initiate with your life staff or fire staff and then switch to a melee weapon, that's going to be one of the best ways you can really level it, because as long as you bring the weapon out and hit the mob with it, then you can switch to another one and then kill the mob and you'll get experience in both weapons. And that's what I'm trying to do from time to time, because leveling the life staff is a really good thing to do, because you'll always have the mobility skill, the life dash, which is gonna really cut down on your travel time and help you if you need to escape. Like right there, it showed that I had sword weapon mastery. Even though it doesn't show the life staff, I should have also gotten some points into life staff as well. Let's see. While I'm regenning, let me go ahead and salvage a couple of these things. Nice fire staff. An upgrade. Also, if I missed anything, I'm so sorry about that. I'm reading now, though. Just ooh, musket with the lucky perk. Lucky perk's actually pretty good to have, because that should also influence your loot drops. A lot of people theorize that it also influenced the weapon caches that you would get from like corrupted breaches and stuff like that. So when people were trying to go for legendaries, they would put on all their luck-based gear, and then they would open up their caches. And people would also get luck-based trophies in their house too, for even more of a bonus. Ooh, there is so many things. I only need 3 more of those, so we're not that far off. He said the Covenant dude is giving you the, yeah, Covenant. Covenant's kind of cool, but I didn't like the faction gear, like the way it looked. I much prefer the Marauder gear. It looks so much better to me. Because I played Covenant like the entire time that I was playing the other testing phases. So once I noticed like how much cooler the Marauder gear was, I was like, I can't do this again. I gotta go Marauder. Another reason I'm kind of excited about getting the faction gear, at least the soldier faction gear. That one looks sick. Makes you look like a Spartan almost. There should be a chest guaranteed inside that building, but I'm pretty sure that's the same building, hello, that had the four mobs down below, so I'm gonna go somewhere else. On. I need a better weapon too. So how do I access the alpha, and can I refund after the alpha ends? Yeah, actually, so the third alpha, I don't know what they're gonna do in terms of invites there. People that were in this previous alpha might get invited again. But yeah, if you were to participate in the alpha, up until the actual release of the game, you're able to refund the game, so you won't have to worry. Like, even if we get to beta, you could still refund the game, kind of thing. Dangerous. Very, very dangerous. All right, there should be one inside that hut here. Okay, cool. Ooh. Okay, got like 2 hits on me. Not good. Whoa. Oh, oh no. Oh no. No, no, no. I don't know what the hell that was, but we're going. Oh, thank you. Shit. He's booking it. You. All right, now's a good time to put down the camp. Thing is off me. Also, watch out for the stags, because they have a real problem where they like to wait until you're right up on them, and then, okay, that's making me nervous, but I'll do this. Risk it for a biscuit. Oh, sweet. And then they'll just like hit you for no reason. Like, they'll just come up behind you and hit you. Like, once you turn your back to them. I always hated that. That's why I just try to, I tend to kill stags when I see them, because it's just revenge for that kind of stuff. You outlevel faction gear really fast. Yeah, that's true. Faction gear, what I'm planning to do is once I get that and I start farming, like in maybe over in Windsward, I believe at Shattered Obelisk and Amarine Temple, possibly, I should be able to get some decent tier 3 gear. Tier 3 at 20, right? Yeah. So I think once I do that, then I should be able to switch to that. But the faction gear will just help me get a full set first. Oh my god. Okay, I can't just yet. Okay, so I need to kill a couple more. Let me see something. I need to test something out really quick. What level are these Angry Earth dudes? Depends on which ones you come across. Soonest ones that you find could be anywhere from like 20-ish, if I remember right. Could be higher, but Angry Earth can also consist of like animals and stuff like that too. Certain animals will be infused with nature, so it's the dryads, I believe, the ones that are like the main foe of the Angry Earth. Those guys are like, put some water here and try this. Used to be able to stack food buffs, but I think I have to, yeah, no, that's not. I have to get 2 different types of food. Ooh, it's tier 1. But I just screwed up because I just took off a tier 2 buff. I should be able to regen a little bit by drinking water as well. It's not super effective, but I've been forgetting to do that this whole time because I'm so used to having very high HP where water just makes no difference, but I think we should be good. Yep, this is working. Okay. All right, let's bait this bastard back. Next time I'm 100% just gonna like wait for the next mission reset though, because I feel like I probably wasted more time here than I would have wasted if I just waited a bit and got the next mission. Don't aggro on me. Are you serial? Come on. I was right there. Okay. Oh, come on. Not me. Oh, okay, cool. Is he on me or is... Oh, yeah. Okay, he's trying to make up his mind. It's like, where are you going, buddy? Okay. We can dance. Focus. Focus is a stat that had a lot of discussion around it. People don't really use focus, at least unless they're doing full-on DPS glass cannon mage, and then they filled all their intelligence stat up with attribute points. At that point, then they use focus, but focus honestly hasn't really had a lot of testing, and I wouldn't be surprised if they made some changes to it, because they didn't post patch notes this time around, and they don't usually post very in-depth patch notes on everything they do. Some of the things you got to figure out on your own. So I don't know what they've done to focus right now, but usually it wasn't very good to use or like focus on putting attribute points into, but it could be good now. That's definitely something worth testing out. One thing that's interesting, or one thing that's going to be helpful too, is that until you get to level 20, you can respec for free. And even after that, it only costs gold, but it'll be very cheap until you get to like level 50, 60. So you can pretty much experiment with just about anything and still be okay. Once you get to 60 though, and you have like a 2k cost to respec, then it kind of gets a little bit rough. Go. Also, hold on. Make sure the music is back on. Okay. Okay, just one more and I can get the heck out of here. What level do I think you should start crafting? Probably around level 30 to 40-ish. will be really good for crafting. That way, you already have some decent tier gathering tools, and you don't have to worry too much about having to come back later. If you're getting to a point like right here, for instance, if there was resources around here that I needed. Oh, hello. Is that a staff user? Yeah, if there were resources around here that I needed, then these mobs would be a huge issue if I wasn't high enough level to take them on. Basically just had to spam right there. Poison antidote. Okay. I wish there was a way to see faction gear before you could choose. But no. As far as I've seen, you gotta pick the faction and then you'll be able to see it. Ugh. Just need one more. Those are gonna aggro. Don't think there's anything. Oh, I didn't skin that. Whoops. Really do with the respawn right now on this chest. Oh, mama. Yeah, when you get that many mobs on you, it starts to suck. But I'll be honest, I am gonna use that to my advantage. If I don't get aggro. Oh, shiz. Okay. Okay. I've been in thousands of situations like this before. Time to go. Oh, hell no. Jeez, how many mobs did you get? No way. Oh, let's go all the way down. Yeah, I do got the deluxe edition, but they haven't actually given us the deluxe rewards. I don't think they'll do it for the preview event. I think we'll have to wait until probably beta or release of next year to play around with those. I remember at one point in one of the testing phases, we did get to check it out on new characters, but it doesn't seem like we can do it right here. This one. Oh, oh, I was scared that I was desyncing and I was actually all the way over there because I saw that mob attacking that spot right there. I guess they actually didn't used to do that. I think the mobs would usually like follow people into the ends of the earth, them solely. But the fact that they're switching now is actually kind of scaring me. That's kind of cool. That means if you're not paying attention or you got like a tooltip up, you got like 10 ghouls come up on you and hit you all at once, that's gonna hurt, especially if it's grid attacks. One more of these stupid chests. Oh wait, I can't get... Oh, I don't know if that's one I can actually loot. I think I already aggroed the retro. No chest. I got all turned around because of that happening. I think if I can beeline it for that shed over there, there should be one in there, but there might be one on the outskirts I can grab really quick and just get the heck out of here. I really hope this gets me to 15. Let me check levels. 7, 10. Okay. I gotta catch up. Starting to fall behind a little bit. Thanks so much, Clayton. For AOC, I'm not really sure on that one. I would say that the stuff that AOC is, oh god, is promising to its players is probably a lot more than the regular MMO. So I don't know if this game will really offer everything that people are looking for from AOC. I haven't followed that game too much actually. Since like a year or two ago, but If I remember right, that game has like a lot of features that they're planning to implement. So I don't know if this would actually scratch that itch, but it should at least keep you occupied for a little while, for sure. Come here, you bastard. What faction did I choose? Marauder. Berry Toes? I remember Berry Toes. Also, what's up, Luis? I remember that. Oh my god. I can't believe we're almost done with this. Hate that these things like to run, but at this point, just go ahead. Run away. Please. Let me get this thing and get the hell out of here. Finally, let's go and let's never come back. Like, I'm not actually... I will wait 3 resets instead of coming back to this place. Screw that. At least until I'm level 20 plus. Jeez. Of course. I was drinking some water. Can you buy your way into this beta? So right now, people that still pre-order, like after the first invite wave is already completed. So people that are pre-ordering past this point, I don't know if they're getting invited right now. You might have to wait until the second wave, which I believe is going to be tomorrow. But if it's worth it, yeah, I think it could be if you're looking for something to play. The game itself, like what I'm doing right now, it'll be pretty grindy from like 1 to 50-ish. And then after that point, you'll start being able to get into the other sides of the game as well. Around 20 plus-ish, once you start doing corrupted breaches, you still can start getting into the other parts of the game too. But yeah, it'll be a lot of this for quite a bit. But yeah, if you're okay with stuff like this, then I think you can probably enjoy this one. The territorial war is pretty sweet too when you're doing it in its full amount, like full extent. And the cool thing is, if you buy into the preview event, if you are playing during the beta and stuff like that, that's going to be next year, or the alpha even, you can refund the game at any time still. You don't have to just wait until you get 2 hours, see if the game's good or not, and then go from there. Up until the actual release of the game, you can still refund it. Yes, it will, Jerry. Yeah, absolutely. I think we're gonna stop at like 12 hours today, so that I can make sure that the VOD has enough time to like compress and do whatever it needs to do, basically. And also that it doesn't get cut off, because I think once I start getting into like the 16-hour, especially 24-hour, that's where it goes to danger zone, because then sometimes the VODs can't rewatch it. It'll tell you that it's like not available or something like that. Something with YouTube not being able to handle like VODs of that size kind of thing. I don't know if Chrissy's just really good at leveling, or if I'm just kind of falling behind I think we're still pretty much ahead of the curve, but I think that mission specifically screwed me up a little bit. We'll have to see once I get back over there. Hopefully this gets me to level 15 though. Do you really need to aim and skill if you're ranged? Yeah, you'll need to. Everything's action aiming, so yeah, you'll need to aim and whatnot. You won't be able to have any like aim assist or anything like that. Some skills are more like AoE based, where if somebody's just standing next to you, you don't have to necessarily aim at them. But yeah, for the most part, you still have to aim and whatnot. Yeah, that part I'm not 100% about. In terms of if you pre-order like right now, would you be able to get in today? Because the waves that they're doing, the first one was like on the 21st for people that were pre-ordering and whatnot, and they said on their chart that the second and third waves and fourth waves are going to be like on the 26th tomorrow, set 27, things like that. I would assume that right now, if you pre-ordered, you'd get in, but there were people saying, or at least there was at least one person that I saw saying that they tried to pre-order, and I don't know why I accepted that. They tried to pre-order and they didn't get in. So that person and pretty much anybody that pre-orders, if you don't get in right now, then you'll probably get in tomorrow, is what I'm thinking. But I don't know for sure, because like I've been pre-ordered. I never cancel my pre-order. Like I've been pre-ordered this whole time, so I'm not sure if if it's gonna work like that. Finally, 15. All right, let's never do that mission again. Let's go. Raiders hold. Now I can focus a little bit more on the life staff too. They give you rewards, achievements, titles, etc. Titles are a thing. Right now, it doesn't seem like we have our titles. There's supposed to be a title for people that participated in the original alpha, like the 2018 to 2019 alpha. But I think they also said that they were going to give that title to people that participated in the previous alpha too. So we don't have those yet, so I don't think they actually implemented them in the game. But achievements was something they haven't spoken on, but that's something... Oh, sorry, my bad. That's something that people have been wanting as well, myself included. I would definitely advocate for achievements. I think that in a game like this, it would be, it would, you know, add some accomplishment in terms of like if you're fighting a boss to get an achievement, stuff like that, or like farming a certain amount of mobs. Something like that might add to people's experience because it might give them a little bit of direction. If they're not really sure what to do or they're starting to feel bored, achievement hunting is something I think both casual and competitive players can probably enjoy. You just bought it and the preview is already on Steam? Okay, cool. So yeah, anybody that pre-orders now then, if that's the case, then you should be good to go. If it shows up as preview, then you're good. If you can download and log into it as well, yeah. Fist weapons. That's man, that's something that people have been talking about as well. Honestly, I think there's a lot of different really cool weapons that they could use. Dual wielding is definitely two that I would love to see, but other ones like greatsword, we haven't seen an official confirmation for greatsword, but I saw footage of it. It's actually on the Steam page too. If you go to the Steam page, and you'll probably just see it for a split second, but wait, I wonder if people are getting farther by doing the quest lines, or if they're doing the PvP missions as well. Not sure. He's 16. Hard to tell. Type staff out really quick. Is there any open world PvP? Yeah, you're gonna start seeing some now too, because I think a couple people probably caught up. But we're doing PvP faction missions right now, so basically we're going to specific locations and gathering certain items in chests, and we're also killing mobs at the same time, but we're flagged for PvP right now, as shown as in the bottom right here, like next to my weapons, where you can see that sword icon that's on top of my faction icon. So if anybody comes up that's not a Marauder, which this person right here is, and a couple people that I saw before were, then we might be able to attack them. The other Covenant we saw though, they weren't flagged up, so we couldn't attack them. Weapon. Okay. Perfect. First perk on the life dash, gonna make things so much easier. How come you got no shadows? Oh, does it show up now? I was thinking about turning off the shadows today because I usually just do it instinctively because I like to save frames, but I think it's okay now since we're consistently getting like 100 plus. What's up, Pico? Pico, how you doing? Oh, whoops, sorry. I was reading that. You're 17 now, just doing a mix of PvP and Corruption Bane. Oh, wait a minute. Corruption Bane. That's the quest that you have to do for The Azoth staff, right? Oh, I forgot about that. I'm trying to think if I made something today, because I thought it was still at 20. Dang. I might have been wrong then when I might have said in a video today that it was 20. I don't remember if I did. I forgot about Corruption Bane. They added that towards the end of one of the previous testing phases, I think. Takes you like through like 4 regions. Oh, okay. Well, you were getting really good experience, but I don't know if it takes you through multiple regions. Maybe it'll be. Maybe I should just keep doing this then. I think we're doing okay right now. I mean, I know there's you, there's Chrissy, and there's this person that I've seen at 15 already. But I think we should still be on the right track. Oh, we're good. Let's go. Yeah, game's pretty sweet. Right now we're doing a lot of mundane tasks and whatnot. Ranger Will, hi. I mean, I'm not gonna. That's all you guys. I want to fight, but I don't want to double team. Doesn't feel right. This person, though. Oh, not flagged. Jonathan Wick. Half level 17. So have you been doing more of the Corruption Bane still, or you're still doing more PvP missions? Like you got to like 15 and started just doing PvP missions kind of thing. What's my PC specs? 2070 Super for the graphics card, NVIDIA. i7 9700F for the processor. I kind of wish I could have gotten a K for that, but there wasn't one available. But and then after that, it's just 32 gigabytes of RAM, and the game is running on my SSD. Should have at least like 900 gigabytes left on my SSD, because I saved up a couple months for this one, and I didn't put anything too important on there, so I think we should have a ton of space still. How do you fast travel? So there's multiple ways to do it. The first way would be to own a house in a territory. You can fast travel to your house every I think it's like an hour or so, something like that. It's probably longer. But yeah, you can fast travel back to your house, or if you register at an innkeeper inside a town, which they'll be marked by an icon, you can go to them and register there, and then you can respawn there or like teleport back there every I'm pretty sure that one's every hour. And then the last way is if you're inside a settlement, you can click on another settlement that you've been to before, and you can click fast travel right here, and you can spin Azoth to fast travel. Or if you die, you can respawn somewhere. How far is your experience going? Pretty decent so far. I'm still pretty much ahead of the curve, I think. People are starting to catch up. But I think the curve right now is most people that are like at this point are at level 15, 16 kind of thing. So I think we're doing pretty good still. You've only done 3 PvP missions. I might have to look at this Corruption Bane quest really quick. But I don't know where you started, but let me take a look and see if I can find it in the city. This thing sounds pretty interesting. Bane. It's a quest I never did before too. Oh, currently in First Light, already been through Monarchs, Everfall, and Windsward. It makes you run all the way around there. But it gave you that amount of XP though, so it must be pretty good. Setting Monarch's Bluff as my recall point. Where does it start at though? Go to the Daga. I don't wanna. Artificer's Creed. Okay, so I probably didn't go far enough in the regular quest then, most likely. What server am I on? Fanglethorn. Should be Fanglethorn. How much is your PC? Sounds so expensive. It was, yeah. I saved up for a little while because I wanted to make sure that I could get something that was hopefully going to last me a couple of years, but I also forgot that the 30 series was coming out, so I wanted to make sure I got it before the preview event, so I had to make an exception. But at least I think it's going to be okay with changing out a graphics card rather than a processor. So I think I should be good, but we'll see. Any info about the next test after this one? Not currently, but they did say that there should be another alpha test after this one. We're just not sure when, but we don't have any info on that just yet. Started in Monarchs, okay. Oh, you know what? Oh, but you probably, your starting zone was Monarchs though, wasn't it? So I bet my Corruption Bane might start in Windsward. That's what kind of gets you when you first join the game and you end up in a spot. Like, at least I didn't end up in First Light though, that would have sucked. But if you're playing with other people and then you end up in 2 different spawn locations right off the get-go, that's what makes it kind of tough. You have to go through the intro quest and then join a faction basically, otherwise you'll waste a lot of time. And then after that you can link up with each other. Oh, and the green quest line. Oh. Ripperino. Yep, that's what's gonna get me. So basically my option is faction PvP missions, otherwise I'll have to go back over there. The amount of XP you're getting though, I feel like they did buff the quest XP, because that's pretty insane. How does the game have a day-night cycle? Is it real time? No, it shouldn't be real time. I never figured out what the exact time frame on that was, but there's certain areas that are like always rainy and pretty much always nighttime, but probably don't have like a set thing where it's like always night for them. But Monarch's Bluff is like 24/7 rain in some of the areas, which that's one of the reasons why I love that area so much actually. And then I think like in Brightwood, it's probably gonna look pretty dark all the time just because of the marsh. That's about it. Keep making swords, my weaponsmithing isn't increasing. Yeah, the changes that they made to the crafting made it to where it's gonna be a little bit of a struggle to level up, especially if you're doing it right now. If you're trying to go from like, because they changed it where it used to be where you had to get like over 300 weaponsmithing to craft purple gear consistently kind of thing. But with like 660, I think it was 660 gear score, they changed it to where it was like 160 is the hard cap, but it keeps going after that no matter what. But you can get to 60 easy enough, but getting from like 60 to 150, 160, that's where the struggle's gonna start. So I don't know if they made any other changes to that, but one of the reasons why I recommend that people don't really start going too deep into crafting until like level 30, 40 is because the gathering tools, I mean, if you're using them already, you're probably noticing they're really slow at the first tier. Once you get the upper ones, they're of course better, but to actually equip the upper tier ones, you have to meet the level requirement too. So that's the only thing, and they make life so much easier. Is it worth pre-ordering again? It's pretty much the same experience. If you canceled your pre-order because you felt like there wasn't enough to do or anything like that, there will be different experiences now that we have a lot of people playing, but it's still going to be, you know, the same content. So if you were burnt out on that, I don't know if it'll really be worth jumping back into it. But as a time burner, yeah, I can definitely recommend it. I feel like if you're, you know, looking for something to play, and you feel like you might at least be able to burn some time with the preview event itself and possibly the next alpha, because the next alpha is what I'm really curious about. I want to see what they decide to add to the game, the new weapons and new content that they come up with. Might actually be really good, because they were actually pretty efficient at smashing out patches. They did monthly patches with like a lot of content in it, and they were pretty good at it. So I think if they're planning to continue stuff like that, then I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay. Also, that lag detector scared the crap out of me. I thought we were about to DC. Why muskets are in the game but not pistols? No, they didn't. Apparently, some of the weapons are getting reworked. So it appears that pistols is one of them, but they did mention rapiers. Rapiers, sorry, I always pronounce that one. It's rapier, right? Yeah, I always pronounce that one wrong. But yeah, they did mention that one is oh, that's right. Totally didn't reset his aggro. He just saw me and ran. That's what happened. I was gonna help that person out. He got lucky. But yeah, some of the weapons are still being reworked, spear included as well, so we're not gonna see those for a little while. Oh, you never played it? Then yeah, it should be worth a try then. And if worst case scenario, up until the actual release of the game, you should be good to refund it. So I think you'll be good. You hit level 30 weaponsmithing before, it cost a lot. Yeah, now I think, because when they made that change from like where I was talking about the 300 weaponsmithing down to the 160, it got super hard to level up. Like going from 1 to 60 or 1 to 160 felt like it took forever at that point. So I don't know what it's like now, but I'm assuming it's probably going to be costing a lot of materials. And another reason you can get away with waiting until higher level is because you need to have those secondary mats like solvent, sandpaper, sand flux, and stuff like that to actually refine the materials. And if you're already high level, it's going to be easier to farm that, but also you'll be more capable of buying those mats too if need be. So that could be really good as well. I'm going to do mines a little bit, see how quick it goes in comparison for a bit. No, music is custom. It's actually from a Celtic playlist that I really like. We actually did have the music on for a little while when we first started, but it was not cutting in and out, but it was just like we'd have the long periods of no music at all, and then when we went to a new area it would start up again. So I just went ahead and did the Celtic. Screw it. And no, what you achieve in this beta won't be saved for release. It'll get wiped. Oh, for mining and blacksmithing? Let me think. Everfall had this area right here to the north, had some decent mining nodes. Right now, you could pretty much, honestly, level mining anywhere. I mean, it's pretty open. People aren't going to know exactly where the spawns are. If you're looking for iron, depending on your location, Monarch's Bluff to the west, there's iron on the island. There's going to be a wolf den like right here, but all across this mountainside, a little bit over here I think as well, there's going to be iron. Inside the wolf den itself, there's going to be silver. Wolf dens spawn silver inside them, and then bear dens have gold. So if you're jewel crafting, that's important to know. And platinum is always going to be found in the north up at Great Cleave. So I don't know if the icon will show. Let me see in a second here. If you're looking for platinum, you'll want to look at, where is it? Right up here, right just north of Eastburn. This area should be like an ancient temple, and there should be like 4 or 5 platinum nodes in there. And also in this ridge line around this area, you're going to see a place called Illyrium. When you actually discover it, platinum's going to be inside there too. But for iron, aside from Monarch's Bluff, what I would recommend is, where did I go that was really good? I'm trying to think. Windsward wasn't too bad either. There's some Bearclaw Pass is like over in this area. You'll find a couple nodes there. and you'll find some to the south as well. I'm trying to think, there was a good area. I think it was Monarch's Bluff, actually. Yeah, you know what? Because I hadn't... So what happened in previous things was Monarch's Bluff ended up getting taken over, and then essentially it fell into disrepair because people weren't paying the upkeep intentionally, because they wanted to make sure that the city fell. So a lot of people ended up moving out of Monarch's Bluff because there was nothing really going on there. People started leaving once that stuff started going down. But before that happened, though, Monarch's Bluff was like one of the best places for mining, if I remember right, because the area itself is so resource rich, because a lot of the stuff is actually bunched up together. Yeah, I remember now. So for Monarch's Bluff, all in this mountainside right here, just north of me, there's going to be quite a bit of iron nodes. On the island itself, that's where I usually went for the iron itself as well, because it respawned pretty quickly. To the south here, there should be a couple nodes, at least in this area-ish, but I haven't traveled there that much. But this is where I usually spent my time. I went up here. You just basically go all across this mountain, get all that. You can go all the way to Everfall if you really wanted to. Oh yeah, there's some over here too in Everfall. Actually, Everfall is pretty good if it's not touched. There should be iron in this location right here, as well as up north right here too. But if you can't get Everfall, Monarch's Bluff, this mountainside right here, and also on the island itself. Oh, whoops, hold on. Where's my food buff? Oh crap, I keep forgetting that. I really got sad when I lost that meager meal buff, because I decided to put a tier 1 on there to see if it would stack. I don't know if they actually still have that as a thing. It used to be where you could stack certain food buffs, and if a food buff was like gonna give you bonuses to engineering, but it also had health recovery, and then another food buff had just health recovery, some people were able to stack that to get like a crazy amount of health recovery and stay alive in PvP. It was insane. I don't know if they fixed that. We're probably aware of it though. No, you don't, sir. You're in Northfolk. A lot of iron, but level 15 mobs. Yeah, iron, honestly, if you find a spot for iron or a couple hot spots, like around whatever settlement you chill out at a lot, iron really doesn't become that much of an issue. But if you're looking for hot spots, like, yeah, those locations, and there's probably a couple other ones that I missed, but those locations are pretty cool. What'll also help is if you're gonna be farming, or it's best to stick to like one region, because if you have like a house there, it's gonna be easier because you'll have access to the lifestyle buffs that the governor sets, and then also if you have any housing trophies, those should be global, but you'll be able to make use of those anyway. And yeah, all that in conjunction should help you out quite a bit in like any gathering gear that you have. If you're a miner, one of the best things you can do, if you see any mining gear that gives you luck bonus while mining, keep it, because pristine gems come from mining once you get like very high up in the mining levels, and jewel crafters will buy those for a ton of money. Aside from oil, poultry from turkeys and feathers as well, and herbs, pristine gems is like, if you get a pristine gem, that's like 8,000 gold in your bank kind of thing, depending on which one it is. But they're pretty rare. But if you have mining gear on and a decent mining level and house trophies, you're gonna start getting more than you would ever expect to. And no, there's no mounts in the game now. You'll be doing bosses? Absolutely. Yep, I definitely want to stay. I want to stay in league with other people. That's why I'm definitely cranking out these PvP missions as fast as I can. It seems like questing is actually pretty efficient now too, though. That Corruption Bane quest seems to be giving a lot of XP. But once we get to like the 20 area, I don't know if we'll be able to do any group farming. I don't think people will be doing group farming for quite a bit. The corrupted breaches aren't spawning just yet, so I think it's going to be quite a few faction missions for a little while. The only breaches up right now are the ones in Merkgard. so I don't know if they're gonna spawn them today or tomorrow. I feel like they'll probably wait till tomorrow. Ooh. Leveling, yeah, leveling really picks up after like the 20-ish area. Honestly, I feel like the hardest part, or like the slowest part, was the 1 to 10, 1 to 20-ish level grind. After that, it seemed to pick up quite a bit. Corrupted breaches definitely helped, and back then they gave a lot of XP. I don't know how they are now, but yeah, I think 1 to 20 is probably going to be like the slowest part, and then like maybe 20 to 30 should go pretty quick, and then maybe like 30 to 40 might slow down a bit. But yeah, overall the leveling process is pretty quick. I think you could probably get to level 60 with the right conditions in probably a couple of days or less. And even if you were playing like just 8 to 10 hours a day, probably like a week, you're level 60 kind of thing. A week or so. Almost 16, so doing okay. Crap. Bastard. I'm just gonna kill him. Actually, I'm gonna skip these. Where's that last chest? I completely missed one. PvP is not mandatory. It used to be a thing where you could like open world PK somebody, but they changed it to where PvP is optional. So if you don't want to fight people in PvP, you don't have to. And if you don't want to get ganked or anything like that, you just turn your flagging off and you're safe. And territory wars, that's optional because you'll have to sign up for that. So you're not going to get into an experience where like you know, right out of the gate you're going to see level 60 and they're going to come over and completely destroy your character. You won't see anything like that. Okay, didn't see you. Come on. Spamming it too. Okay, finally. Okay, there's a chest. Yeah, mines doesn't seem too bad though, as long as I can remember where the chests are. Ow. Tried to stun. Whoops. There we go. I really should be leveling up Warhammer while doing this, but I just keep forgetting. Warhammer would probably make this a little bit easier. Just, sorry, you're right, yeah, I know. Just 8 to... I'm sorry. In these types of games, I've just gotten so used to like going 16 to 18 hours a day. I don't even know what's regular game time anymore. I've just been... I stopped doing that as much so after playing games like BDO, because before that I was like, yeah man, I love grind, bring it on. And then after I played a game like that, I was like, all right, I'm good. I'll just do fishing for like 200 hours and I'm good. That's all I need. Just log in maybe 4 hours a day and then I'm good to go. But when I'm playing a game I'm actually interested in though, I do like to play that long though. Just because ooh. Blitz. Blitz is 17. Okay, so now I know I'm behind. What level was Blitz the last time I saw him? I think he was a level ahead of me. I'm at 16 pretty much, but I bet that mission was the one that screwed me up the most. Come here, turkey. What do you do after you kill the boss Dorp guys? Oh, at the open world corrupted monolith? Oh yeah. I don't know if they actually are planning to do anything with him, but it's pretty much just it's just a random event or random reason that he's there. I saw that guy because at first somebody asked me a question one time about this one corrupted monolith that just wouldn't move, and I was saying that you just had to, like, you know, get an Azoth staff, close the portal, but they said that it just stayed there, and I didn't know what they were talking about until I found him there, and I was like, oh, okay, that's why. So I don't know why he's there or like what purpose that serves, but they might do something with them in the future. For right now, I think he's just like there. Can you show us a staff? Right now I only have like my siphon ability and the dash ability for the life staff, but if I can find somebody up here, I could probably try to heal him real quick and show you. Yeah, if it'll actually connect, I'm not sure. Oh, okay, sweet. So yeah, this ability right here is really, really good for healing people, especially once you get the perk called Super Siphon. That's pretty much like your bread and butter when it comes to healing people in the game. Keep going. I think we're still doing pretty good though. It's just I'm never gonna do that mission again that we did that one time. That wasted so much time. Yeah, so for the faction thing that I was talking about earlier, like the factions having different rewards that you can get specific only to them, you don't really have to worry about that. At this point, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a visual thing. Like, even if the syndicates have muskets that you can buy at the faction vendor and marauders don't, the crafted gear and the drop gear that you get at that specific threshold is going to out-level the faction gear, so you really don't need to worry about it. So yeah, you don't have to worry about it for that reason. But if you see like a group or like a person that is wearing faction gear that looks pretty cool, then it's like nobody's attacking each other right now. This is awesome. Kind of funny, but yeah, everybody's just got this like truce going on, like unspoken truce, because we're all trying to rush through the levels, and he was 3 levels lower than me, so I don't know if he would have tried it either way, but everybody's trying to get the XP right now, and it's probably just gonna waste time trying to kill each other kind of thing right now. I'm already trying to catch up to Blitz. Name is suiting him. Why full con? Early on, you don't have to worry about damage as much because survivability is what's really going to be key. Like I haven't actually died yet, and part of the reason is because I've gone full con. It helps a little bit. It does make a difference actually. And early game, no matter what you're doing, even if you're planning on going mage or ranger, I would still go full con until at least like level 20-ish, because that extra survivability feels like it's going to help you a little bit more than the damage output. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Notice that chest wasn't glowing because the flagging faction-based system is little. Yeah, one thing that a lot of people were mentioning when it came to like suggestions and stuff like that of what they could add, because right now there's not really, you're right, there's not a whole lot of incentive to actually attack each other than the actual thrill of PvP. But there were suggestions, like even I made the suggestion, I believe, like leaderboards was one, but that's something that can kind of be abused to a certain degree. I'm not sure if they'll actually do that, but I think people were also talking about like weekly PvP quests and stuff like that, which could give you rewards. I like the idea of having an honor vendor, just because if they actually did have an honor vendor and you could get PvP gear specifically that had different looks, I think that'd be pretty sweet. But I think that's part of the reason why they're doing the delay, because right now there's not a lot of incentive for a couple of things, including the flagging to a certain degree. Wait, you said on the corrupted Bane quest line they are? Oh, you said, oh, on the corrupted Bane quest line they're attacking each other. What level are you guys that are doing the corrupted Bane one right now? Are you guys like at level 10-ish still? wanting to fight other people is a pretty good incentive for. Yeah, honestly, I think that for some people that's probably enough. Like I think a lot of times if people and this was something that kind of popped up when it came to the actual like issues with the flagging system that people had, is that people that want to PvP just for the sake of PvPing, they're gonna do it no matter what. They'll always be flagged kind of thing. And that was something that kind of sparked a little bit of controversy when it came to not having the PvP flagging system, because some people would say things like the fight has to be fair now, like both parties are opting into it, so it's going to have a better chance of being fair, as opposed to just somebody coming back to the early game zones and just killing people and they get their PvP thrill from that. But I think right now, even though I wouldn't mind PvPing just for the sake of it, I can totally understand where people would want a little bit more incentive for it. I think it might also stem from an issue where it's not that there's like no incentive, it's just that there's not really enough activities to do that are related to PvP. Like some games, even like Final Fantasy XIV, for instance, would have an actual mode like Feast or whatever the other one was for PvP itself. Something like that I think could really incentivize people to do PvP more in this game and have more fun with it, because they have like a clear. It's kind of hard to explain, because it does kind of come back to that discussion where sometimes PvPing for the sake of PvP is the right reason to PvP. But I wouldn't mind seeing like open world points of interest and stuff like that we could fight over for rewards, and even like PvP battlegrounds or arenas if they decided to go that route. I think that could allow those people that do just want to PvP all day to have more fun with it, as opposed to like not having it at all and just sticking with this kind of system. Or yeah, like PvP leaderboards and rewards like that. I think it can kind of add to the PvP experience, so the PvP players don't really feel like they're just kind of getting left in the dust. So there's just one specific piece of content that they can do. Because one thing that I usually would say for like PvE players versus PvP, like if somebody were to say like we shouldn't have arenas or dungeon, or not arenas, but arenas or battlegrounds or things like that, because that might make players feel like they need to participate in that content. PvE players in this game, they'll have something that they could probably do from like start to finish throughout the whole day. Like they could queue up for instance invasions if they're going on, or fight like bosses and farm mobs and stuff like that. But PvP players might not always get the same opportunities as them. So the players that like the aspect of PvP, not the players that just want to log in and ruin people's experience, but the people that like the PvP aspect of games, I think it'd be cool if they had something they could do from start to finish throughout the whole day as well. You said they're at 13 over there. Gotcha, Hayes. Are you seeing Switcher? Are you seeing other people at 18 too? Definitely gonna start suggesting Corruption Bane for leveling. Holy crap! I could possibly jump on it now and get to 20. I'm kind of curious about that, but not sure. For about 1.5 hours after starting the first leg in Everfall. Gotcha. Actually, Friendly's just doing PvP missions and he seems to be okay. I think he started a little bit sooner than I did too. I think it's probably okay either way. Mines, yeah, let's go mines. Been stuck on the same boss for 20 minutes. Oh crap. Okay, yeah, you know what? I might be okay then. I think it's probably fine. The point of the faction system is to breed conflict, but when I run past somebody from the other faction, yeah, see, like that kind of thing, I can totally understand. That's why I feel like having something that PvP based players can do, like, even, you know, not the players that want to just log in and like ruin people's experience. Stuff like that doesn't need to happen because it doesn't fit their vision anymore. But there's still things that they could do so that PvP players feel like there's still stuff they can do like throughout the day. Like the leaderboards, the weekly PvP quest things, the arenas and battlegrounds that people want that, or the open world points of interest like they have in like ESO Cyrodiil kind of thing. That way you feel like you're kind of working towards something. And if they had like an honor system, it would give you a form of progression in PvP. So I think that would look even better as well. How long until I get faction gear? At level 20, I should be able to unlock that next tier, and I should be able to at least buy 1 or 2 pieces right out of the gate. So I think I just have like 4 levels to go. What if they put in, oh yeah, the dark zone for from the division? Yeah, honestly, something like that. When early on, one thing that I really thought would be kind of cool, or suggested rather, was if there was like dimensional rifts, like dynamic events where you could go to them, and they kind of work similar to like a Hellgate and Albion, for instance. You could teleport into them. It turned into this entirely instance area where you could actually PvP other people in. And then maybe there could be mobs in there and a boss that you fight. You could be competing with other people as well, or you're just going in there and then you run into other people and you could duke it out there for rewards. Something like that would be pretty cool as well. I think if they were to add something similar to that, or anything that anybody suggested this entire time, I think it would probably be fine at that point. Oh, I keep forgetting there's no chest in here. Whoops. I always instinctively walk in here too. Skadoosh. What's a good way to level up? So right out the gate, when you first get in the game, complete the tutorial after you make your character, of course. And then I would say go ahead and start rushing through your intro quests. So from 1 to 10, just do all your intro quests and keep going until you get the chance to choose a faction. So do all the quests you can until it lets you choose a faction. After that, apparently this Corruption Bane quest line is pretty popular that people are doing. I would suggest either looking into that one. So you keep doing the main missions. That'll level you up probably up to 20 pretty quickly. Or you can start doing PvP faction missions. I gotcha, hold on. Which is what I'm doing right now as well. PvP faction missions are pretty standard. They'll want you to go to a specific area, fight some mobs, gather some stuff, and then you basically come back to the town without dying, and you're good. Look at how there's this many people just cooperating in this one space. All right, one more chest. What's my typical quest pickup philosophy? Like, do all green and then move on? Honestly, when they first started buffing the quests, at that point I was already, I was capped out for like 800 hours probably, so I never really did a lot of the questing. But I know now though that the Corruption Bane quest gives a lot of XP, like it seems to. That one is a really good one to do. And then if you're not able to do faction PvP missions, like after you get past level 20 or whatnot, then doing other quest lines like in other settlements can be pretty good as well, if you're not able to either group farm or if the faction PvE missions aren't doing the trick. And that's also if there's no corrupted breaches. So yeah, I would do all the green at this point for quest lines, and then once you get to a stopping point, switch over to faction PvP missions if you can. Once they open up the corrupted breaches, I think that's going to be a really good thing to run. I'm feeling like that's going to be pretty good for us all if we start doing some corrupted breach trains, but we'll see. And then if possible, if you do get a group farming can be pretty good as well in certain areas. This way. Keep forgetting that food buff. Always forgetting the food buff. Whoa. I need to make sure I'm keeping up on the hunting too while we're doing this. I can't seem to find like any herbs over in this area. I know where they are for the most part, but there's like that. Oh, Wolf, you're going down. Sorry. Gotta get those pots. I gotta skin that turkey too. Frenzy. I thought that was hostile for a second, and I just got over encumbered, so that would have been fun. Let's drop the stone block. Use this. Salvage that. Okay. I should probably start banking some of this stuff. No problem. Also, no worries, Faith. It's totally understandable. That's something that I could totally empathize with PvP players on during the previous iterations too, because like right now, like I'm to the point in games where if it's a sandbox and there's open world like flagging PvP, I can still enjoy it, and sometimes I even enjoy those games more than regular MMOs. But if it's a regular MMO, I can still have, you know, fun either way. But people that look for that kind of adrenaline rush and whatnot, it's hard. It can be hard to find, especially in modern titles. Sometimes those kinds of games, they just provide a experience that's on a completely other level. So I completely understand that, and that's why I always try to, even though it doesn't fit their vision anymore, I try to suggest like other things that could still kind of work in tangent with or not tangent, but like work to give people a little bit of that adrenaline so that they're able to get that experience again, kind of thing, or close to it. What's my favorite weapon and armor and stuff? Probably a good mix. I usually like to go with sword and shield, honestly, and warhammer for the most part. And life staff is just like a must-have at this point because of the mobility skill. The thing is so useful to have. But I probably say that I used to be my favorite was hatchet. Hatchet was really fast, and the berserk skill, being able to not die if you pop that berserk skill before you go down to 0 health, that was pretty insane. That reminded me a lot of Tryndamere, and I kind of wish that they had a lifesteal buff that you could get, because it would have been hilarious if you could just like lifesteal your way back to half health once you activated berserk. But they probably saw the potential balancing issues with that and probably decided to not go with that. I would not be surprised. They probably knew. Wait, oh, 12, okay. But armor-wise, the Marauder faction gear has been my absolute favorite so far. One of the videos that I made I had a lot of fun with was the one where I talked about how it would be so cool if they actually pulled from real history. Oh yeah, this is one thing I haven't really talked about yet. In the game, there is actually lore, a few pieces actually, that do mention other civilizations. There was one specific lore page. I might be able to find it when I go back into Monarchs, I'm not sure. That blew my mind. It actually mentioned it was either China or Greece by name. One of those, it was one of the factions. Can't remember which civilization it was, but it mentioned one of them by name. But I thought it would be so cool if they kind of introduced like monster or like mobs and stuff like that that were kind of modeled after those civilizations, and also outfits and stuff like that that we could wear for our characters, and armor and stuff like that. I think that'd be so awesome. Like being able to have Greece or Macedonian hoplite armor would be so amazing for me. How do you even pronounce it? Macedon. Pretty sure it's Macedon, I think. I've always had trouble with pronunciation, but that's one of my favorite civilizations across history, aside with Greece and, aside with Sparta and Athens. Athens I tend to like more though than Sparta, because of, I don't even remember really why my reasoning for loving Athens so much. Their shock tactics were pretty sweet in combat, but mostly the philosophy and stuff like that really intrigued me. And I mean, if they had Mongolian armor, I think one thing that I mentioned during that is if they did actually add mounts in the future, and if they had like Mongolian armor or anything that resembled the Huns or whatnot, I think that'd be pretty insane too, to like kind of combine with that kind of thing. Macedon. Wait, Macedon? No way. Because I've been pronouncing it 2 different incorrect ways if it's Macedon. Oh my god. That's bad. There's some things that I've always really needed to like just go on Google and listen to the proper pronunciation for, but I just never did. One of them was melee. Like I've always said, sorry, melee. I would always say melee, and part of that is kind of like my speech. Like my speech is all screwed up to a certain degree, but I've always liked saying melee for some reason, so I just defaulted to saying that. But even when I knew it was wrong for a lot of the times, my voice would just default to it. I wouldn't even be able to catch myself. Whoa. Oh, briars. Oh, don't worry, I can answer this. Actually, that was one of the most asked questions in the previous testing phase, was where were briars? I can answer without even looking. If you go north of the Windsward Fort, there's going to be a river that stretches along the north side of that Windsward Fort. Go there and you're going to find a ton of briars. So now actually opening the map, right over here where the fort is, go to this river right here. You're going to find a lot of briars right over there. They're going to look like spiky bushes. Can't miss them. You usually find them around rivers. Sometimes you'll find them like out and about in the northern regions. But whenever people ask, I just tell them to go to Windsward Fort and go north of that. Oh, over encumbered. Hold on. Oh, nice. Life staff upgrade. It was actually so funny. Like it was made into a joke about how many people would ask what briars look like. I can't remember what quest that was, but yeah, it was a very sought after thing. A lot of people were always asking about briars. Feels good that we're actually in a public test now and talk about briars at the same time. 5th chest, where are you? Whoops. Didn't mean to do that, but maybe there's one over here. Nope. History-based weapons and armor for sure. Yeah, that would be really sweet. I don't know if they'd ever do it, but if they do it, I think it'd be really cool. For steel armor, so the thing with steel, let me so you have to get to a certain threshold before you can craft it, because yeah, you got to get to like at least level 21 armor smithing. But to actually refine the mats, there's something about steel. Oh, I think that's why you need oil. Yep, there it is. Ooh, that's gonna be bad. Okay, so yeah, the iron ingots, you're gonna have to use that. A lot of these refining, when you try to refine stuff, it's gonna use stuff from the previous tier, but the oil is gonna mess people up. That's what one of the things it's used for. So here's a little trick for that, and this is something that I mentioned in the crafting tips video I did today. You can actually salvage refined materials. One of my favorite things about the crafting and gathering system in this game. So if I go into my inventory and I select iron ingots, hold on, that better still work because I didn't see the button for it in there. Pretty sure you have to trigger it, but hold on. Okay. Oh wait, that's also tier 2. Duh. So I need a tier 3 mat then. Probably. Can't do that. So you're supposed to be able to refine or like salvage refined mats. So if it's something like a tier... Oh god, I hope it still works actually. Yeah, if you have like a star metal, for instance, that's tier 4, it should work unless they've changed it, where you can hold down S on your keyboard and then click on it, and then you can salvage that. And then let's say if you salvage like 10 star metal, you should be able to get like 30 or 40 plus steel. Like it'll multiply. So when it came to tier 3 mats, that was actually kind of a hard thing to get for a little while, until people started doing that, where they would salvage the refined materials. And also I believe at Shattered Obelisk, the places that are going to be like tier 3 mob farming areas, those can actually drop mats of that level too. So you can actually get it from over there. And once you get to the actual threshold, like level 20-ish, you should start getting those mats from the chest too. Kind of think of it though, I should probably check to see if anybody's said that can't salvage refined mats anymore. If we can't for any reason right now, if we can't salvage refined mats anymore, then my recommendation would be to get to level 20-ish and then start farming mob areas. And you can stay in the level 20 to 30 threshold and get a lot of tier 3 mats if you need to, until you get to level 30 plus and 40 plus, etc. Let me check that really quick. I feel like that might not be a thing anymore. I hope it is. Okay, I think we're good. I'll have to try it once we get tier 3 or tier 4 mats though, just to be on the safe side. We're getting close. How does this feel from the last test in late July? Yeah, right now it's very similar, but they have made a couple different changes, like quality of life changes, for instance. One thing that I noticed right off the bat, whenever you click on or hover over the settlements now, you can actually click on your settlement storage. This was something that we actually did try to push for, and they finally got it. So you can actually see, which I completely forgot to bank the mats that I had on me, but you can actually see what's inside the settlement storage itself from afar without having to actually go there. And they made some tweaks to the actual combat. The last time we publicly had information on what they did to the combat was in the alpha, so I don't think I can talk about that part, but I'm pretty sure they made a couple changes here and there to make the combat a little bit smoother for certain weapons. Like the Warhammer is still going to feel a little bit slow on the auto attack and stuff like that, but for the sword and shield it does feel a little bit more responsive than the last time I was using it. But it could be, well, when I was using it at this level the last time. So it could be either just me more used to the combat, or it could be that they actually did something. Hello, might have a fight. Are you always angry? Don't do it, angry. How could you? Okay, angry. It's a double teamer. I do what I must. Oh. Can we talk about this? Break my block, break my block. Got you. Got you. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, you. Ah. Fucking hell. No. Not like this. Ah. Fuck you. Fuck you. Ooh, 5 seconds. Hold on. Never. No, I'm running. I'm fucking running. I can't. The hatchet is too good. I'm getting the hell out of here, mate. He's on me. All right, this is what we're gonna do. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh. Oh, shiz. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I need to regen. Just a little bit. We can't call a timeout, can we? Let's just relax, buddy, okay? Let's just chill a bit. Trying to drink water. I don't have a pot. Oh. Oh, you dead now, son. Oh, his friend's back. Oh, I have a pot. You guys are going down. I'll take the both of you. Come on. Come on. Not this time. No, no, no. Let me get him. Move. Let me break his fucking block. Let me kill you. Come on. Ah, damn. He's going so hard. Jesus Christ. Oh, shit. Hold on. Reset. Okay. Dodge the flash flyer. Fucking gotta kill him. He knows what he's doing. I gotta get my other pot. I am not going down without a fucking fight. Now let's just talk about this sensibly. Oh my god. This is why Hatchet is so powerful. 1v1. No, he's gonna kill me. No! 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 You've awakened something in me. Where are my herbs at? Hold on. No! I couldn't do it. I'm sorry, I let you all down. It wasn't strong enough. He was so good with the hatchet. He knew. He knew. He freaking knew. Damn it. He knew to keep me off his friend. He knew when I was gonna push forward. He knew. I need more pots. And I couldn't open my inventory. Oh, damn it. I'm so ashamed. Okay. Where is the alchemy station? See, I told you. Yep, the fights are escalating now. And nobody was there to help me. Oh, there it is. I just looked at it. Oh my god. That was a good fight, though. That was a really good fight. Oh, it takes 4 herbs for this now? Okay. Alright, let's get the pots on at all times. Let's get back in there. Just about to reach 17, too. Was this the first PV? That was the first one. The first one that I ran across just happened to be like the craziest fight I could have gotten. That was really good, though. The hatchet guy, he was on me. Like, he was so on me. Jesus. Wait, oh, so it's still going. Okay, let's go. Freaking rip, though. Is it full partial loot? No, they didn't. So the only thing that happens now when you die in PvP is that you'll lose durability on your gear, but you won't actually, like, lose anything, per se. He does have bragging rights, though, because he whooped my butt. It was 2v1, so I'm not going to let him have all the bragging rights, but he was actually whooping my butt with that hatchet. That's why right there, it's one of the best weapons 1v1. That was really fun. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, man, that was crazy. Gotta send some allies in to beat those lads. I know we gotta have some marauders in the area, but I'm gonna come back over there. We're gonna fight. We're gonna duke this out. I was waiting to see if I could get my life staff dash back too, but I couldn't. I had to keep using my stuff. Could not. Really good fight. Really good fight. I totally forgot to bank my gear. I got adrenaline pumping now. I gotta get in there. I'm gonna get to 17, then I'm gonna bank my stuff for sure. I can't forget this time. That's another reason I wanted to go back down and get some herbs too, because the healing pots were really good right there. If I could just get that other one on my bar and actually pop it off, I might have been able to keep surviving. But the hatchet is really good. Once they break your block, you're still gonna take like at least 1 or 2 hits because of how fast paced the auto attack is, and they are just so freaking good at just pinning you down. Holy crap. I think they left. Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep an eye out just to make sure. Now the fights are going to start escalating though. Food, yeah. I wanted to make sure until I got over here, but first things first, we absolutely have to get food. Okay. I got a little bit too much solvent too, so I probably can drop some of that. Thanks for the donut, Beowulf. Oh my god. Yeah, right now, oh, Ganker's Delight. Yeah, right now it's probably going to get to the point where you're going to start seeing way more PvP going. People that are in groups will definitely have an advantage if they're using the hatchet like that, for sure. The hatchet is really good for a 1v1 weapon. I'm at a disadvantage because I'm going solo, and I'm really slacking on getting any actual like healing consumables and stuff like that. So I'm trying to keep up in levels to kind of circumvent that, but didn't work right there. Here you go. Now they could potentially be trying to wait near the starting zone while being flagged to wait until I come back, but because I have the life dash ability, I'll be able to just dash right in there, so I won't have to worry about that. But if I didn't, it'd be a lot harder. It'd be a lot harder to do just about anything right now. Here we go. We got some marauders in the area, but if I see them again, I'm going to try to get them. I'm definitely going to try to get them. That was so fun, though. All right, let's get back. Let's get to level 17. Let's keep going. They might have gone to Trader's Hold, too. It could be where... actually, no, I feel like marauders are probably going Trader's Hold right now. So I can probably start going Trader's Hold after this one and see if there's a lot of them over there. But I'll just keep an eye out just to be safe. Oh, for the life staff, it won't... yeah, it took me a little bit of time before I got mine too. Because it won't really come to you until you get like either a chest drop or a loot drop for it. Crafting it wise, I don't think anybody's going to be farming life motes right now. But there might be some on the auction house. I wouldn't be surprised if people started putting them on there for a little bit cheap. Thanks so much, Garrett. How big is the Steam download? I think somebody said it was like 36 gigs or something like that. I've completely forgotten at this point, but I think it's something like that. Exactly. Yeah, the life staff is incredible for getting out of those situations. I gotta say though, I'm kind of looking forward to the next fight. Even if I lose it, that was just so fun. And honestly, back in like the previous testing phases and whatnot, you really didn't get fights like that. Most of the time, if it was like you were out and about and you got ganked by somebody, they were pretty much way higher level than you were if you just started. But I think now, especially with the stress test too, we're going to start seeing more equalized fights kind of thing. All right, now let's not forget bank time, and I'm trying to find an excuse to go over and gather some herbs, but in the meantime, let me see. I'm trying to think of the best time to do this, but let me see if I can snag some off of the broker. Somebody may have put up what I can't do. Hold on. Buy order. That's right. Herb. If you're a craftsman, or you know, anybody that does anything with materials like for cooking or potions and stuff like that, doing buy orders is probably going to be the best thing to make it easier. Gonna go, honestly, I'm just gonna get like 400, 450. So you just put that up, and then people will go gather the herbs. They'll come to the broker, and when they do, they're gonna see the buy order there. So if they're trying to sell something, before they even place the sell order, they're gonna see my buy order first. So they'll be able to choose between just putting it on the broker for a higher price or selling it to me for mine. And you know what? I could have probably done like 0.5 G, but I already spent the tax money, so screw it. I just realized I could have pretty much set that price for a quarter. Dang it. Oh yeah, bank. Is there any repercussions if you die? Nah, you only lose like durability loss and yeah, durability on your gear, and just have to run back to where you died. But other than that, nah, nothing too bad. The cooking station is right over here. Let's see if I can craft anything. Oh, nice. Oh, you know what? I might be able to test and see if you can stack food. All right, so Lost Wards. Try it out. And defense recovery. I don't know if this gives you health recovery as well. It does. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, so I already have a food buff. Oh, yep, it replaced it. Okay, so that's not a thing anymore. Never mind. Crud. Actually would have been too good if that was a thing, because people would have had some crazy recovery on their health, and it would have been very hard to kill them in PvP if they had like 3 food buffs stacked at once. Why am I using a gray tier sword? So the interesting thing about the gear system and the way it works, the quality of the gear doesn't immediately determine the stats of it. It's more based off of green ones are always guaranteed to have at least 1 perk on them, and then like the blue ones will have at least 2 perks kind of thing, purple and so on. But the gray sword that I saw or picked up and I'm using now, this one has more base damage than that other sword. And if I remember right, that one didn't have any like perk that was elemental based. So that's why I'm using this one. But if I were to find one that was like elemental based, then I would probably keep that one, even if I got an upgrade, because mobs have elemental weaknesses and elemental strengths. So I did some testing with it because they never actually officially told us what was weak against weak. But I did some like common sense ones, like dryads seem to be weak against fire, and I think void, corrupted mobs seem to be weak against either magic, like the empowered element, and it was either lightning or something else that I tried and noticed that it was doing pretty good damage. But yeah, if you get like a elemental enhanced one, that's one you want to keep for sure. Why are these chests not spawning again? Oh, dummy. I'm supposed to go to Trader's Hold. Rip. Hold on. Gotta go. Like, wait a minute. I wonder. Okay. Con. Do I plan on playing Ashes of Creation? I don't think I would. I haven't actually backed it because crowdfunded games, after the whole Chronicles of Illyria thing, I think I've kind of sworn off just like all crowdfunding entirely until the game actually releases. I think that game kind of messed with me because it was honestly probably death. It was doomed from the start, honestly, but for some reason, like, I was so infatuated with that game, and when it burned, I was just like, I'm not doing this anymore. Screw this. I'm going for release games for a little while and just seeing how it goes. But yeah, I don't know if I'd go for that one, but I do hope it works out though, because honestly, I think we need to have more, or like a collection of MMOs that do succeed, like new generation MMOs. Like, I would love it if Pantheon, Profile, and Ashes, and games like that, like Corepunk and whatnot, they succeeded, because that way people could like spread out. It wouldn't be a case where we get all the entire MMO gaming community in one place, and then you have all these conflicting ideas that might turn the game into something it's not. There will be a game for everybody, kind of thing. And I know I shouldn't. It's just that kind of messed me up. It was so bad. Like, oh god, 7 days before it actually shut down, they were advertising the, oh man, it sucked. Yeah, the concept of dying of old age, that was something that I saw first in like Mabinogi. When I first started playing MMOs, that was like one of my first ones that I had played, and I really loved that aspect. Even if you had to like buy those rebirth cards or whatever to make your character go be young again for like better stats and stuff like that, like, it was still super fun. Which, now that I say it out loud, that aspect does sound kind of like pay to win-ish kind of thing. I mean, in Mabinogi, if I remember right, it was a case where if your character started getting old, then you could rebirth yourself to get your stats to go back down to a lower portion or a lower number, but it was still enhanced than if you had never, like, if you started out at age 12 but you got to age like 20 and then did a rebirth, your stats would be higher than if you were regular age 12 kind of thing. So that part was kind of cool. And then the fact that your levels reset so that you could keep on leveling and then do another rebirth was kind of interesting. All in one health stat. Constitution, yeah. Yeah, I actually, whenever I start leveling a character, the survivability of the Constitution stat seems to help me a lot more than the DPS stat. And most of the time, it seems like the DPS of the weapon that I'm using will pretty much determine how much damage I'm doing. But not being able to survive a lot of hits in these fights would probably get me killed way more often than it is. Oh, whoops. But I'm just glad that the only death that I've had so far was PvP related. That I can still be proud of that, at least, no matter what. Oh, whoops. This way. We're getting up there too. Almost there. We just got to get to 20. All right, let's go. Wait, how soon am I gonna level on this life staff? Let's see. Oh, that's actually a lot of XP to get. Never mind. Having a system and talents that would just keep growing on that system seems neat to me. Yeah, that part does sound really cool. That's one of the parts that kind of enticed me early on when it came to that one. But God, I wish that it actually had not gone down the way it did. You missed the PvP. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was actually really fun. It was a 2v1. It was a hatchet user and a person that was using a life staff. No, sorry, fire staff and hammer. The hammer and fire staff guy, he was very squishy, so I was trying to get him down first. The fight lasted quite a little bit because I kept trying to reset my position and heal up, and basically I was like running away from them when I got really low, trying to heal up, and then got back in the fight. But the fire staff guy, I was trying to get him, but the hatchet guy was like on me like glue, and he eventually ended up I didn't have enough pots, so I couldn't keep healing, and then he caught me in like the worst possible position. He basically just completely shredded me and kept me off that fire staff guy. He was really good with the hatchet, really good. But I was trying. Even if I had at least gotten the fire staff guy, it would have been worth it. I was so close. Thoughts on the faction? Oh, sorry, I didn't answer that other question. So for the factions, I haven't really seen anything that kind of separates them other than the lore and the look of their faction gear. So yeah, it's pretty much cosmetic. The faction gear itself that you buy from them, you'll probably like out level that pretty often. And once you get to 60, crafted gear is going to be better in most situations. But the faction gear is really good if you're doing like corrupted breaches or doing a corrupted invasion. But other than that, crafted gear can be pretty good. With musket, so I would probably hold off on using it too much early on, but if I had to go musket and I was trying to like get enough gathering so I could craft my own ammo by gathering those fire motes and whatnot, I would do musket and hatchet for the melee weapon, and I would use hatchet most of the time while leveling the musket. And then what I'd probably do is like initiate with the musket and then start finishing them off with the hatchet when they got close, kind of thing. Oh hey, I think I can talk to this person. Hold on. Oh, or maybe it resets at this point because I died. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I have to go down here to... Yeah, that's why. Okay. But yeah, I would probably go musket, hatchet, and then bow is actually pretty good to use in a lot of situations, but if you're planning on using the musket strictly, then the bow might take up too much of your cooldowns. So I would probably just focus on like hatchet and musket and then have a life staff for the mobility skill. Do we know how much of the game is in the preview yet? Yeah, right now the preview itself is pretty much like what they've got currently, unless they've got a secret build that has the rest of the weapons inside it. But I'm not sure if they're going to open up the invasions or the corrupted breaches right away. They don't seem to be open just yet, so I think they're probably going to wait a little bit, maybe like a day or two from now, and then they'll open up the corrupted breaches. But the invasions is what I'm really curious about, because there's a big chance that not everybody's going to reach level 60 within that 11 days. I'm kind of curious if they're even going to do the invasions. They haven't really said anything about it, but we'll have to see. Territory wars we should definitely see, though. That should definitely start happening. I feel like by the end of today, surprised nobody's claimed any territory yet, but by the end of today, somebody should probably have one claimed. And no mounts in the game. No, not currently. That's something that was being discussed a lot, though. It's something that's on their radar, but right now they don't want to. I don't think they want to put it in unless players want it to be put in. Like, majority of players want it to be put in. So it'll all come down to like how people feel about the game and if it needs mounts. But I feel like it'll definitely keep coming up in conversation because during the previous iterations and whatnot, a lot of people had felt like, or some people had felt like the walking kind of dragged on a bit. Hold on, how many people is that? That's a group. Oh, okay. Got one flag. Are you the guy? I don't think that's the guy. The other one might not be flagged. I saw 3. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, we're good. There's a staff for, yeah, it's only forward. Yeah, but it's really cool because you can actually traverse across terrain. So watch me right here. Since I'm standing on this thing, I'm kind of elevated. I'm going to try to make it close to that rock. Boom. So that move right there makes the life dash ability very essential because there's certain like ravines and mountains that you can completely dash across, and it can save your trip like a whole 10 to 15 minutes. So this is a very important skill to have just for just about any situation. PvP, PvE, it's really good. Oh, I might need to repair my gear soon. Ow. So in terms of being the whole map, this right here is like what we have playable, but there is one settlement or like one area that's not in here yet that we know of called Reekwater. That should be another marsh like Weaver's Fen. But they did say that they would expand later on the map itself as well. It was mentioned in an interview when they were asked about it if they would do naval exploration. And that might be a possibility along with expansions kind of thing. During the last interview that they did, I can't remember if it was GameSpot or it wasn't, yeah, it was either GameSpot or like one other one. But they were asked specifically if we were going to be able to sail to different islands. That recent interview, they didn't outright say yes or anything. They just said that they're planning on expanding later in the future for the map. But it would be really cool if they did have a naval system where you could go to other islands and whatnot. Wait, you guys got 5 territories claimed already on Breakwater? Holy crap. Yeah, then this map is definitely going to be very condensed, very small. That's crazy. Or wait, Breakaway is US East, right? I wonder if it's just the US East ones in general, because I know that a lot of competitive guilds went over there. So I'm wondering if all the US West servers are kind of in the same boat right now. I feel like maybe the first and second one that were on the list might be more populated and might have factions territories claimed right now, but I'm not sure. Oops. Oh, that hurt. Nine territories. Which one are you on yours? No comparisons to ESO. I think the most accurate thing that we really said when it came to ESO was that it can feel like you're in ESO's Cyrodiil campaign, but you're just like playing just the campaign kind of thing. Is kind of like how this game it feels in a sense, but without the ability to like capture the fortresses and things like that. But in terms of like just about the entirety of the rest of the game, aside from the combat, It's different in quite a few ways. But I would say that like Dark Souls, in terms of the combat, it's very similar. In terms of the actual scale of the map and like what you can do, early ESO, like before they put in a lot of the expansions and stuff like that, I think maybe we can compare it to that a little bit. But definitely like Dark Souls combat kind of thing. There should be quite a bit online. I don't know if anybody's actually in a queue right now though, but I think the servers have probably died off a little bit after the initial wave. The grind right now, like even the intro quest, can sometimes be enough to like completely sway people away from the game. So I would not be surprised if we had quite a bit of drop off once the event started, but I'm not sure. The second, oh yeah, that's right. The second wave and the rest of the waves aren't started yet, so it's also possible that we just didn't get a whole lot of people in today. I think, what was it? The beta invites, the beta signups. They're going to be in the other waves. I got to look at that chart again to know for sure, but pretty sure that's how it's going to go. So yeah, like tomorrow and the next day and whatnot, we'll start getting more people in here probably. How many total territories? Pretty much should be 11 without counting. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, and the reason I say 9, I said 9, right? Yeah, okay. Hopefully I said 9. You can't claim Great Cleave, Eden Grove, or Shattered Mountain. Those ones are always claimed by the mobs, and part of the reason is because that's where the Great Cleave and Shattered Mountain, that's where the corruption is the strongest. So they're basically like uninhabitable areas and where you'll find a lot of the end-game mobs. And Eden Grove is pretty much in the same boat, but it's Angry Earth instead of Corrupted. Mines. Okay. Ebon Rock has 8 territories. So yeah, that does make me wonder then if I'm guessing you guys, when you first got in to the game and started playing, that there was just like a crazy amount of people all around you, like in most of the day, right? Because I feel like the cluster thing is actually playing a part, because they never really, I don't think they ever really said what was going on with the servers, but the fact that they had those parentheses around them and the same names for some of the servers, like they were in the same bracket kind of thing, maybe that is actually going on, or what's going on. Why are you not spending your currency? Did I bank my stuff yet? Oh, because I'm waiting for level 20 so that I can get into that bracket right away and then start buying the faction gear from that bracket instead. Plus, I think I'm pretty sure I gotta double check, but I don't know if you can actually buy gear in the first tier anymore. I think they changed it. I was looking inside that faction menu earlier, and I think I saw where they don't even have a starter gear for the first bracket anymore for faction gear, so I might not be able to spend it until I get to level 20. Only muskets right now. Pistols, we've seen them in public footage and stuff like that, but apparently those weapons are still being reworked, so we're not able to use it just yet. There's like nothing but marauders over here right now, it feels like. I feel like we're getting a lot of marauders. Leroute, a single company. Whoa. Was it wait, Leroute, that's not, is that NA East? Was it Azoth Empire? I think that was a couple guilds that were in the alpha that grouped up and started buying up a bunch of territories during the stress test. That was kind of funny, but is that the guy? I can't even remember names now. Yeah, I should have took a picture so I could actually like try to get revenge, because now I completely forgot who those guys' names were. Dang it. I'm pretty sure that person's okay though. Can missions be done as a group? Yeah, you can take the mission, and essentially what will happen is if it's a gather mission, like you got to loot these chests like I'm doing, each person will be able to loot the chest once because it's instance loot, so you won't have to worry about like one person doing it and then you have to wait for it to respawn and then vice versa. You guys can all just do the same one, get the same objectives, and come back to town at the same time. It's also going to be preferred to do it in a group now because we're going to start getting to the point where we're going to start to see more and more people over here. Now there's going to be more marauders over here too, but we might see groups of syndicate and groups of covenant come up, and if they're fast enough they might be able to take people out before other people can help. Oh no, once you flag up for PvP or take a PvP faction mission, basically what happens there is you're not able to group up with anybody of the opposite faction. Okay, yeah, I don't think that's the guy. I want to fight, but I want to fight those guys, the ones that attacked me earlier. I want to wait for them, or somebody starts a fight, I want to jump in. I kind of want to go over and attack somebody now too, because the adrenaline is just completely, it kept pumping from when that fight first started. That was so fun. Always angry. No, that was the hatchet guy. I'm trying to figure out if that was the staff guy. I don't think so. Maybe they didn't even know each other. Maybe the staff guy was just like tagging along or something. The hatchet person was insane though. Like that was a really good fight. Oh wait, did somebody ask where Briars were? I probably missed it. Oh, in game chat, yeah. Look at that. I'm low HP. The respect. You see that? That's mutual. That's mutual. Rock on, buddy. Completely forgot again to turn on my food buff. So if I died right there, it would have been my own fault. Don't worry, I got him from this side. It's kind of silly that we're doing this right now and not just killing each other. Oh, sorry. Felt so good attacking you right there, I'm not gonna lie, but that's all we'll do. Oh, hello. Did you shoot me, muscle? The bond has been broken. No more truce. It didn't have to be this way, Kimchi. I'm gonna have to use that mob against you. I'm sorry. You, muscle, this is a poor waste of arrows. You should know better. Get your hatchet out. And let me... Ow. Ooh. Oh my god, that was stupid of me. Sorry. Lovely arrow rain. Truce is broken now. Oh, he's got the hatchet out. Oh, shiz. Okay, he could actually kill me. Now we can talk about this. You're gonna make me use my pot? You're gonna make me do it? How dare you? How could you? Oh crap, he potted. So you have technology then? Is that it? Ooh. Guess what? I do too. my siphon is so bad. Not today, sir. I almost didn't get that. I'm sorry. We can learn to work together, okay? Hold on. I'm gonna revive you. We're just not gonna have this fight again. Alright. Friends. Good fight. Alright. There we go. There's some PvP. That was actually pretty sick. Holy crap. In game, did it actually do that? Because I saw that happen to the other guy. I wasn't sure if that was going on with mine too. I was barely paying attention, even though it was right in front of me. Really revive him? Yeah, I'll revive. It's okay. It's okay. It's funny that you actually can do that too, but oh shit. Okay. Whoa! Oh, fucking always angry. Oh, you guys got a party? Oh no. Not like this. Wait, we can talk about this. Holy fuck, he's got skills on his warhammer. Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Oh my god. No, I did not want to get hit with the mighty gavel. It would have knocked me down and put me in a terrible spot. Oh, company just claimed the zone? Oh, Fate Sworn. Oh, that's Marauder, right? Nice. You guys like that Matrix dodge, though? Had to get out of there. This are the guys. Yeah, there's. I knew it. As soon as I saw Angry, I knew what was about to happen. Nope. They were level 13 though, right? So I'm still getting still up there in levels right now. Let me go to Trader's Hold for a bit. There's no way I could have taken all three though. Not that guy with the hammer too. I can't. Oh, whoops! Gotta go this way. Wait, hold on. I can probably get out through here. Oh, let me show you a little trick. Like I said before, if we can, I can't get on anything high enough. Wait. Trying to see if I can just like life dash right across that thing. I can just get out from here. But of course I can't just like stand still and jump up and climb. Oh, this works. Could have just did this. Oof, yeah. That was some good adrenaline right there too. Yeah, Fate Sworn, I've seen their post. Okay, so we got one Marauder territory. That's really good. Sweet. That's gonna be nice. I can't wait to participate in the wars. It's gonna be so fun. For the test itself, I'm probably gonna just roll solo, like in terms of guild, but I'll definitely be joining in on the wars though. If Fate Sworn gets attacked or like any Marauder guilds get attacked, I'm definitely jumping in there. Cannot wait for the first one. What kind of staff is that? This is a life staff, healing staff rather. And the life staff dash ability is really good to have. Pretty much what saved my butt right back there. I might still have been able to get away, but it would have been really hard without the life staff. And yeah, you can actually so you can dash in midair, but well, the way it works is if you're like on an elevated position, you can dash across like a mountaintop. But if you're like in the middle of the air, like already jumping, then you can't do it that way. Like if I want to, let me see. Might be able to dash to that part right there. Yeah, like that. So you can basically go across entire cliffs or ravines and stuff like that. That's why the life staff is really good to have at all times. Yeah, I feel like there's more marauders over here. Oh crap, my bad. Sorry. I wasn't even paying attention. I usually just lose aggro up here. If I don't get any people to sell me herbs, though, I'll probably grab a couple on the way back if I can. Or once I get to 18, I'll take a detour over to the Monarch's Bluff Fort, and I'll see if I can grab some really quick, just so I can keep on making some pots. What's up, Sino? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Been having a lot of fun for the last like 5-6 hours or so. Fatesworn. I feel so safe with them now. I love that guild. Really cool name too. How do you know if someone else's PvP flag? They're gonna show up as red named. You'll see. You'll know. Yeah, it'll show you like a little thing by their health bar and whatnot, and it'll basically let you know right away that they're flagged. Ooh, Whirling Death. I think I'm probably gonna use this one, but I'm just trying to think about how many skills I put into this so far on this side of the tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got a little bit of ways to go. Once I get the charge strike or the leaping strike skill, that one's going to be really, really good to have. Crap, hold on. Is it still blurry for the, like when I move? I can try to raise the bit rate again if I need to. Actually, let me see. Just to see if I can handle it. Case. It's pretty much at 6K, but let me get closer. Alright, let's try that. Add that out a little bit. I'm testing, using a new computer at this time, so now I'm not really sure like how far I can push it, but it seems to be doing okay. Even after raising the bitrate a couple of times. That part's really good. Sword and board, the way to go for new players. It's a really good starting weapon, but you can also use hatchet. Or you can use like any weapon that you want to main. So if you want to be like a life staff or fire staff user, you can combine that weapon with sword and shield or hatchet and do just fine. And if you initiate with the weapon that you're trying to main and then switch over to the other ones to complement that, you should be fine. But sword and board, definitely a pretty good new player weapon for sure, along with hatchet. When am I going to do more PvP? Well, right now it's kind of just like as it comes. I'm going to jump into it, but I'm kind of curious. Well, so the corrupted breaches, I'm not sure if they're going to actually open them up today, but the corrupted breaches, when they start spawning around the map, you'll see the red symbols and whatnot. Sometimes those are actually hot spots for PvP as well. So from the moment that they actually start spawning, I'll probably be doing way more PvP around that time too, because people will be coming over and trying to steal the corrupted breaches and things like that. Plus, if we can get marauders to start doing a corrupted breach chain, that would be really good as well. Also, let me go ahead. First, I'm gonna check and see if we're actually able to buy anything from the faction vendor, like gear-wise, for the first tier. Okay, yeah, we can't do that. So they took out the starting gear, but healing potions, yes, please. Give me some of that. I should have bought that long ago. Okay. Actually, now I don't even need to go get herbs. Also, weapon coatings, not too bad. Lasts for about 5 minutes, but still pretty good. And since I'm only fighting lost mobs, I can definitely just use that and be okay. And I think we're actually good to go now. Don't even have to worry about the herbs. Let's go. I wasn't actually, yeah, last time I wasn't actually even paying attention when I looked in that faction shop. So if I had known that there were health pots in there, I would have grabbed them. I completely forgot. Hey, what's up, Laren? How you doing? Come on. We're basically on the home stretch to 20. But once I get to 20, the only thing is, doing more faction missions is pretty much going to be the way to go, because there's no breaches spawning, so we'll be pretty much doing the same thing for a little bit. But I might switch over to Windsward and see if the faction XP is going to be better over there. I might be able to check and see how much XP I'm going to get from that Corruption Bane quest too. I'm kind of curious about that, but we'll have to see. Seemed like it gave quite a bit of XP. Reminds you of, yeah, Greedfall is a really good example that I've used before when it came to comparing this game, because it does resemble it or relate to it in a lot of ways for me. Definitely has the Dark Souls-esque kind of combat as well, but yeah, Greedfall definitely sounds like one of the ones I would compare it to as well. And yeah, Senno, the game itself is pretty decent. Right now, it's pretty mundane in terms of like what we're doing. We're just really farming these faction PvP missions over and over and occasionally getting fights. But I'm excited for when we actually start doing corrupted breaches and the territory war and invasions. That's the part I'm really excited for. Till then, though, we got a lot of grinding to do for sure. Wait, is that my camp? Oh, no, it's not. One cool thing about this game is you can actually build other people's campfires. Kind of hilarious that you can even do that, but if they place the silhouette down, you can add mats to it and build it yourself. Nice, we're getting a lot of Fatesworn people over here now. Now, one thing I really would love to see, though, is before the next beta or next public testing phase begins, I would really love to see if they could get more weapons. I can't wait to try that Great Axe out. I was hoping for it during the previous ones, but of course, we weren't able to get it, but that's probably going to be one of the ones that I main like the entire time. Hair gear. All right, we're all good. Now we're all good. attribute point. There we go. Oh, spear and shield. I always forget about that one. God, yeah. I would love to use that one or great axe. Any of the ones that we saw or like had any mention of, I would love to see. Like the great sword. I hope that actually does become a reality one day. What's your level now, Hayes? Like, are you getting a lot of XP from the corruption bane? Because I've honestly been getting pretty curious about it ever since I heard about the levels and the XP people were getting. I'm trying to think if maybe if I'd go there at level 20 and just like blaze through the whole thing. If oh, fight broke out. Oh man, I'm probably not even gonna catch him. I kind of want to. I'm trying to restrain myself from not jumping in, but now I'm lag detected. Whoops. Crap. All right, I'm just gonna dip out. They got that, more than likely. So I'm rooting for you, Syndicate person. Run. I might be able to cut him off, actually. Oh no. That specific person seemed to be okay for the most part, but the other ones, though, I see them, they're going down. Two-thirds through 15. Okay. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Because what I was gonna switch over to Windsward anyway, right? So I might as well see if I do like 1 or 2 quests, see what kind of XP I start getting. And if it turns out to be pretty good, then I can probably just start suggesting that people could either do that main quest or they can do faction missions up until like 20-ish or 15 even, and then just start doing the rest of that quest. What's the question mark on the ship? Oh yeah, that's these are points of interest that you're like, when you get next to points of interest that you haven't discovered yet, you'll see that icon pop up. So I believe this one over here is either the wolf den or the bear den. Something like that. This one, I can't remember what that is. Oh yeah, I think one of them's a wolf den, one's a bear den. I think that's where I'm getting that confused. Or they're both wolf dens. But yeah, those ones are just regular points of interest though. Taking your time, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a good one to enjoy and not rush too much. I know I'm doing it, but I know I got to get up there and get to the get to Great Cleave and stuff like that and start recording that footage. But there's a lot of beautiful areas in the game. Some of my favorite would be like Brightwood. Over in the southeastern region of Brightwood, there's a little forest in there. And if any of you guys have seen the Azoth tree, like in the trailers or screenshots or anything like that, the giant magic infused tree, that's essentially where that tree resides. But there's a little Angry Earth forest in there that I really like because they have a little underground grove in there and a couple caves that look really beautiful on the inside. I can't get enough of that area over there. But I also love like the area in Great Cleave right over here ish. There's like a really cool waterfall that I like to go to, and you can actually gather some water essence over there. It's a really beautiful area. Eden Grove has quite a few beautiful areas as well. But oh, Morningdale. Morningdale's where it's at for me. Anything having to do with rain, I automatically default to, but Morningdale takes it to a whole new level. That is my favorite area of all in the game. I've heard people say New World sucks right now. Any thoughts? Yeah, I can totally understand where people would be coming from there. The early game is very, very mundane, very not grindy-ish, but like it feels tedious in some ways. The early game is probably the worst of the game itself. Once you get to the actual invasions, corrupted breaches, territory wars, I'm not going to say like it has a huge amount of stuff to do, of course, but that's where you start to get into the more enjoyable parts of the game. But yeah, this is probably one of the most tedious parts of the game as it is right now. And yeah, the game itself, it's definitely good that they were able to delay it, because having more content being put into the game is going to help the game a lot. But yeah, it's probably one of the biggest reasons why the end game is, or sorry, the early game is not that great. But I was able to, when I first got to end game, it did feel a little bit overwhelming because I didn't really know what I was supposed to do, kind of thing. But as I started giving myself like little tasks or little objectives to do, like exploring all the points of interest, farming in different places on mobs and stuff like that, doing a little bit of gathering, a little bit of crafting, it started to get easier and easier to not like force myself to play the game as much, but enjoy it for what it really is, kind of thing. What are those red icons to the north? Oh, this is Merkgard right here. If you're talking about this, these are the only corrupted breaches that are currently available. The reason these ones are available, but there's like none anywhere else at all, is because they probably have to have this just in case people get to 60 and start doing the Merkgard Arena questline. And if you complete the Merkgard Arena questline, you get a key. And so the Spriggan, there's multiple different types of it. There is the Angry Earth version, but there's also the corrupted version. And in Merkgard up there, that's where you're going to fight the corrupted version after you take out those corrupted portals and get the items needed to forge the key. Is this an upgrade? Tell me now. It is not. Durability is nice. The durability perk, but I'll wait on that. Durability perk, less gear score. Actually, not that much less. Same damage, so. Okay. Okay. Lumberjack boots. Better than mine, okay. Alright. Crazy though, like how quiet and underpopulated this server is compared to a lot of them, because holy crap, it's so quiet out in these places. But the wars and whatnot and the corrupted breaches and stuff like that are probably going to be a lot tighter. Like we're going to be fighting the same people quite a bit, but probably all be in the same place. Well, it'll be more rare to find people out in the world, but when it happens, it might be more special at that point. I'm not sure. It'll depend. At this point, I think it could either go either way, where we just never find people to like fight and stuff like that, and it just comes down to the territory wars, or it could be the other way, where people that are just farming in the in-game zones, they're always fighting the same people and always getting really intense fights. Fist fighting, no fist fighting tree yet. You can fist fight if you want though, for fun, but no, fist weapons isn't a thing just yet. But that was something that was requested though. 3 hostiles at Vale Tempest. Oh, let me make sure once I check the once I get back to town, I'm gonna check and see if I can look at the faction gear again. I need to find out what pieces I need to buy right off the bat. Definitely need boots, I think, and probably gloves. I just like to fill myself out with heavy gear before I continue. That way I can know that if I start getting attacked like in PvP or anything like that, my defenses will be as best as they can be. Do you know if there will be an annual? Oh no, they haven't. No, they haven't hinted at anything like that in terms of like a seasonal or annual reset or anything like that. I don't think that would happen. You probably don't have to worry about anything like that. By people ganking single players. Oh yeah, there's quite a bit of that going on right now. One thing that I definitely always suggest to people, like if they're playing solo, or if they're just not playing solo in general, this life staff is really gonna help in situations like that, because the one that happened earlier, for instance, where I almost got ganked and killed by those 3 guys, it would have been a lot harder to get out of that situation if I didn't have the life staff. But even if you do have a life staff, if they have a life staff too and you're far away enough from town, it could still be a pretty sticky situation, so it might suck either way. Alright, now we have enough time, since I gotta wait for the reset. Check the gear. So, going for heavy gear. This looks hilarious. Is that there was actually a wig that people could put on that made you look like a George Washington kind of thing? I think that's the wig. That's the wig. Pretty sure this is heavy. So it's captain gear then. Why is it all spread out like this? I like the chest piece though. That looks pretty cool. Once I get to level... Wait a minute. I'm looking for the soldier set because that's the one that looks really good. Hope they didn't switch it around. I think they did. Cause this looks like the Covenant gear. Please tell me they didn't switch that. We're gonna have to see. Marauder Captain helm. So I'll grab the helmet first. Once I get to 20, and then I'll go from there. Oops, sorry. Let me check the auction house really quick. I don't think there's a lot on there yet, but worth a try, just seeing. Wait a minute, did I actually buy some herbs? Hold on. Oh yeah, till September 4th for the preview event itself. And oh, crap. Why does it show? Maybe I put 450 there. Maybe that's why. Oh, so this storage item right here, this is one of the ones I was talking about where you can expand your bank space by putting this in your house, that in the settlement that you're in. So that'll be really nice for when I get to that point. Any voiceover? No. I wish. I think the game could really do with some more cinematic storytelling. But yeah, there's none currently. Plus, it'd probably be pretty difficult for them to get it done in the current situation in the world, but it would be nice though. More cinematics though would be a really good start. Really good start. Because they can make some really nice cinematics. Like the one that we saw when we first started our characters, that one looked really cool to me. I might just be able to make a decent sword. Hello. One. This is an instance where I can kind of like craft while I level, because I have a moment to do this kind of thing. Oh, baby. Ignite 2. That's hot. Quite literally, that's going to be sexy. Oh, hold on. Let me wear that. Where is it? Yes. Got the flame. That's all I need. Also, I love the magic empowered element. That right there looks so cool. Oh, man. Okay, let's go check and see if the faction missions reset. Thanks so much, Chris. I appreciate that. Vendors greet you. Yeah, honestly, I think what could really help the game as well, I mean, it wouldn't really do a whole lot, but like in terms of making the atmosphere and the world itself feel more like a living, breathing world, is having NPCs that roam around the settlements that you can either talk to and they might say a couple lines or anything like that, or you know, they just go about their merry way interacting with the settlement but not really doing anything kind of thing. Either way, I think it would be really cool to have something like that. Yo, Trader's Hold. What faction did I choose? Marauders. I can't show the faction armor though because I can't buy it until level 20, but I'm getting really close though. We're at the home stretch, and once I get to 20, should be able to show that off. I can't wait. We're almost there, and these faction missions are going pretty quick now. Did this launch? No, it's just a preview event. Oh, crap, hold on. So this is one of those cases where I would have to traverse across terrain with the life staff. And it worked. Yeah, I think if they did do something like that too, like I know Final Fantasy 14, one of the things that I really liked about the storyline, because I don't even know why, but I got super deep into that story. Like when I first started playing the game, I think the first like 15-20 minutes or so, I was thinking to myself that I wasn't sure if I'd be able to enjoy it. But then after that 20 minutes, I just started going full throttle into the storyline. And when they gave you the option of choosing the factions, like they made you go to each faction's homeland and learn more about them, have the speeches and stuff like that. I was super enthralled with that. Seeing that kind of thing would be awesome. Like, yeah, just brainstorming right away. Having like ceremonies, like you could go to the church and have this cinematic where the Covenant have a bunch of NPCs gathered in there, and they have like this epic sermon going on, which would be hilarious. That'd be really cool. And then you talk to the guy, you find out more about the Covenant, and you have people like actually standing in there and interacting with each other. Then you have people like maybe on a battlefield somewhere out in the wilds doing Marauder, and then the same thing in like a underground place for Syndicate. That'd be pretty sick. Might be over the top, but hell, that would be super cool. I'd love seeing stuff like that. What do you win when you achieve 3,000 of those green gems? Oh, nothing. It's pretty much just the cap of your faction currency. Oh boy, am I in a bad spot. Ooh, thanks for moving, mobs. Yeah, it's just the cap of your faction currency. Once you get to the next rank, so once I get to like level 20, I'll be able to actually get the next faction currency cap, which I believe will be about 6,000 or so. But yeah, it's just a cap they put on you basically. Oops, thought he was gonna get closer. Got you. And will you lose progress if you... Yeah, it's gonna wipe after. Yeah, we won't be able to keep our progress. Got him. I think I'm feeling the damage boost a little bit. This is pretty good. I got my life staff. It was either from a mob drop or it was a chest drop. You could get it from either or, but I feel like it was a mob drop, yeah. But it's very randomized in terms of like what you'll get from, you know, which mobs. So I don't even remember what dropped it, to be honest, or where I was when I got it. It was pretty early on though. I think I got pretty lucky. I think when I was doing the stress test, it took forever for me to actually get the life staff. Windsward is claimed by undead. That's Syndicate, right? Ooh, okay. All right. Now we're talking. Kind of surprised at like how many people aren't over here right now. It feels like it fluctuates because at first we saw like always angry and his crew over at the mines. But then when I went back over to the mines, nobody was there. Now I'm over here and there's like nobody over here. I wonder if they all went like back to Windsward or something. I feel like it's just me being extremely lucky with not finding anybody or like getting jumped by enemies and stuff like that. And everybody else is like actually over at Windsward or something like that. I feel like that's going on. Yeah, either way though, if you keep checking the trading post, I would filter it for all the settlements at once if you're looking at the trading post, and then search for the life staff there, and you might find one like later on today, maybe once people start putting it on the trading post, or like eventually you'll be able to craft it too. But yeah, it'll come. It's probably just playing hard to get right now on the drop tables. Are there plenty of missions to do? You seem to be doing the same mission over and over. So there's different missions that you can do. Like there's ones where you can go out and patrol, but it's very simplistic. Like the patrol one is basically you just go to a point of interest and you wait there for about 180 seconds and you go to another point of interest kind of thing and just wait there. This is just like the most efficient, but it's pretty much like all the same for these faction missions. The fun part is the corrupted breaches, but they haven't spawned those yet, so I'm wondering if they're gonna wait till tomorrow to do that or not. But I'm just doing what I can to get enough XP in the meantime, though. I'm hoping they do spawn the corrupted breaches, maybe starting tonight, but I'm not sure if they will. Is the stream ending? Oh no, I'm still here. Now I'll probably keep going another like at least 3 to 6 hours. Oh yeah, that's right. I said I was gonna go 6 hours only. No, I'm actually in the zone now. I want to get 20 plus, and I think we're still pretty early in the day, right? Oh yeah, 3:01 p.m. So I think we're okay. I think we can keep going. Boom. Okay. Mines, and I should get to level 19 after this. But yeah, like the delivery mission, that one is basically just traveling the first light, for instance, and that would send me way out of the way. XP wise though, pretty good actually. So let me take a picture of this so I know. Hold on, let me get snipping tool up. Oh, here, I actually might have to do paint. Ah. Want to make sure I save that. The snipping tool, okay. Because what I'm gonna do, once I get to level 20 and I switch over to Windsward, I'm gonna look at those faction missions and see if I can get more XP from the ones over there. Because if that's the case, then basically what we'll want to do is we'll want to start switching territories as we go. Like level 30 or 40-ish might be Morningdale, and what other one? Brightwood or Morningdale might be 30 to 40 or even higher at that point. You can't claim Eden Grove or Great Cleave or Shattered Mountain, so I think either way, Morningdale, Weaver's Fen, or Restless Shores are probably going to be the in-game faction PvP missions, if it does work by zone. How do I get access to this? You can, if you haven't already been a beta sign up since July 9th, then you'll probably have to pre-order it at this point to get access to it. Other than that, I don't think there's anything else, because yeah, like alpha people that were in the alpha, they get invites to this, but other than that, I think that's pretty much about it. Should you pre-order the game? Right now, it's currently in a very, not early state, but it's in a state where it doesn't have a whole lot to it right now. The early game is very mundane, and it will most likely drive quite a bit of people away. But there is a lot of fun to be had in certain situations, especially the corrupted breaches, the invasions, and territory war. And if you're looking for something to play or to burn time, yeah, I can definitely recommend it for sure. And you can actually refund the game all the way up to the actual release of the game. So even if you buy it, you don't like it or anything like that, even if you spent like 100 hours in it, you're still okay. So it's worth it just for seeing if you're able to actually burn time with it, and if not, just refunding it kind of thing. Oh, was it a black screen? Oh, you know what? It was probably when I was trying to actually... That's my bad. It was probably when I was trying to take a picture. Because I brought up the window snipping tool command, so that might have been what happened there. I wasn't sure if it would actually affect anything, but sorry about that. Boom. Once I start farming in Windsward too, I might have a pretty good chance of getting tier 3 gear, so that'll be nice. That'll be really, really nice. Whoa. Mowing these mobs down now. Looks fun. Yeah, I've always had a lot of fun with this game, even though there's not a whole lot to it, like even at in-game kind of thing. I was still able to enjoy it. A big part of it for me was the combat system. I think this game and myself would just mesh really, really well on that aspect, because I love action combat no matter what form it's in. I've always loved it. And I think this might be a little bit more so because it does feel the closest to what I'd consider like an RPG and MMO form, which is something that I've always sought after. I've always wanted something like that in an MMO. And I think this is getting close to being exactly that. Oh, forgot to grab it. Oh, how do you increase your weight limit? Satchel bags. So that's let me see if I can open up my inventory in a second here. You can actually make them from tailoring or get them from mob drops. I believe chest drops as well. And there's different tiers of them too, but yeah, this right here. Yeah, the satchel bags will increase your inventory weight, and the higher tier that they are, the more encumbrance weight that they'll add for you. So like once you get to level 30 and 45, you'll be able to unlock these other slots. And let's say you have like tier 5 satchels, then at maximum, like all 3 satchels tier 5, you could probably get like 1,100 or 1,200 max weight. Like it goes up pretty far. And that's another reason that I recommend people that are doing like crafting and gathering to wait until that point, like at least level 30, because having those extra satchels and also those gathering tools that are at that level are really good. Really good. The music play. Oh, no, it is. The music playlist is actually a Celtic music playlist that I really like. The music itself though in the game is pretty good. We were playing it earlier. It's just that it wasn't playing 24/7. It was cutting out quite a bit. I had to double check just to make sure. Yeah, that's actually my playlist. But I love Celtic music so much. When you purchase it from Amazon, they don't charge you right away, but I haven't actually pre-ordered it from Amazon. I don't know if there's anything to look out for, but I think somebody was talking about it earlier that there might be something to watch out for with pre-ordering through Amazon. Hammer in a 2v1. Yeah. Oh, hammer in a 2v1 sounds like it would be very tough to do. Because yeah, the auto attack, especially early game, that's like your thing that you have to rely on, and the hammer is so slow when it comes to that auto. But once you get your skills and the perks for them, the hammer can be really good. Like the mighty gavel spell or skill, the Justice for All perk that gives you the ability to cast it twice, and like Shockwave and Path of Destiny, that can really mess people up. Those skills are really good, but until you get them, it's so tough on the Warhammer. But that's why I do like the fact that 19, sweet. That's why I do like the fact that we can actually initiate the fight with one weapon and then switch to another right after and keep going. And then you'll get experience with both weapons. I love the fact that we can actually do that. Just one more level and we get the faction gear. I'm so ready. Oh my god. And I'll go over to Windsward. I'll try a couple quests of that corrupted Bane. I want to see how much XP that thing is really given at level 20, and see if it's going to be a case where people would want to go for it at level 10 or 15, or if they can wait until level 20 and be just fine. Does the combat feel responsive to you? So the combat itself, I think that it does for me. It feels smooth for me, but I'm also very used to it. So it's kind of hard to say at the same time. Early game and right now especially, it does have a clunkiness to it. But it at the same time, it does feel smooth to me. I guess because I've been so used to it, and it's more fleshed out than how it used to be. So I think that's the only reason I'm really saying it's as smooth as it is for me. Also, why am I getting Azoth right now? I thought we couldn't get Azoth until level 20 when we were farming mobs. It must have changed that. Sweet. Done any PvP yet? 20, yeah, oh yeah. First one, they got me hard. Angry, always angry was really good with that hatchet. Yeah, I died to that 2v1, and the next 2v1 that we had, I won. That was so fun. Haven't had a lot of PvP since then, though. Overall, though, once you get used to the combos and the timing of the actual combat itself, then yeah, I definitely feel like it does feel smooth. It's just that early on, when you're still getting used to it, and early on in general, you don't have any skills, it's gonna feel very slow. And you know it, Poke. I'm almost to 20. I'm getting there. Getting there. Syndicate coming in hot in Everfall. Do they have any level 20s over there yet? Wait, up to 80%? Oh, are they going for it? Oh my god. They are going for it. Okay, I need to move to Everfall. Alright, yeah. Forget Windsward. We're gonna... when it's an influence thing, that's when we just start, you know... we gotta start killing people no matter what. No matter what, really. If they're... especially if they're gilded targets. If it's somebody that's just like new, I'll try to avoid them, but... yeah, we gotta stop that influence. That's gonna be insane. Oh my god, they're going for it. Okay. So that's where everybody's at. Thanks, Laren. Yeah, it's actually one of my favorite genres. So peaceful. Oh, 20. Ooh, tribal. Hello. Actually, I'm not sure. At the same time, I'd probably find some PvP down at Windsward. Because I'm just thinking to myself, I was going to go do that quest too. So I'm not sure if I should move to Everfall right away. I'll go down, I'll see if I can go down to Windsward until like 25. And if I don't get a lot of PvP over there, then I'll try to go to Everfall. See what we can do. My favorite weapon, sword and shield. Currently sword and shield. Aside from that, probably Warhammer is pretty fun for me, but it would be Great Axe if they had it in the game currently. It 100% would be Great Axe. I really hope that they're able to get that in shortly after they start up the next alpha. That enemy? Okay. Ooh, smooth. Oh boy. Ouch. See, I think I'm gonna stick with con either way because I know I'll definitely want to keep on tanking, but I'm trying to think if I want to put any points into strength just to help with leveling for a little while. Once I get to 20, the gear that is probably going to be a lot of my defense, so I might not need to go full on into con. I might try it just to see. No, sadly, we're still missing some weapons. There's some that are still being reworked, like the pistols and the rapiers and things like that. The Great Axe. but we've seen them in public footage at least. But yeah, we don't have them all yet. Hoping though by the time the next alpha starts that they'll either be ready to go or they'll be pretty much getting ready to release them now. Rate does hold. Probably about 3 or 4 more missions and I think we should be at 20. We're getting there. Where do you find oil? Oh yeah. Oil is honestly, if you're gonna gather oil, now is probably gonna be the best time. Because once people actually find out where it is and how useful it's gonna be a flooded area, and price on that is gonna go really high. But you want to go to Weaver's Fen, and then you want to go south of the settlement, over here around Richmire, the point of interest called Richmire. You're gonna find oil nodes around here in this area. There's also one somewhere in First Light, like right around here. Should be about 2 or 3 nodes over there too that are more accessible because Weaver's Fen has like level 30 plus mobs and stuff like that. But I think you need I think there's a mining requirement for gathering oil. Let me see. It's only 20. No, you should be fine. Yeah. So if you don't want to go to Weaver's Fen over there, then it should be over here. I don't remember the exact location. I have it in my notes, but it's like right in this section somewhere. Definitely in this section over at First Light. There should be like 2 or 3 nodes. Wait, oh, they went into conflict? Ooh. You know what they probably did? They probably did all their PvP missions and held them until the very last second. That's a lot of PvP missions though that they would have had to do. Wonder how that happened. But I don't know if anybody will actually declare. It does cost gold to declare for the guilds, and they better be ready to bring the heat if they actually do declare. So I'm not sure if it'll happen just yet. But by the end of the day, who knows? Maybe. Oh, you know, hold on. I can switch this one out. There we go. Yeah, that one was really smooth, soothing. I almost said smoothing. That's Covenant, right? Are they doing PvE missions? Looks like that's what's going on. Huh, okay. Oh, I love how those bombs actually hit them at the same time. Ooh, oh, I don't know how I dodged that, but I'll take it. How does the magic system work? It's pretty much like, hold on, let me save the screenshot really quick. Monarchs, oh wait, faction mission, 1. Okay, cool. So yeah, it's pretty simplistic. Like right here, you'll see the life staff going off. That spell that they just did was the healing wave. I can use what's called a siphon. So basically I don't think it'll work because I'm flagged and they're not, but I can have a healing beam go onto somebody and it'll start doing a heal over time. And they'll be able to actually keep on fighting or doing anything that they want while the healing beam is going on them. And for the fire staff, it's pretty cool, the spells that they can do. They can do ones like immolate, where it's a radius around them and a fire wave kind of conjures out from them, and it deals DPS as well as kind of crowd controls everything in a radius around them. They can also summon meteors, so in territory wars, fire staff users are actually really good to have because they can really help to dominate a battlefield or kind of keep pressure on flag points and stuff like that. Same thing with life staffs too, because they can actually summon a spell that allows them to have a magical shield form around them, and it allows them to block projectiles, and that should include siege engine projectiles too. Profession wise is a lot more like freedom based than your actual weapon skills. You can pretty much go into any profession you want to and be okay. There's always a need for a lot of these ones, except maybe, I don't know, like Arcana and cooking. That's something that just about anybody can do. By the time people are max level, they might already have like 20 points into both skills, and then after like 100 plus hours or so, they might be at 60. But if you want to make money, jewel crafting is really good. That's something that's always sought after. The jewels that you can get now are vastly different than the previous iterations because they have different perks on them besides just increasing attributes. You can get like a ring that has the unstoppable perk on it, which gives you bonus damage against breaking someone's block, or you can get like a ring that has a life steal on it. It's a very, very low percentage of life steal, but it was really cool when I first saw it. But yeah, jewel crafting is really good now, and armor smithing and weapon smithing are always good, but after a certain point, only the best weapons and armor are actually going to be selling. So the market itself, it's going to have a standstill point where even like max tier gear isn't going to be selling that much unless it has specific perks kind of thing. But either way though, jewel crafting, weapon smithing, and armor smithing are really good. Furnishing, I would rank up there, probably one of the highest, if not better than jewel crafting, because the furniture is pretty cool that you can sell that, but you can also sell the chest that will allow you to increase the bank space of your local settlement. So if you have a house in like Monarch's Bluff, let's say your bank can hold like 1,000 storage, you put a couple steel chests inside your house, it might be going up to like 1,500 kind of thing. But the best part is the trophies, which will allow you to basically get like global luck bonuses, which increase the chance of getting rare stuff on your drops, which should also affect the weapon cache and armor caches that you get from doing like corrupted breaches. So when people are going for like legendaries, that's one of the things they go for because of how good it can really be. Yeah, trophies will make you a ton of money, and there's also ones that give you bonus damage against like the corrupted mobs in the Ancients and Angry Earth. So people will buy the crap out of that stuff for sure once you start posting it. And you can pretty much set your price when it comes to the trophies too, because early on there's not really going to be that many people doing furnishing. It's actually not too hard to level. It's just that people don't really do it because I don't really know why, but if you want to level it, most people don't really think about doing this, but if you just start crafting a bunch of stools, then you'll be able to get up in levels pretty quick there with furnishing. I think most of this stuff is pretty low on the spectrum, yeah. So you got to actually get to 60 to get like the tier 2 ones, but the tier 1s aren't too bad. Is this like a beta? Yeah, kind of like a beta. They call it a preview event because it's basically a showcase of what it's kind of like a week-long show. Ooh, hold on. Who is that? Why are you guys zeroing in on our turf, son? All right, let's see if they're friendly enemies. Pretend I'm AFK. Okay, they're clean. The third one? Oh no, I don't see a third one. Oh yeah, but for anyone that was asking, that's how you can tell if they're flagged or not. They'll show up like that. Fanglehorn, yep. Kind of want to attack them too, even though they didn't do anything, but man. Oh, okay. Oh, shiz. Didn't see him. Oh, crap. Hold on. Time out. Let's just talk about this. Okay. Oh, these pots are nice. I don't know if I can do a 3. Okay, we're doing 3s. Fuck it. Whatever. Break my block. He's dead. He's dead. Sorry I had to be this way, sir. Okay, I'm gonna leave you there now, because I didn't like the way you guys did that. Good fight. Okay, let's go. There's the PvP. There's the PvP experience. Holy crap. 3 at once. Jeez. I gotta tell mom. Thanks. Oh wow, that was pretty insane. That was pretty insane. I'm starting to get into this PvP now. It's really fun. What syndicate you playing on Fanglehorn? Oh, you said what syndicate? I'm actually on Marauder. I'm on the Marauder faction. Holy crap. Damn. No loot? Nah. You can't loot them. Only thing that'll happen is they'll lose durability on their gear. But nah, they won't actually like drop their gear or anything like that. And they'll have to run back all the way back here. More than likely they'll have to wait a little bit before running back, because I think they're gonna wait and try to see if anybody revives them. See a red right there? No, we're good. I wasn't gonna attack though until I saw him attacking. I was actually gonna try to be friendly, but that was super fun though. I'm kind of glad that that happened that way. US West? Yep, absolutely. Constitution best PvP stat. It helps a lot early game for situations like that, because survivability, like I was saying before, even with like farming mobs, survivability is going to be a lot more important than dealing damage. Because if you start getting hit a lot, like you get cornered, you don't want to just go down in like a few seconds. You want to be able to reposition yourself and pot up or something like that, come back in, and then continue the fight kind of thing. Time to go. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot that, that's right. The guilds need to own the territory before they can start the town projects. And the town projects cost quite a bit of money too, if I remember right. So it's possible that they might not actually do the invasions until like the 8th or 9th day. Thanks, guys. Yeah, no, that was fun. That was super fun. I actually want that to keep happening. I want to keep getting into fights like that. My sword and life skill, yeah. My life staff still needs to be leveled up quite a bit. Sword's at about 9. right now. I usually go with Leaping Strike like as soon as I can. I love this skill. It's a really good gap closer. Shield Bash is going to do the trick until I get to maxed out weapon skill on my sword and shield. But even then, I might actually stick with the Shield Bash because it's pretty useful in PvP as well. But I need to get that other perk for it, so that I can stun people for like 4 seconds instead of 2. Yeah, this one will be really nice to have actually. Is there anything different between the factions other than the story of each other? No, a lot of it's really cosmetic based. The factions themselves don't really offer a lot of differences. So yeah, it's pretty much just cosmetic. You won't be seeing like any like bonuses like strength for marauders or anything like that. It's a lot of cosmetic stuff. Oh yeah, you know what, screw it. I'm going back to the mines. Bring it on. Why am I running faster than this person? It feels like I'm more armored. I'm not sure. Maybe no, it's probably just in my head. Oh no, I bet there's gonna be at least one person over here. Possibly. We'll see. But yeah, it does seem like Everfall is where the action's happening right now. And who's that, Covenant? So they moved down to Windsward. So they okay, so whoever's doing the PvP missions in Covenant, they're going from place to place. They're probably going to do like a mass war declaration or something like that. So I might actually be okay with going to Windsward once I get to 20. I think I can just TP over there too. Don't I have enough Azoth? Yeah, I have enough Azoth. Good, I'll just fast travel over there. I don't got anything else to spend my Azoth on just yet, so why not? I think the only thing I'll use it for is pretty much unlocking the level 20 rank, so I can buy the PvP gear, or buy the faction gear rather, sorry. But after that, I think we'll be good. 17, okay. Two separate groups, okay. It sounds a little crazy to want to go over there, but it does sound fun at the same time. Plus, it'll be a good opportunity to do the Corrupted Bane quest a little bit, and also see if we get more experience for doing the faction PvP missions over there. If they're doing them over there, though, that must mean they're at least level, like, 14, right? 15, 14? Or I guess if it's, as long as it's more than, like, 2 people, they should be fine either way. They could probably do those at level 10. They're just zerging down the mobs. How you liking the game so far? Oh, I'm pretty used to it already. I played a lot of it in the alpha phase, but it feels pretty good. It feels like I'm coming home. I'm having fun. Definitely having fun with it. But I do like the idea that they're planning on putting more content in the game, because the early game leveling, like, it can be pretty mundane, and I think they could really do with some more mid-game to in-game content. Because yeah, it would probably serve them really well. And also would keep people busy, so people don't just kind of burn out like right away once they get into the game. They'll probably need to add some stuff to the early game as well for that. But yeah, I think it's a good thing that they were delaying it. It's probably for the best. Wait, did I get this one? I don't think I did. I did. Okay. $22 in Windsward? Nice. Did you check to see how much, oh, crap. Did it happen to show you how much XP you were getting from each mission? One's over here at 3,000, so I'm wondering if the Windsward one is a little bit higher, because those are level 20 mobs. Oops, I'll have to check when I get over there. Oh, life staff, yeah. Yeah, for life staff, if you're a warrior or like anybody but like an actual mage, it's pretty straightforward, the ones that I would go with. Siphon just to start with so that you can get the speed of light spell. And then you always want to make sure to try to go for these actual perks. I need to get this one so that I can move really far with the life dash, but I've been slacking on the leveling of my life staff. And you go to the zone that's always raining. Morningdale, yeah, that's a level like 30, 40 plus zone, so I can't go there just yet. But the PvE video that I released this morning, I was able to capture some footage from that area. I love that area. It's one of my favorites. Delivery, yeah. Deliveries are pretty insane on the XP they give, but probably gonna take so much time to complete them. I guess if it's, well, one that I saw I think was from like Morningdale to Monarch's Bluff to Morningdale. That one probably would have taken a while, but if it was like 12k XP for going from Monarchs to Everfall, heck yeah, I'd do it. Once I get to Windsward, I'll check that out too, just to see. Oh, sorry, I was cleaning my glasses. Trying to craft some gear but can't find fiber. Oh yeah, best fiber spot, or one of the best, if you look at Windsward, if you go west of the settlement, just directly west, all this stuff right out here, this is what we call Bison Island. It's not, you know, really an island kind of thing, but there's a lot of bison out here, but there's also a ton of hemp. Very easily accessible, and you'll basically get all you need in one run and more. And definitely recommend trying that one out for sure, just west of Windsward. And if you need to skin animals for hide or something, if you're doing leatherworking, that's also another place that people would probably direct you to, because bison give quite a bit more hide than regular like wolves and things like that. Raw meat too, they're pretty good for raw meat. I should definitely hunt some when I get a chance, honestly, because I'll need some of that. Like 1 or 2 more and we're good. Is this tab target or action based? Action based for this one. Where's oil? Oh, I gotcha. There's 2 spots. Oh crap, laggy. There's 2 spots for oil currently. One of them should be in this area-ish. There's like 2 or 3 nodes over there, but it's kind of, might have to do a little bit exploring if you go that route, because I'm not 100% sure where the oil is over here. But if you don't go for First Light, Weaver's Fen, just directly south of the settlement in Weaver's Fen, over in this area, you'll find a point of interest called Richmire. You'll find oil nodes all around there. Only thing with Weaver's Fen is those mobs are like level 25 to 35 plus, so it might be a little difficult at this stage, but if you want to go for the ones in First Light, it should be like right over here kind of thing for the oil. Oh, the map? Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, if you're looking for Bison Island for the hemp, for the fiber, just look at Windsward and then go west from there. All this land formation right here, this is all Bison Island right here. You'll find a ton of hemp out here, bison, elk even, pretty much far as the eye can see. See a lot. It is a bit, yeah, absolutely. It's been so long since I've actually, because I didn't play a lot during the stress test, but in terms of the alpha, it's been quite a while since I was doing these early game tasks, and yeah, they are pretty mundane for sure. Especially, okay, listen, listen. Listen. Why does it have to be this way? I just wanted to loot my chest and get to level 20. But I can't do that now, can I? Nope. Where are you going? No. He started it, okay? Don't look at me like that. Syndicate. Just kidding. I'm sorry, alright? Whenever somebody attacks me, man, I get into that mode. Good fight. But what was I saying? Hold on, I gotta reread. Oh yeah. So yeah, repetitiveness. Yeah, it can get a bit repetitive. The PvP does help a little bit. But yeah, absolutely. I can definitely see where people are coming from there. Once we get to the corrupted breaches and the invasions and like territory war and stuff like that, it'll feel a little bit less repetitive because there'll be options. But they haven't started spawning the corrupted breaches yet. I'm not sure if they're gonna wait until tomorrow for that, but I'm hoping so. Whoa. What are my visual settings? I'm all settings on high. Yeah, there's a benefit to being PvP flagged. The faction missions, which give you more XP than the regular faction missions, they'll auto flag you for PvP. But also, you get a 10% experience bonus for staying flagged. So if you're doing corrupted breach farming or group farming, it does benefit you to stay flagged for PvP. 2 out of 5. Like after 20, yeah, kind of like after 20. But since they haven't started spawning the corrupted breaches, I think we'll probably have to wait till tomorrow, honestly. But I'm gonna get as far as I can before they do that. And yeah, once you start doing the corrupted breaches, the invasions, the territory war, there's not a whole lot of stuff to do in the game right now, but there will definitely be enough to keep you busy for sure. At least for a little while. Ow. Oh. Got the credit, so I can get XP with the life staff. Perfect. There's a level 26 near you? No way. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and once I finish this quest, we're gonna head over to Windsward. I'm gonna start on that corrupted Bane quest, because that's got to be the only way they managed to do that. There's no way. If they were running faction missions this whole time, I think 22 would be the highest that they could be, like Casey. There's no way. Okay. Food buff. Unless, do they, Electric, on your map, do you see corrupted breaches spawning on yours? Maybe they haven't spawned them on ours yet. Maybe that's why. Wonder. The fiber plant is not the bush, right? It's yeah, it's just gonna be hemp. Yeah, it'll say hemp on it, so you'll see the fiber plant when you come across like this tall purple plant. But yeah, it's completely different from the bush. That's correct. Unless, I mean, it could have been AoE farming too. The question is on what? Amarine Temple, now, yeah, Amarine Temple, like from 10 to 20-ish, was pretty good. After that, Shattered Obelisk was nice. Trying to figure out if they may have nerfed the faction mission XP a little bit, because if they're at 26, then yeah, either it was the corrupted Bane mission, or they had to have been group farming. No breaches here. Yeah, they probably were doing that then. Yeah, the corrupted Bane quest. So yeah, what I'll do once I get to Windsward, I'm just gonna go full throttle into that quest. I don't know how long it goes, but I'll definitely see how much XP I'm able to get from it. Spotify playlist? No. It's just one that I, sweet, level 20. It's just one that I downloaded. There's a royalty-free site where I can get music like this from, called Epidemic Sound, and I got a lot of stuff from them. But the Celtic one, I think I got from a public playlist. I can't remember what it was called though. I am heading down to Windsward though. That's what I know right now. Hold on. Let me make sure that I place all my light gear pieces with heavy. So gloves, pants, boots, helmet. Get that first. Gloves, pants, boots, helmet. The captain set should be the one I'm looking for. That costs quite a bit. Currency though, pants. Okay. I have just enough to get the gloves and boots, but not the sword. We'll have to wait on that. The gems are going to be really nice though. Oh, they didn't. Oh my god, I hope they really didn't change the way the armor looks, because now, how do I get the set that this guy's wearing? Hold on a second. It could be the 3rd tier, or it could be the 4th tier. I'm gonna be so sad if the Marauder gear looks like Covenant gear now. Can't live with this. Alright, let's salvage the stuff really quick. Ooh, nice. Oh, no, not getting that. Take him with my fire. How long can you play for? Oh, we can play as pretty much as long as we want to. They opened it up till September 4th. We'll be able to play till then, but I'll probably go at least another 2 or 3 hours or so if I can, and then see where we're at from that point. Nurse hat. All right, let's TP to Windsward. Go find out what's going on over here. Wait a minute. Oh, come on. I need 10 more Azoth. Oh, God. All right. Might as well. Let's go. Here's hold. Yeah. Do a couple more. At least until I get 10 Azoth, which I should be able to get it from these mobs over here at the Trader's Hold, hopefully. What's up, Drummond? I know it has been draining me a little bit doing the same faction mission over and over. I'm kind of praying for the corrupted breaches, but I know I need to get up to the threshold where I can comfortably solo the corrupted breaches no matter what, so that once they spawn them, I can just start hammering them out if there's not a corrupted breach train going on. But I think that'll be like around 25-ish to 30, something like that. Probably 30. Alright, let's go more con. Yeah, only thing is I'm not sure if I'm gonna get enough Azoth from this specific run. I might have to do a couple more, but that should be okay. Actually, yeah, when I do get over to Windsward, that's probably what I'll do. Because yeah, that could have been something that person was doing, was Corruption Bane quest and the what's it called? Regular PvP missions at the same time. I think I'm gonna try that. Getting to 26 already, that's really good. Whatever they were doing. Okay. Here we go. Hopefully I can get enough Azoth from these guys. I should get it from these mobs specifically too. Like the Grenadiers. I think these guys give some Azoth. The rest of them should hopefully give me some, but I'm not sure if I have to kill just the Grenadiers or what. I can't remember. The Bull Rush? No. You're gonna want to go. So like when you go west of Windsward to Bison Island, you're gonna see these specific purple plants. They're like really tall purple plants, and those are the ones that drop the fiber. They'll be named hemp. It won't be the bulrush or the bushes. It'll be the hemp plant that you're looking for. That'll give fiber. Switch to staff to get the XP. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Glad I got the second perk at least, though. That part's gonna be really nice. That part's been pretty nice to have, I should say. Oops. Wrong skill. Okay. What settings am I using? Oh, high settings. Everything on high, and my specs themselves. NVIDIA GTX 2070 Super. I think it could be RTX, but yeah, 2070 Super for the graphics, and then i7-9700F for the processor, and 32 gigs of RAM. Doing both is very, yeah, it probably will be. Right now I'm pretty in line with the curve. I think the highest we have on our server right now is around like 23, 22, 23. So it should be okay as long as I can get maybe one more piece of faction gear, hopefully. But if we find anybody that's like 25, 26, that might be a little bit tougher. But it'll go by tiers. So like once you get to tier 3, or like the faction gear that I'm wearing basically, then you'll be able to take on somebody until they get to like tier 4 kind of thing. The only real difference between your gear is if they have like a higher quality, and of course the skills that they'll have trained. But other than that, it'll be pretty similar. But if that person's at 26 though, they probably already have tier 3 gear, like full throttle tier 3. Especially if they were group farming, then their full set of tier 3 probably dropped for them already. So they were probably on another level, their gear. Ooh, green soldiers. Don't need those now though. Nah, no worries there. It'll once you get used to the PvP more, it'll definitely start seeming a lot easier, especially like if you have the weapons to back you up, like the life staff, of course, and if you had to like have a hatchet or a sword and shield, then those ones will start being really useful in those kinds of fights. And consumables can play a huge part in it too. Like getting to a safe position and healing up or something like that in the middle of the fight can be really crucial. And if you have a life staff, if you're completely out leveled, Just dashing away, you'll usually be okay. They won't chase you too much. But if you're like really far away from the town and they have the life staff ability too, then at that point I would just keep on trying to reposition and kind of heal yourself up a little bit. And if you can get them in a corner, at a certain point, it won't really matter what level they are. You keep auto attacking them in a corner and staggering them, and they're gonna take a lot of damage for sure. Yeah, like fast attack spam. That's gonna be a really good way to go, especially if you have a hatchet. You just get right up next to somebody, you just start swinging left and right. You have the stream quality lowered? No, it's not. It's at 1080, but I don't know if it's. I'm still pushing the bitrate when I can. It's pretty close to 6,000 right now at 1080, but I can keep trying to go up if it's getting really blurry again. I'm not at 6,000 exactly yet, so I think once I get there, it'll probably solve it. But I was trying to stay as low as I could, while not having it be so blurry, kind of thing. So I'm at like just over 5,000 right now. What are the basic camps for spawning? Yeah, so you can use them as respawn points. You can also, if you don't have any like food on you or anything like that, you can actually wanted to do the mines for a second. Let's do one more and I'll see if I get any Azoth. Oh, now I need 160. All right, yeah, you know what? Now let me just go ahead and let's just head over to Windsward quick. See if I can do that quest a bit. Let's go. Did you miss level 20? I am level 20 now. Hell yeah. But we're going over to Windsward because I'm going to see if I can start on that Corruption Bane quest. And I might be able to do the Corruption Bane quest and the PvP missions at the same time. Hopefully that'll give us a lot of experience. Time to find out for sure. I was hoping I could maybe just teleport there, but I don't have enough Azoth. Screw it, I'll just head over. We've done enough PvP missions anyway. We deserve to get out of here for a little bit. See, yeah, what I'll probably do now, since I'm already heading to Windsward anyway. Oh, flag for PvP. Ah, screw it. Whatever. We find some fights. We find some fights. Now I should be able to actually see, hopefully, what the experience gain is on this. I'm betting this could be the one. Let me see. With friends like these. No, this should be the one, actually. Green quest, right? So I'm just going to keep on monitoring the actual experience because if the experience doesn't go above like 3,000 per quest while I'm on the Corruption Bane one, then I'm probably going to just go back to the faction PvP missions. But that also means that whoever that level 26 person was must have been group farming then. How come leveling is so boring? Yeah, that's one thing where that's like one of the game's weak points when it comes to the the actual content of the game. The early game and the actual leveling process can be pretty mundane. That's kind of where the game can suffer a bit. The most exciting parts come from like doing the invasions and like the corrupted breaches and territory war and stuff like that. But getting to that point, it can kind of drag on for quite a while. And I think hopefully that's one of the things that they're planning to kind of touch up on when it comes to the stuff that they're planning to add. I think maybe if they had like one or two other like activities that you could do to level up, it'd probably be okay. But one thing that I would really love to see in the future is different types of dynamic events besides the corrupted breaches that we could do. I think something like that would be really cool, and also might even be more inclusive for the community, so that people would be more inclined to group up and do these missions. Bane is like 5k. Okay, yeah, actually that could be. So if since the XP didn't go down, since the XP doesn't go down, like because I'm already level 20, I can get the same amount of XP. So if I'm doing the Banes and the PvP missions at the same time over there, then I might be able to get to like 25 just based off of those, possibly. Especially if they're like 4k, 5k-ish, that would be really good. Yeah, I'm gonna see how this goes. I'm gonna try to kill these ancients really quick though. Maybe I'll get some. What the hell? Okay, never mind. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, servers. Yep, never mind. Let's go. Servers getting a little issues. Do you think there will be mounts in the game? I think that conversation will definitely pop up. Like a lot of people might start talking about or suggesting mounts because of how like tedious the early game traveling can be. But I don't know if they're gonna actually go through with doing it for a while. I think that would be something we might hear about like next year, or like hear their response to it. But I think it'll be a while before they get to that point of like adding mounts kind of thing. Are you able to declare war against Syndicate if I declare war against Windsward? Yeah, actually, I would be able to, and I would 100% do it too, because that'd be a fun fight. Wake up tomorrow and jump into a PvP war? Heck yeah, I'd be so down for that. There's probably going to be like 15 people per side, I bet, and a lot of people are going to be like level 10, but it'll be super fun. Oh yeah, there are attacks with the life staff as well. You have the auto attack, but there's also the ability called Smite, which is like an AoE blast that you can do, and it's very powerful. One of the reasons that it is powerful too is because the lack of attack skills that the life staff has. So you just have this one skill where if you get hit by it, by somebody who's like stacking intelligence gems and has intelligence jewelry and fully statted intelligence character, it's going to hit you like a truck. Might even take out like 80% of your health or 70% if you're not careful. Like it can really chunk you. Not sure how it's going to be now with the changes they've made, but back in the previous iterations, it was pretty nasty. Home sweet home. I used to love Monarch's Bluff so much, but Windsward has kind of grown on me. I don't know why. Probably the windmills. I kind of dig it though, like the way it looks. Like this rustic, feudal age kind of look over here. Like I feel like I'm in Age of Empires again, just going through these farm fields. All right. We didn't waste too much time getting over here. I'm gonna see what this Corruption Bane quest is all about. Hopefully we'll be able to start it up pretty quickly too. Not sure if it'll take a while, but we'll get the XP either way, so I'm fine with whatever happens. When it says governed by undead or fate sworn, Is that the... Yeah, that's the guilds controlling it, absolutely. Yeah, so for Marauders, they control Everfall, but it was put into conflict by a Covenant at both Everfall and Windsward too, so somebody was doing a lot of PvP missions at once to raise the standing that high, because pretty sure Everfall had majority Syndicate influence, and then Covenant just jumped out of nowhere and put the thing into conflict. Must you make a guild in Marauders or join a oh yeah, you don't have to make a guild in Marauders. You can join it. Or even if you're guildless, like my character is, you can still join the wars for whenever a Marauder faction actually, or whenever a Marauder guild actually attacks the settlement. You can join that war either way. Oh, yep, this is the one. Okay, sweet. So, ancient observations. I don't know exactly where this area is in terms of accepting the quest for it, but we'll find out. Not bad on the XP, though. Oh yeah, I'm not Covenant anymore. Never mind. Where is Marauder? Okay, so we got 21. Tank. I remember Tank. Okay. Still in league with Tank. Emerine Temple, Windsward, Pride of Puckett. Pride of Puckett's pretty close to that. Kinda. Alright, let's go. Not even close, actually. I gotta go all the way around here if I want to do both, but screw it, I'll do it. Alright, we're officially in Windsward. I gotta remember to reset my innkeeper over here when I get back, because I haven't been doing that. Really should. Still in closed access. Pretty much like beta, or pretty much beta, yeah. But they call it a preview event, so that you can kind of get a look at what New World was going to be. And we're finally able to talk about it and record footage and stuff like that. Am I still finding it fun? Oh yeah, no, I'm still enjoying it. Big part of what makes me so able to enjoy the game is the combat system. But in terms of the mundane tasks that we're doing right now, what's keeping me going through this the most is not the task itself, it's what I'm hoping to do once we get done with the tasks. Like looking forward to corrupted breaches and invasions and territory wars, stuff like that is what's keeping me really going through that. So since I've already seen a lot of the end game, I know what I'm working towards, so I just know that no matter what, whether I like what I'm doing or not, I gotta get through all this crap to get there, and I really want to get there so bad, because that stuff's fun. That stuff's really fun. That's just one of the weak points of the game itself currently, is that the early game can be very, very tedious. The early leveling can feel very repetitive and whatnot, so once you get past that and you're able to actually start doing the other content of the game, it starts to feel much, much better. Ooh, wait, what? Am I supposed to go through the cave, or? Nope, that's a no. Okay, let's go around. Graphically, yeah, it is really beautiful as well. Love the graphics. But the rain is probably one of my favorite things about the game. Like when I'm in Morningdale, for instance, that is just my absolute favorite weather. So Morningdale just immediately becomes my favorite area every time I go in there. Ooh, herbs. Hello. Wish I had a better tool, but I'll take this. That's your real... What's up, James? Sure is. Oh, by the way, yeah, for whoever was asking for hemp, this is what the plant looks like. Right next to me right here, that purple one, that's the one you want to look for if you haven't found it already. Be a ton of that scattered all around the Bison Island, west of Windsward. Roger that, Dark. Hey, thanks so much for watching. Hope you have a good night. Alright, let's roll. That's enough herbs. Actually, nah. Let's grab the last one. Screw it. Not coming back here for a little bit, so might as well. Actually, that wasn't too bad on the harvesting XP. So if you're planning on, you know, playing as a musket character, then I think maybe just a couple, maybe like an hour or two inside of a place like Bison Island where you're gathering all that hemp, probably all you need, and then you're good to go. What mic am I using? Oh, thank you for that. Because honestly, I have struggled so much for the longest time with microphones and audio. I mean, I've had some tough days and some tough years, for sure. But this one, I finally for the first time decided to give it a try, and it seems like it's really good. This one is from the Shure series. It's the $99 Shure microphone. I wanted to actually try this one out. Like I was just gonna test it and see how it was, but then it started sounding really good. So I was like, I'm just gonna keep this one for now, because I wanted to get the one that's like, I wanted to save up for the one that's like $3.99, I think. But I never had used this brand before. But I started noticing that the one that's $3.99 that has that cover on it, I've noticed a lot of like content creators and streamers actually using that mic. And I would always, whenever I would see a mic that looks like it, I would always pause the video and kind of zoom in a little bit if I could, or full screen it, just to make sure if I could see the logo. And sure enough, it would be the Shure one that I was thinking of. So this one is just like the start. It seems like this one is just like the entry level one, and that one is like the end game. But I don't even know if I have to get that one for a while because I'm loving this one so much, and I don't even need a pop filter for this one or anything. It's working so well for me so far. Especially with my terrible speech, because like I will. Where am I supposed to go here? Holy crap! Wait a minute. Let me look at the objective again. Uncover any remaining tools that the ancients use. So it says Valley Puma, so I'm pretty much on the wrong side then. Oh wait, no, that's different. Okay, we're good. No, we're actually in the wrong place. Pride and Puckett is what we need to go to. Oh crap. Am I in Pride and Puckett? Or wait, no, that's the PvP mission. Sorry, I'm not even tracking it. That's why. Hold on. Crap. So I guess we're just doing... Yeah, I need to pin that. I should have had that pin. Oh my god. Alright, so we're going to Pride and Puckett then. For some reason, I thought this Ancient Observations thing was the main quest that I needed to go to. But clearly, too many faction missions have really affected me, so we're going back. And I'm going to go back the long way. This is one of those times where I really did wish that I actually set my innkeeper, because, oh god, I got to run all the way back now. Dang it. What server am I on? Fanglethorn. That one. So dumb. What does the luck on gathering gear do? Just more mats? It's supposed to give you like better... So the ones on gear, I know what the mining one does. Not so much on like the skinning, but I'm pretty sure it's similar. For mining, people would wear like full mining gear and have global luck trophies in their household, so that they have a better chance of getting pristine gems whenever they're mining at endgame. For the skinning one, what I would assume is that you would probably have a chance of getting more mats, because you don't really have that kind of thing with you know, the pristine gems. Either that, or you're gonna have a better chance of getting like perk items off of skinning mobs. So one of those two, if you're doing skinning. And then for like gathering wood, like with the lumberjack gear, I would imagine the same thing. Either you're gonna have a chance of getting more mats or the perk items. And oh, preview event's gonna be going until September 4th. Okay, you come here. Survivalist. I'll just complete. Then Arcanist. Wait a minute. Where's the Arcanist? Hold on, I can't seem to find the... Okay. I'm gonna say I can't seem to find the actual icon. Let me unpin these really quick and, not that one. Oh, 5,000 XP. So yeah, the Windsward ones do give us more XP. Sweet. Okay, good. Because I was gonna stay in Monarch's Bluff for a little bit longer if that wasn't the case, but this is good. Okay. Ah, Everfall. That's why. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go ahead and do that PvP mission really quick, and I'll come back and I'll go to Everfall right after. Played for 6 hours with the moderate. Yeah, that's one of the weak points about the game is the early game leveling. It's very mundane and it can feel very repetitive, very fast. One of the things that helps with leveling is doing it with the group, but once you get past the like 25 to 30 threshold and you start doing like corrupted breaches, territory wars start popping up, the invasions start popping up after a little while. That's where the real fun begins with the game. But until that point, yeah, the actual leveling itself can feel pretty bad for quite a few reasons. But the combat system, that's one that really does keep me going when leveling throughout the game as well. I love the combat itself. Oh yeah, to answer your question as well, Marcel, yeah, the combat itself, I'm very used to it now, so I know very well like how it works and the timing on quite a bit of abilities and things like that. But the combat itself, it reminds me a lot of Dark Souls. It's very weighted. You won't really, be zipping, diving around the battlefield like you would in a game like BDO, for instance. But it can also feel a little bit more tactical at times, but at the same time, sometimes the combat can boil down to like spamming abilities, or like not spamming abilities, but like spamming auto attacks, or not autos, but like regular basic attacks. So it's kind of a niche thing with the combat. I think it'll definitely apply to certain people, but not everybody in terms of enjoyment. But I've definitely enjoyed my time with it so far. Where was the oil? It was... If you're going to Weaver's Fen for the oil, look south of the settlement, and you'll want to find it like right over here near Richmire. For First Light, it's gonna be like right in this area somewhere over here. Hopefully. It'll be like 2 or 3 nodes over there. Ow. Oh, I remember this area. Oh, I almost made it. Ooh, 25. Okay. Might be able to get tier 3 gear from these guys. Let's see. Ooh. Gonna be a little bit tough, though. Yeah, the quests can make it feel really boring. Absolutely. I think that's... Oh, we are not dying. No, sir. Lynx messes me up. Whoa. Hate those things. They move so fast. Jeez. How on me this thing is. Alright, I need to kill the Lynx first. Definitely what it's seeming like. Come here. Can't really do it with these mobs, though. Not easily, at least. I'm gonna reset really quick. Briars. Oh, if you're looking for briars, yeah, if you go to the rivers, you'll be able to find quite a bit at pretty much any river. But if you go to Windsward, the fortress that's just north on the north side. There's a river right up there. You'll find quite a bit of briars up on that river. Jeez. I hate it when they do that. So you guys will probably learn this at some point in the game, but these cat mobs, the ones that are freakishly big and look like mutated whatevers, are probably some of the worst that you'll want to fight in the game ever because of how annoying they can be. They can just, for no reason, start dishing out 3 and 5 hit combos, and God, they will follow you to the ends of the earth. I'm out of pots. At this point, I just want to kill it because it feels personal now, but I'm just gonna go. Do it. Get away from me. I got some backup pots, so we're good. The aggro is... Are you serious? Okay. You know what? Come here. The max level ones are even worse. They're terrible. God. Ooh, a kite shield. Okay, kind of worth. Oh yeah, I'd take that. How are you playing after these 10 days? They're gonna have another alpha test after that. After the test is over, preview event is over. And then that'll be hopefully leading up until the beta begins. So we'll be able to play, hopefully for a little while, at least until that begins. Zerker. These mobs I can pretty much semi-handle with my current stuff. They just hit kind of hard is all, but seem to be doing okay. Pot up. Got him. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, that's a problem. Tank, let's not do this, Tank. I know you love me. I know I love you. Doesn't have to be this way, Tank. Okay. Oh, I remember this area a little bit more clearly now. Oh, okay. So outside of these 10 days, there was a stress test that happened not too long ago, but also there was another alpha test as well. So I played about 1,150 hours of that previous alpha, and then a little bit of the stress test, and then this preview event as well. And there was another alpha back in like 2018 that started. I played quite a bit of that as well. That was when the game was much different in a couple different ways, though. Die already. Haven't even come across like one chest. I think there's one inside here, though. But I'm not gonna be. Oh no, sorry. I'm not going to be playing like anymore after these 10 days because I won't have access. The only other thing that happened was they invited us to a pre-event yesterday, and they let us record like some exclusive footage, but that ended yesterday. That's not going to happen like anymore. So once this is done, I won't be able to play until the 3rd alpha begins. Tank's making me nervous. No problem. Ooh, tier 3 pot. Sweet. Now it's getting juicy with the loot. God, give me that faction sword, please. God. Okay. Scare me like that. I love Tank's name. I don't know why. Sounds so awesome. Don't worry, Tank, I got this. Kite shield just makes me feel that much safer now. For better or worse? Right now, it feels like it's getting better. Definitely getting better. That's why I always say like 1 to 20 is probably like the most mundane part. After that, it tends to pick up. Once the corrupted breaches start, it's going to feel a lot better too. Ouch. Oh my god. Got life staff XP. Got you. Trying to get through the door. Ooh, tier 3 Warhammer. Sick. Once I get to 30, I should probably... I'm going to start leveling up the Warhammer on the side too. Yeah, kite shields are honestly my favorite. They actually have some legendary shields too that look really, really nice. I love the look of them. They had different types of regular shields too. Like they had an ancient one that had a... it was either the ancient or the corrupted one that had a gold tint to it. It was awesome though. I brought that shield everywhere I went. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. I'm not inside the... Okay, I'm probably not inside the radius. The objective, so let's go back over here real quick. Sweet. All right, let's get the hell out of here before they decide to attack. All right. Mage stuff is pretty good, but I don't really do it right off the bat because being a mage, it can actually be very difficult early on because the staff, like the fire staff, animation locks you if you're trying to auto basic attack, and the life staff, it can be very, very weak early on, even if you're like stacking intelligence. Once you get to like super siphon level with your life staff, it's pretty good. And the smite skill really helps for leveling too. But yeah, I would if once I do like actually start doing a little bit of mage stuff, like leveling up the staffs and whatnot, it's probably going to be like once I'm at either 50 or 60 kind of thing. But mages are really good though. They just don't really shine until they get to like end game, or they start getting some decent perks kind of thing. Hey, what's up, Lewis? Thank you. Hope you're doing good today. This might actually get me to 21. This was actually really, really good for XP. Caster viable. Oh yeah, there's a lot of different situations where casters will be very viable. Not just the fire staff users like in territory wars, but also the healers in PvE instances. Like if you're going into Eden Grove, for instance, and you want to go for the tower where Malevolence lives, you're going to need a healer, because otherwise it's going to be extremely tough to survive in there. You're going to have to be popping pots like it's nobody's business, and those mobs have access to a lot of poison, so that's going to make it even harder. and places like the Merkgard area in the Greycleave to the north, all over there, like Mangled Heights, a lot of people would go with healers if they could. Healers are very sought after. It's just that not a lot of people play them right off the bat. And for fire staffs, oh yeah, for large scale PvP, that's where the fire staffs really shine. And also if you're group farming with mobs. The flamethrower ability that you might have seen a couple people try to cast on me, and also like during the wars and stuff like that. Basically all you gotta do, you round up a bunch of mobs and you just flamethrower them down with your mage, or you cast immolate, and it's gonna do a crap ton of damage, and you'll just basically wait for mana to regen and pick up the next pack, or just keep on going and wait for mana. And yeah, essentially, yeah, for solo, it's a lot harder to be a mage, but one cool thing that helped with being a mage, I don't know if it still works this way, but let's say if you had a life staff, fire staff, and a sword and shield. Now your intelligence isn't going to boost the base damage of that sword and shield, but what intelligence will do, or did do previously, I don't know if it still does it, the perks that you had on the weapon would be magnified by the intelligence. So if you had a weapon that was like fire imbued or magic imbued, apparently, I never tried this myself, apart from like one time, and I didn't really recognize the difference because I wasn't really using the sword. But people were saying that the perks, like the fire perks and magic perks, they'll get amplified by the actual intelligence itself. So you could actually go battle mage if you wanted to, and use sword and shield and whatnot. People would still use like the light armor though, because of the perks that you can get with it, and the elemental resistance, just in case if you're fighting other mages or anything like that. Oh yeah, Everfall. Let me see if I can do one more. Oh, Casey's 23. Okay, I'm gonna do one more PvP mission, but first things first, Innkeeper. Also, what's up, Kodo? Go. All right, let me see what I can buy now. 570, so not enough for anything really, so I'll just wait on that for now. Cool. Can you level up your camp? Yeah, actually you can, and it'll start to look visually different as you go on, as you keep leveling. So for instance, if I go into my, where was it? Attributes, you click on this button that says view milestones. This will show you whenever you're going to get the next one. So like you get a ring slot at level 10, level 15, we got the camp that was tier 2. So it's going to look different the next time I place it. Third weapon slot and new bag slot at level 30. And level 35 is when you get the pretty cool looking camp as well. And then so on and so forth. Oh, funnily enough, Lewis, the culture of the stream kind of thing, if we wanted to go into that, one thing that I did call people like that were watching knights, because I always considered like in a roleplay sense myself a knight as well, so we would all be like equally knights kind of thing. And technically the entire place would be called Knight's Hall, which is a name that I use sometimes. So we're all just chilling together as equals kind of thing. But I never really say it out loud because it sounds weird coming from my mouth for some reason, but that's basically what it would be. Is there any talks about adding mounts or breeding animals? Not currently. Last time they talked about it, from what was said, they didn't really have an interest in putting them in yet. But it'll depend on, you know, player feedback and stuff like that. It depends like how people react to what we got currently in front of us. So we'll have to see to know for sure. Oh, if you're planning on going healer, it'll probably be a little bit of a struggle at first, but once you get perks into the smite skill, it's going to be a lot easier. When I say that skill is like incredibly powerful, it is a damage chunker. Basically, all you need to do, hit some ooh, Weaver's Fin, nice. Hit one of the mobs with the smite really quick, switch to a sword and just start beating the crap out of them, and you're going to do a lot of damage to them. Probably kill them by the time you get like halfway done even with getting the third or fourth hit on him with the sword. Oh, that's a lot of ancients. Yeah. Oil, yeah, oil is in Weaver's Fin, that area that just got claimed. Most of the time people farm oil over there, so you would basically go to the settlement of Weaver's Fin and then head directly south of that. You're going to come across an entrance called Richmire, and inside there is where you'll usually find oil nodes hanging around. Yes, now we can take multiples. Ooh. Stun them all. Whoops. Oh yeah, because early on, when you're first leveling up, ooh, oh, one of the spear mobs. These ones are kind of tough buggers, but we can probably take it. When you're leveling up, though, survivability can be more important than DPS. So no matter what role you're filling, having a little bit of Constitution or just sticking with trying to spec into Constitution early on can be very beneficial. But since I'm going to be going like full-on tank, because of my playstyle, Constitution suits me very well, and this thing is hitting kind of hard, actually. Ooh. See, this is how I'm hoping Spear and Shield will look if they make it a thing. It's mobs like this that make it look super cool. And I missed the stun. Ouch. Ooh. Oh my god. I gotta break his block. That was actually pretty close. Closer than I was hoping it would be. Handle some of this. Tier 3 musket. Nice. Oh yeah, once you get to level 20, it'll make things a little bit easier because you'll be able to actually dismantle this gear and get the tier 3 resources that way. You won't have to worry as much about trying to go out and farm for the oil to get steel made. And we're going to be using this now. Nice. On. You said are healers needed like Final Fantasy 14, or is it PSO2? Damage is more important for PvP and PvE. Well, I would say that healers are really important for in-game content, but if it's like solo farming, for instance, if it's like an area where you could solo farm just fine and not really worry about anything, then a healer might not be as important. But in PvP, oh yeah, healers are always sought after because the Super Siphon perk that you can get to increase your Siphon is incredible. Like in terms of like the damage resistance that it can give, I thought there was another bonus on the super siphon actually that made it better. Oh wait, yeah, drastically improves the power of the siphon spell. Yeah, you can actually heal somebody from like 10% to full in one siphon sometimes if you're healing the right person and if you spec the right way. But yeah, if you're healing a tank, it might take a little bit longer. But yeah, healers are really important in PvP instances, and PvE, absolutely. In-game content is really good for healers too. There is a passive heal for it. It kind of requires you to actually get hit, so it's not very preferred. But when you get hit in battle, it activates a healing aura. There's also one where your heavy attacks can actually heal players too. So if you're out of mana, then you can actually get this passive. Should be this one, where you can cast heavy projectiles and you can damage enemies in combat, like PvE mobs, and heal your friends at the same time if they're standing close to it. There's also a really cool passive that can save your life in PvP for life staff called Resuscitate, where you can actually come back from being knocked down. Didn't seem to always work in previous tests, but it's supposed to allow you to revive every 15 minutes. And you have to actually activate it though, so if they like get you down fully, you won't be able to use it. But yeah, Death's Door is when you're just like laying on the ground waiting for a revive, and you should be able to press F1 to resuscitate, and you can come back up and start healing again. About skills and abilities, I definitely want to know. I definitely want to try it. It'll take a little bit of time to get everything leveled up to where I want it to be, but I definitely want to try at least some kind of general guide on each one. So I'll probably start off by getting like each one to level 5-ish or something like that. But yeah, I definitely want to do something like that for sure. Crap, hold on. He says it's a little low. I've kind of shifted back into a position where I'm a little bit farther away from the mic. I'm not sure. It might be me. I'll just stay a little bit closer for a little bit though, just to be safe. Hopefully this is a little bit better. Let me raise my volume a little bit too, just to be safe. There we go. Any new weapons? I wish. Currently, no. Just the standard loadout, so like sword, shield, hammer, warhammer, hatchet, fire staff, life staff, bow, and musket. That's all we got right now. Time to go to Everfall. Can't EP you there yet. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, I can, but I haven't been there before, so I gotta go over there first. So I gotta go there anyway. Let's go. It is okay. Good. Oh man, it felt like it took a while to get to 20. I mean, I feel like 1 to 20, it really does seem to be the worst part of the game, or like the hardest part to get past. Because I feel like once you get to tier 3 gear, everything just starts to feel a whole lot easier. Yeah, a lot of the stuff's the same as like the not the preview, but the stress test event. Yeah, it's not really like a new content thing that they're doing right now. I'm kind of curious on the 3rd alpha test though, like how that's gonna be, or like what they're planning to put in. But yeah, I think this preview event's probably just like a longer version of the stress test for a lot of people. But I'm glad it's our first opportunity to publicly talk about the game too. I really hope they get the Great Axe in. Great Axe and Great Sword would be awesome. Spear, The pistol would be really nice too. Like, they got some pretty cool weapons in the wing. I hope they get them reworked. I can't believe it's actually been 8 hours already. And I can't believe I've actually been talking this long too, because by this time I would probably lose my voice on a regular day, but it's been really fun today. We've been going at it. I think I'm not sure what I want to do today. Like, when I'm done, I want to try to get at least one more video out today. I'm not sure if I'll make it though, because I know I need to make sure that I'm at least ready to go or ready to solo the corrupted breaches tomorrow if they do spawn them tomorrow. So I'll probably just like pop in a movie or two, and then I'll keep working on editing after that, after I'm done. Oh, is there no PvP in this at the moment? No, there's PvP. It's just that right now the server that we're on, it's apparently it's in its own cluster, and it's been very, very quiet in a lot of places, but we've actually had quite a bit of fights today. I probably had probably like 5 or 6, which isn't a whole ton, but it's like more than I would usually get in the previous testing phases. Can you pop that extend forward ability? Oh, I wish. No, we can't. We got to be standing on flat ground to cast it, but you can use it to traverse over like mountain cliffs and traverse over ravines and stuff like that, or dash from building to building, because it doesn't immediately drop you down once you start the dash, which is pretty cool. Like I am flagged for PvP right now, but there's nobody out here that's really flagged. The person that we saw that was going back into the town that was red, they were flagged, but I doubt a fight would have broken out there so close to town. But I have been eyeing trying to find the group that's been doing a lot of faction missions in these zones, putting into conflict. Because Covenant put this area into conflict, and then they put Windsward into conflict as well. But I haven't come across that group just yet. And, oh yeah, we should actually be getting some territory wars spawning, at least in about 2 or 3 days, if not tomorrow, because it seems like, well, I think somebody will declare tomorrow, but we'll have to wait until 2 days from now to actually do it, because it's going to be like a 18 to 24 hour wait time before the war actually begins. But by that time, hopefully we'll be at like at least 40. How many servers are people split into? Which is a very good question, because so I don't actually know, because they didn't even tell, I don't even know if they told the public how the bracket system was going to work. But from what I was seeing, like when we looked at, so when you look at the forums and look at the list of server names, how it has those brackets or parentheses, and some of the servers have the same names, like they're in a bracket kind of thing. It makes it seem like they're in clusters, but I don't know if that's actually what's going on currently, and I don't know if they ever confirmed that. But this one, Fanglethorn, was in what appeared to be a cluster all of its own, and it appears to be pretty underpopulated compared to the other servers, so I think that is how it works to a certain degree. But in terms of how many people are per cluster, that's a very good question. Originally it was going to be like 1,000 to 2,000 players per server, but they've really been trying to push the limits on that. And early, when they first announced the delay, one of the things that they were planning to expand on was server population. So right now, I think we're flying blind. I don't think we actually have any real numbers on how many people are in where. But I am very curious to find out, though, honestly. That was Shattered Obelisk, right? Because, yes, it was perfect. Replenish the Azoth vessel, which is going to send me to... Yep. Oh, wait. Arcturus, I think that's pretty close to... Yeah, either way, it should be fine. Let's go. Get rid of that one. Shattered obelisk should be very close to that area. Eight hours, your eyes okay? Usually I can do 8 to 10 hours no problem, but these faction missions have been kind of draining me, so that I'm still okay. It's just, ooh, some of the energy is kind of left though. That was a hell of a grind, I'll be honest. Like that 1 to 20 was, that was pretty insane, pretty mundane and tedious. But I'm glad we got through it though. The PvP fights did make it way more fun though. Like those fights were insane. Can you switch your character to... No. Yeah, once you make a character, it's going to be locked to that server. Yeah, it's going to be locked to that server. And region, if I understand right. You ordered it on Steam. Do you have anything in your Steam library that says Steam... not Steam, but New World Preview, Naomi? Because that's the one that allows you to access the preview event. If not, you should definitely have access. I think if you were to submit a ticket, maybe they might be able to assist, but yeah, definitely look for New World Preview. Level they are. Okay, so people are farming Shattered Obelisk at level 15 and stuff, so this is probably where a lot of people were for all that. Wait, are these level 10? What the hell? Oh, okay. Yeah, for the... I remember this now. The Corrupted Bane quest. Right. Okay, that's why. Shattered Obelisk is either... Pretty sure it's south of here, but I'll do that once I'm done with this. Standing gain. Okay, we're good. Actually, no, I don't need the... Not from here. Okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah, most people are doing the quest line itself. That's where everybody seems to be. So a lot of people are avoiding doing the actual faction missions. Why we haven't really seen a lot of people over there in those areas the entire day. Oh man. Yeah, the rapier that they are planning to put into the game, I've been told that acts as a not by like AGS or anything, but somebody who had played in the previous test was saying that they act as a one-handed sword and shield, but we never actually got the chance to use them. So I feel like it's a weapon all on its own, because I felt like it was, because there was a skill that I heard about where the rapier could actually do a riposte, like a counter attack, and the way they charge it up was where they do this specific pose, and then if somebody attacks you within that pose, then you would just immediately counter them. And I hadn't seen it until they released the 3rd developer diary, the one where they started showcasing Great Cleave was shown in that specific dev diary. I can't remember what they were talking about. I think that was either the first one where they started talking more about the combat system or something like that, but yeah, there was footage of it in there. But once you got to the rapier part, you could actually see them go into a pose, and I'm pretty sure that was what they were talking about. And I didn't believe that there was an actual skill for that until I saw that. So I feel like the rapier might actually be a weapon all on its own. Lots of XP. Yeah, the XP definitely seems like it's going to be nice, but one thing I'm noticing now is that the mob density is going to kind of be screwed a little bit because I got here pretty late. So I'm kind of wondering if might be better served actually just not doing this. Because yeah, I'm gonna go do Shattered Obelisk really quick and come back. Let me see if I can give this some time to clear out. Oh boy. Don't worry, we should be okay. Hey, it's Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh god, I might actually drown. I'm not sure where I'm at in the water. Tell me, like, my first PvE death isn't gonna be because of water. It's gonna be because of water. There it goes. Nope, safe. Holy crap. If I had one more tick, I would have been dead. Not even kidding, I would have been dead. It would have just killed me immediately, so we're not doing that again. Safety first. I'm going to Shattered Obelisk. Holy crap. There you are. Does your territory standing stay no matter what controls? Oh yeah. Yeah, so no matter what faction or who controls it, yeah, your territory standing levels will stay. And it's important to spend those points too, and you don't have to worry too much if you know you don't get the thing that you really want right off the bat, or you start going into one territory standing perk and then later on find out there was a better one for you. The territory standing perks seem to go super high. The highest I saw was 300, and I think that was probably the max actually. That was during the GameStar footage where they were showcasing Cutlass keys for the first time. And yeah, that person had 300 territory standing, which was insane. But it's probably going to be close to that, if not go over 300. If that turns out to not be the cap, but we'll definitely have to see on that one. Yeah, that was so close. I was I was a second away from death. It was so clutch. It's the last time I try to take a shortcut. Oh, this is one of my favorite areas too. I love the look of that actual obelisk up there. It looks so sick. That was one of my favorite things to see from the one of the trailers too. And you know, I actually did a lot of reading during the previous testing phases on the lore. There was a couple things that weren't really ever explained in depth, because you have to go through and you have to find the lore pages and you have to like connect the dots and get all of them. Some of the pages weren't in the specific area that you found others in. You had to traverse the map to get different pages, and sometimes I'm not sure if this is what was going on, but it seemed like certain updates would introduce new lore pages that were like already supposed to be in, or like were a part of an existing journal. So I was never able to get the full picture of certain things, including what exactly spawned the ancients, because I was looking like crazy trying to find any information I could as to what these ancients, what happened, kind of thing. The only thing that I really got that was kind of close, there was a story in the lore that I was able to piece together over near Windsward. I got like 8 pages of a journal that was almost done. It talked about how there used to be settlers that came here, like NPCs of course, and what happened was they started finding these obelisks. Like, you won't see any over here, but if you ever go to the excavation sites around Windsward, you'll start finding those like dig sites where you see those giant orbs embedded in the ground. Pretty sure they were talking about that, but essentially what happened was this one guy, he thought that he was like helping his research team or something like that. I can't remember what the exact details of the story was, but in the end, he actually got tricked by the island itself into turning his dead friends into ancients. The the island's mysterious forces or what have you tricked this man into resurrecting his friends as ancients, and they did it via these braziers that are lit with the eternal blue fire, like that one. Once this man set off some kind of device and the braziers lit up, all his friends rose from the dead. It was a crazy story, and I think that kind of suggested that there's some kind of like celestial or some kind of intelligent life form that's embedded inside the island, kind of like it's what is it, like World of Warcraft, where Azeroth is an actual titan? Is that it? Yeah, like I think it's kind of like that. Either there's gods in this game that kind of influence events like that, or the island itself is kind of alive, because that was so insane for it to be just coincidence kind of thing. Also, absolutely happy to help, Dalton, for sure. Is there any Roman style weaponry, armor? I was looking forever to find stuff like that. Not really, no. There's stuff that might get a little bit close, but no full on like Roman weaponry or armor kind of thing. But that's something that I'm really hoping they go down in terms of like for the future, their content and whatnot that they could do. They could introduce new islands, for instance, that feature scenery and weapons, armor, things like that from other civilizations throughout history. I think if they went that route, it would be really sweet, especially if they went into some of the civilizations like Greece, Rome, maybe even Egypt at some point, who knows. It could be pretty interesting, and there's a long line of history they could go down and bring more content in through it. I'm just whooping my butt. Let me get the defense recovery food on. But yeah, they were here a long time ago. There's also there was also evidence to suggest that the Vikings had visited a tournament at some point. They went over this in their, or they showcased a picture of it in one of their Twitter posts. But you can also see it in the tutorial zone. I'm pretty sure it's still there. But if the simplest example, they actually connect this stuff pretty well. If you go and watch the Game Awards trailer, once you get to the last part where you're gonna see Isabella standing up on that cliff, if you pause it or start pausing it when it starts panning out to get to Isabella, you're gonna see on that beach line, there's gonna be different ships that are shipwrecked there from different civilizations. So you'll see one that kind of looks like a Japanese one. Then you'll see the longboats, the Viking longboats, and you'll also see other types. And then if you go into the tutorial area, that is pretty much what you're looking at in the Game Awards trailer, because the very same ships are there too. And then also they had a concept art screenshot that they did on their Twitter. And oh wait, apparently we can stack food because it's working. Hello. Okay, so that's still a thing. So okay, so I get it. Okay, so you can have one recovery food, one crafting type of food, and I think there's a different one, probably like a monster based one. But all these specific foods all provide health recovery, and I'm pretty sure this is gonna stack, but we'll see. But yeah, they have hints all over the place for ancient civilizations, and one of the lore pages that I found really early on, I forgot to check it when I was in Monarch's Bluff to see if it was still there, but they actually mentioned it was either Greece or China by name inside of the actual lore page. So I don't know, maybe in the future they could go down that route. I think it'd be really sweet if they did. And throwing axe can actually be really, really good for PvP, especially 1v1s. It tends to suffer a little bit more in the group PvP, like for territory wars. But then again, any weapon can be useful if you use it right in certain situations. So if you're going for like people like the mages and the backliners with the throwing axe, you can probably do some pretty good damage. But it really shines in the 1v1 fights or the small skirmishes because of its quick auto attacks and ability to stagger people. and also the fact that you can cast Berserk and you can go 15 seconds or about 10 or 15 seconds without dying at all. Weapon is super powerful. My next best one next to Sword and Shield, and Warhammer's pretty sweet as well, because you can execute those moves and there's a lot of crowd control there. But in terms of damage output, Hatchet is pretty sweet. Ooh, okay. Oh yeah, let's get that tier 3 with the gem slot. Kind of getting Shrek by these mobs now. I'll be a little bit careful. That was the time to dodge, not do a power attack. There we go. I think the food is stacking, actually, so... Yep, if you guys find recovery food, or if you make recovery food, try to combo it with crafting food, because apparently these ones are stacking. I will take it. Gonna be really good in PvP as well. Mid armor worth it. Medium armor can be pretty good. Most people tend to go with either light or heavy though. But if you want to get the dodge roll, if you're going to be doing like small skirmish, or if you're going to be a ranger or like a mage user, then you could definitely get away with using melee or medium armor. Some of the people that were really good at dueling, like people that were doing 1v1s or small skirmish PvP, they would actually elect to go for light armor while using a sword and shield and stuff like that because of the dodge roll, because they could just dance around their opponent and pretty much you can tire out their stamina, and yours is just gonna, you know, be at tip top the entire time. You'll just be dodging anytime they try to do like a Warhammer shockwave or Path of Destiny. You'll just dodge right out of the way, kind of thing. But it'll all depend on what you're gonna be doing. But yeah, if you're gonna be like a ranger or anything like that, you can definitely do medium armor for sure. I was kind of hoping at one point that they would decide to make it where if you had medium armor on or cloth armor, I thought it'd be pretty cool if they made it where you could get a slight bonus to magic, like for a cloth armor, or for heavy armor, like a damage to melee. But I guess at the same time, it is kind of cool that you can mix and match. So I'm not sure if everybody would like that, but I like the fact that we're actually able to wear different kinds of gear with different kinds of weapons too. There we go. Boom. Ouch. Okay, this is getting painful. Hope just a little bit more. There we go. That was close. Ooh, not good. Gen a little bit. I believe armor type should have the same skills as weapon. I kind of get, whenever I start talking about that kind of thing, I kind of start thinking of Albion Online a little bit, like how you would equip the gear and then you get the skills from there kind of thing. Doing that was pretty cool at times. Score. I'll keep the Damage reduction of the kite shield. I'll keep the luck gear just in case. This one I'll sell or salvage. Okay, cool. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oops. Aw, man. No, I'm not gonna fight 2 sentinels. That's where I draw the line. Let's go find an easy one. Screw that. Oh, squash. Oh, turkey nest. I never find these. Feathers, get some eggs. Quite a bit of feathers, actually. Nice. Berry bushes are really good. Should probably grab some because, yeah, and if people are planning to do corrupted breaches, gathering berries right now would probably be a good idea because you're going to need them to craft the corrupted tinctures, the good ones at least. So, I'm gonna, while I have a chance, screw it. I feel like once those start spawning, that's going to be really good XP. Did Steam get their invites yet? I don't know if any new invites went out, but if you pre-ordered the game, people have been saying that they got their invites immediately. It's the New World Preview client that you're looking for in your Steam library, but if you don't see it, I believe if you restart Steam, it might pop up for you then. Ouch. Okay. Ooh, nice. Wait, which one is this? This is a perk item. Oh, Lost Ward armor trait. Yeah, they really want me to fight this sentinel because they're not showing me any other chests I can access. Oh, perfect. Okay. Not today, sir. What level am I? 21. Trying to get to 22 as fast as possible so I can stay in league with the top, like, probably like 5%, 1% or 5% of the server. Probably not that many above 20 right now, actually, but want to keep going just in case. Until I get a faction weapon, though, I need to relax on these specific quests. I need more DPS. I might actually respec and see if I can get a little bit more strength, just to see if that helps me at all, because these things are not squishy at all towards me. Killer advanced, All active cooldowns reduced. Oh, you know what? I forgot. I need to get. Hold on. Need to get concussion one. Okay. All right, should be good. What's up, Felix? Thanks so much. Yeah, that pre-event was super fun. I had a lot of fun doing that. Everybody started at level 1 on this one though. So right now we're back at square one, but we're getting up there. Slowly but surely. I think we have just a little bit more time to go before stop for the day. I'll probably go about 27 more minutes, and then I'll call it there just to make sure we got a decent sized VOD that doesn't have any issues with like rendering on YouTube's backend or anything like that. And then I'll keep trying to level up to at least like 24, 25, and I'll go to bed and come back in the morning. We'll start up again. I'm trying to think of the perfect time to start the next video, but I think we'll be okay waiting until tomorrow because the corrupted breaches haven't spawned yet, so we should be good. $260 at level 20 is kind of low. Yeah, honestly, it really is. I'm looking more towards the perks that they can give me, but even then, I'm fighting ancients now instead of lost, so it wouldn't really be that good unless I go back to doing Monarch's Bluffs one. But I'm gonna check and see what the XP on this one is. Monarch's Bluff was giving me like 3k, but I was getting that done very consistently compared to this. So depending on what kind of XP I get from this, I'll gauge it by that. Any recommendation on which server? Well, of course, if you are going for like NA East, I think Bayhal or something of that nature is pretty popular right now. For US West, I haven't really heard anything on this one. I'm on Fanglethorn, but I don't know about the other servers. But no, not yet. I don't really have a clear suggestion just yet. But it does seem like Bayhal is pretty popular right now on the NA East side, though, if you're playing on that region. I think I might actually go do the Monarch's Bluff one some more, honestly. 3k XP. See, this weapon right here, it gives Lost Bane, which, yeah, you're right, 260 is not very high, but then again, if I don't keep farming here, I'm probably not going to get a full set of tier 3 gear. But if I do keep farming here, I'll probably lose out on XP from at least like 21 to 23 or 24 until I can like comfortably kill those mobs. So I'm thinking right now, because I get 3k per quest off the Monarch's Bluffs one, but they take like 5-6 minutes. These ones, it's like 6.2k, but they take forever. So let me see if I can buy any tier 3 off the broker, if anybody's put any up. Oh, none. Tier 2. Rip. Armor 2. Alright, yeah, so I'll probably just head back over there. I could probably just buy tier 3 gear tomorrow once it starts going up on the broker, but I'm pretty sure changing regions, I don't need to do it just yet. When I get to like the 30s though, or maybe like 25, 26, then I can come back here and do these missions more comfortably. No corruption things yet? Not yet. I'm still waiting on them to spawn it. It doesn't. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if they're gonna spawn them tomorrow, honestly, because that's gonna be what is really gonna help people get leveled up too. It's the corrupted breach trains. But I don't know if they're gonna do it. Oh yeah, and this XP is going up too, so 3.7k. Yeah, I'm good. I'll do Monarch Bluff one. If you're one of the first ones to do Corruption Bane. Yeah, that's definitely true. It seems like getting in early on the Corruption Bane was really good. But now, at this point, it's probably more efficient to keep doing the PvP missions on my side. But it does seem like the Monarch's Bluffs one... I'll kind of time this and see. I think I spent about like 20-ish minutes on the last one we did. Maybe like 15, 20. So we'll see... Maybe not even that, but we'll see how long this one takes me. Plus, there's going to be nobody over here, too, so it's going to be like a wide open pitfall. $260 plus 11. Yeah, I would be, so if I farmed over there, for instance, because it seems like doing this one will be a little bit more efficient right now because of the time that I'm spending on them. But if I were to farm over there and keep farming over there, then I think I would probably just try to get a tier 3 weapon, come over here and level a little bit, and then come back over there. But with that faction weapon, I can probably just keep doing these and rushing through them, since the Monarch's Bluffs mobs, they're like all lost over here pretty much. I think I could possibly do that maybe until like at least 25, and then see if I can come back over there. Maybe that might be the best way to do it. How about magic users? Magic is pretty good. It's actually pretty useful in a lot of different ways. The in-game content, like for the PvE side of things, healers are really, really sought after. And for PvP, like for territory wars and stuff like that, Fire Staff is really good because you can cast the meteor strikes and keep pressure on points and stuff like that. And for the healers, you can also cast the projectile shields, which can block projectiles, and also the siege engine shots that will go out at you too. So it can be really, really useful to have that. Yeah, this one's pretty much just bang bang. Almost done. Oh, crap. Those smart bastards. You know what I didn't think about? Town projects. I would not be surprised if that 26 guy... Oh, there might not even be any more. Okay, I gotta go... Oh, no. Well, I'm here till like 24, 25 now. I completely forgot about town projects. So, early on, when people first claim territories like guilds and whatnot, and they set up these, what's it called? Yeah, they set up the towns and they start doing the town projects to upgrade the benches. I remember people were able to spam those like crazy. Like if you were a crafter and you had a stash of certain materials, you could basically accept the town project, complete it, pick up another one right then and there, complete that one, and then do like 2 more before you even had to go out and start gathering. Like that was actually very lucrative. I would not be surprised if they actually have town projects going up over there, and that would explain some things. Level 26 wasn't on our server, but I bet that's how they got there though. Wouldn't be surprised. I gotta go check that out and see if they have any projects up. And oh, we're good.
How about soloing? Soloing might be a little bit tough with a magic staff because the auto attacks will lock you in place a lot for fire staffs and the life staff too. But if you have a melee weapon to back it up, like a sword and shield or a hatchet, you should be just fine. I would just initiate with the magic staff and then crank out the melee weapon right after and do it that way. Oh, but oh yeah, I wish they claimed monarchs because I'd have to go all the way back over there and check, see if they have projects up. I probably just check Everfall. I think I set my in to that, right? Nope, I did not. Okay. So I'd probably have to fast travel. But that's what I'll do. Yeah, healers are like it'll be a little bit tough early on. I mean, the smite spell that you can get for a healer, it does a lot of damage to like anything that you cast it on, and by the time you finish attacking them with smite, they might be at like half health or like 30%. So you just finish them off with your melee weapon and you get XP for the life staff. But at end game, life staff is going to be so good for like going into Eden Grove, anywhere in Great Cleave, pretty much. Boss fights, you'll just be all over the place and so useful. Oil in First Light. Yeah, so that one, here, let me, because I have an exact marking of it in my notes. So I'm pretty sure, like if I open my map, when I went down there, because somebody said there was some in First Light, I went over here and saw it, but let me check my notes and I can point out the exact location. Make sure to, because I took a lot of notes for like bugs and for like bug fixing and stuff like that, but also I wanted to make sure I remembered stuff for answering questions and stuff like that. Had one folder specifically for First Light. Here we go. Tell me I had this labeled oil. Okay. Igros. Okay, I see it. Yep, it's right there. It's basically where I pointed out. So, now this is unless they changed it, but when you get here in First Light, you're gonna see two different points of interest. One of them is gonna be a lighthouse kind of symbol right here, a big one. The other one is gonna be like right here and look kind of like a temple. And the oil should be like right here, right next to the road. So you come over here or go northwest of the First Light hamlet, and it should be right near that road. Should be at least 2 or 3 nodes of oil. If it's not there though, then they changed it for sure, which would suck. Because sometimes during the previous phases and whatnot, they were actually rotating out spawns of that stuff, but hopefully the oil is still there that was there. Because Weaver's Fen was pretty hard to access for new players, and a lot of the time, even when you did get to the point where you could grind oil in Weaver's Fen, a lot of people had issues with it because it was the only spot for oil pretty much, otherwise other than getting it from like mob drops and chests. So 3 nodes there. Okay, good. Yeah, there it is then. Yeah, should be there. The only part I see I don't like so far is the mobs are so easy. Oh, you know what? Funny enough, one of the reasons I was trying so hard to get to Great Cleave this morning when I was recording that PvE footage, or yesterday rather, in that pre-event, was because I wanted to show people how difficult the mobs can get. Now the mobs have mechanics and stuff like that. They can mess people up if people aren't careful. But when you get to the mobs in Eden Grove and you get to the mobs in like even Restless Shores, when I was doing the legendary quest line, this area right here had some of the worst mob density I had ever seen. There were so many dryads in one area, and these guys will spam grid attacks on you, like you won't even be able to move hardly. But up in Eden Grove, that's where stuff gets real. Not where I went to fight Banes per se, but if I would have went up a little bit farther and went into the Eden Grove Tower where Malevolence lives, that's the stuff that you would need like an actual group for, no matter what. And a lot of the stuff in Eden Grove, once you get to a certain point, you might actually need a group for too. Great Cleave, like in Merkguard, that is like group territory. If you're trying to solo in Merkguard, you're considered a masochist. I like soloing in Merkguard sometimes, but you can't really go for like the corrupted portals. And by the way, they're spawning now. Oh, the max level breeds are here. Okay. So the fact that they're here means that... Ooh, wait a minute. Oh, snap. I think they're doing these in waves. Okay, so we might actually have corrupted breaches tomorrow. Good, good. Oh, yeah. But no, the mobs will get considerably harder once you get close to the end game. They can really mess people up. And when you get to Mangled Heights, that's like peak. Like when the mobs, not really, like they don't really get smart at that point, but they just get really powerful. And the max level corrupted breaches, these the runts that I call them, for the max level portal, these guys are going to work a lot differently than other mobs you've seen in the game. So like if you see a corrupted zombie at level 25, the ones at max level are going to have entirely new mechanics. These guys have this elastic arm pull that they can do on you, like Mr. Elastic or whatever his name is from Fantastic Four, and they can pull you to them and hit you right after to kind of stun lock you a little bit. It's going to do like probably 30 to 40% of your health right then and there in that one combo if you have a decent amount of con. And they have this flailing arm move that can pretty much kill you if you take the whole thing to the face, kind of thing. And that was with me like stacking con with full con gems and con jewelry. Those things were incredibly just dumb in how powerful they were. And when they initiated their grid attacks, their aim was so on point. It was insane. Absolutely insane. The map size is true currently though. Yeah, what you see on the map right now is what we get at the moment. There is one area that hasn't really been introduced yet though, called Reekwater. But other than that though, they said that they wanted to expand the map in the future, but right now that's pretty much all we got at the moment. I am not looking forward to fighting those max level mobs though again, even though I love it at the same time, but those things were ridiculous. Oops. Oh, your mic wasn't working in game. If you go into the options, like you press O and go to settings, inside of communications, you should be able to make sure that your mic is set as the default input one. As long as that's set, you have to make sure that it's set to enabled instead of group only in there for the voice comms. If it's set to group only, then you'll only be able to talk to people that are in your party. And you also have to come over here and I can set it from here. Actually, you should be okay as long as it's not on group only. You should be fine. Might be able to actually pop in there really quick and show you. Yeah, so when you go into communications, you can click on voice chat mode. I had it disabled so that I didn't hear like a scream fest when we first got in. But you click on this one and you click enabled. And then we always want to make sure the microphone is set to your default one. And then as long as everything else is set properly, then you should be good. If it's still not working and you made sure that the key was still rebound to V for the voice, then we might have to submit feedback on that. If you press O again and go to the game menu in the top right, there should be a button right here for submit feedback as well if you need to. They might have a bug with the voice chat going on or something like that. Audio delayed. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this earlier, but yeah, the YouTube platform like automatically delays the audio by like 20 to 30 seconds. And that's not even set by me. That's like just auto does it on its own. But I completely forgot to mention that earlier. Hello, Seth. Almost 22. And yeah, absolutely. Spellcasters would be the fire mages and the healing mages, or yeah, like the fire staff users and the life staff users, since the game doesn't have any like classes. It's a classless based progression system. But yeah, you can actually be useful in a lot of situations with either a fire staff or a life staff. People will use that in max level PvP like territory wars and open world PvP, and also in the corrupted breaches, and no, not breaches, but the corrupted invasions, the max level PvE content. Crap, I was hoping I didn't pull that. Ah, man. Hold that for me, please. Such a bro. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna let you finish him. Gonna try to get some XP with my life staff. Never mind. Sweet. All right, we got to 22. Doing good. Yeah, actually, in terms of like other magic, there was a lot of talk about like how if you notice certain mobs around the world, sometimes when you're fighting like a what's a good example? Um, Kind of like I don't know if there's a fire ghast, like a fire elemental mob that's a ghost or not. But certain mobs, like when let's say you're fighting a shieldman, our skills will mirror a lot of their skills when we do them. They'll look the same as when they're doing them. So what I started theorizing as well way back was that when we get different type of magics, we might get ones that resemble mobs like the lightning wraith, which is a ghost but it's elemental infused with lightning, or the one that's poison based. Stuff like that I think is what we might see, like spells that they can cast might mirror what we can do. And that would be really cool because the stuff that they can do is actually pretty insane. And hoping the same for the greatsword, because there is one mob that does have a greatsword, and he's actually in this little, he's either, no, he's not there, he's right here. So the intro into Shattered Mountain, entrance into Shattered Mountain is like in this area just north of Svikenstan, and he's considered an elite now. He's pretty awesome too, and he's got some pretty insane greatswords. And why not stream on Twitch? Oh, I'm very used to the YouTube platform at this point. It's just, I don't know why, but it's grown on me after all this time. 22? Finally. Yo. Can I buy sword? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just save them up until I get my sword. Let's do it that way. Have you done any PvP? Quite a bit today, actually, more than I was expecting. I think we had about 5 or 6 fights, maybe a little bit more. Had some 2v1s where I was the one person. I actually won a 3v1 earlier, which was really insane. That was so fun. But other than that, though, we haven't had a lot of fights since then, though. Hasn't been a whole lot of people playing on this specific server, but there's going to be more people getting invites tomorrow and the next day for the other waves, so hopefully we'll be getting some more people at that point too. And I wish you could, but no, there's no dual wielding currently. That's the one thing we haven't seen yet in public footage or had any mention of, but that's a highly requested weapon or weapon style. And yeah, the tracking works, but sometimes it doesn't show up right away. It's supposed to show up on your compass, so at the very top up here, where my mouse is, but you can no longer see. The compass is supposed to be where the tracking works at, so when you see like ore, like to the north for instance, if it tracks, it should show like an ore node icon right over there. And vice versa for like animals and stuff like that too. Like you should be able to track turkeys. Sometimes I think you might have to relog for it to show up, but Yeah, I should start working from.
A fight? Oh, are we doing this? Come on. Come on. Not today, sir. Juked. Come here, you. You started this. Damn it. I can't catch him. He's bobbing and weaving too good. I can't do it. I can't get him. Okay, screw it. The fight's over. Go get him. Oh, he's got Berserk on too, so he's actually going to be moving quite fast. Oh yeah, for the day and night cycle, I don't know if I said it, but I actually never found that out. They never really. Ooh, snap, nice. This is Covenant. Oh man. Okay, that's fine. Everfall is actually a pretty good city to have, so the fact that okay, so the fact that one of our companies from Marauder got it is pretty good. Pretty good. It's a very centralized area. A lot of people are probably going to be spending time in Everfall, even after endgame. It always seemed to be like the central hub for just about everything. But for like a gateway to endgame stuff, Brightwood was always the top dog for that. Because for Brightwood, you got a house here. You could just TP here at any time. You got instant access to Great Cleave, pretty much Shattered Mountain, and also Eden Grove. Pretty centralized for endgame content. And Weaver's Fen was right next to it too. Oh, what? A 306? Oh, wait. With a luck perk on it? See, that's the cool thing about when you get to a certain threshold, you can actually start getting gear of the next tier inside of chests and stuff like that too. So that's going to be really nice to have. That's going to also affect my drop rates. Sick. Wondering if it had changed. I mean, yeah, you can actually fight if you're just fighting by yourself and you're fighting like 2 or 3 people. If you can play it right, you can still win the fight. I was able to win 1v2s and 1v3s, but I also didn't take people directly head on. Like if I saw a group coming at me, I tried to reposition. Like sometimes if you're like, let's say climbing, let's say I have someone chasing me and I climb up this thing, or if there's 2 people chasing me, the battle becomes on my terms because, okay, because then if they start climbing this, then I'll tell you after this. On guard, sir. Berserk won't save you. I got a new tier 3. Oh, whoops. Nope, not today. And you, Moscow. So yeah, like this person right here, they've got this person in a very compromising position. But since I'm here, that's not going to work anymore. Now we got them in a compromising position. But if like 2 people chase me into that corridor. What? Oh. Right, should have killed him. Forgot. Looks like fights are starting to pick up though. I dig it. Did you think I did not have this power? Did you really think you could get away that easily? Oh, he doesn't see me. Oh, no. Crap. Got you. I got you. All right, I'm not gonna. You know what? Screw it. Come here. It's a good fight. There you go. Good game. Did they both teleport? No, we both teleported across the chasm, or whatever we call that. But that was the life dash or life staff dash skill. His went farther because I think they've been leveling up life staff quite a bit, and I've been slacking on getting that last perk for the life dash skill. But that skill is like bread and butter for PvP situations because it's good for catching people and also good for escaping. 2 more. Okay. Working in progress. Yeah, they're still working in progress, and some weapons are still being reworked. So later on, they could introduce newer ones like that dual wielding one. Would really love to see that. Oh crap! Okay, we're going this way. Oh sweet. What kind of sound bug are you getting? Because is it really loud? Like when you're playing the game? Wait, what? Oh, I thought they were wearing the Marauder gear for a second. No way, where'd you get it? Ah, no chest. Where to get iron low level in quantity and how can you increase carry weight? So for the carry weight, you got to use satchels. Satchels you'll find like from mob drops or get it from crafting and tailoring. And the higher the tier of the satchel, the more it'll increase your carry weight. And once you get past a certain threshold, like level 30 and 45, you can carry a second and third one. For iron, though, that one is you have more freedom when it comes to like finding iron. There's a couple different hotspots for it. Where I would like to go, if I were ever like interested in getting iron, just west of Everfall, right here, in this little mountainous area right here, there should be quite a bit of iron ore right there, and people probably aren't touching that too much yet. And just directly above Everfall to the north right here, there should be a little wolf area. It should be filled with iron ore as well, like probably all around this area in Faith's Bounty. My favorite place to get iron ore though has been Monarch's Bluff. To the west on the island right here, there's going to be a wolf den in this area, and there should be some iron ore pretty much all along this ridgeline. And because the corrupted breaches aren't spawning yet, you don't have to worry about extra mobs, just wolves. But around Monarch's Bluff, just over here, there should be some iron ore in this mountain as well. So I would definitely recommend checking over there, like just directly the bottom of Corsair's Rise. But there's also some other places like at Windsward, just a little bit northeast over where Bearclaw Pass is. Also a little bit south. Actually, if you go south of Windsward, like going on the road towards First Light, you should find some iron nodes like in this area right here. Oh yeah, Marauder Vendor. And yeah, it definitely has had some tweaks. It does feel more smooth. I like what they've done so far. They never post any patch notes, so it's hard to know what exactly they did. But yeah, it definitely feels like they made some quality of life improvements. I love the fact that we can actually view the settlement bank from afar, so we can see exactly what we have stored in specific settlements. That part is so nice. And yeah, the only penalty that you get for dying is basically just durability loss on your gear. Other than that, yeah, there's no real penalty other than having to walk back. Or if you're doing a PvP faction mission, it automatically fails if you die on a PvP mission. Oh, I think now that I have the tier 3 weapon, I should be okay to go back and start doing some more PvP missions at Everfall. So that part should be good. Oh yeah, the settlement bank is local, but if you have like something that you're looking for and you're not sure what bank you put it into, then you can like hover over Everfall and click on settlement storage, see if you put it in there, and then you could hover over Windsward, see if you put it in there, and then like a Monarch, it should show that I at least have a couple items in there, and then yeah, you can do this. So it's still local. It's just that you can see what you have stored in each individual bank, kind of thing. Is it better to block or to dodge? Oh yeah, that's pretty much going to depend on the situation. There's going to be attacks that you can't dodge but can block, and attacks that you can't block but can dodge. Like let's say if you're fighting a boss, recommended thing to do if it's coming right at you, of course move out of the way, but if you're trying to go toe to toe with it, wouldn't try to continually block or dodge its attacks like right then and there while you're right next to it, because that might expend your stamina a little bit faster, and also there's a chance that if you try to dodge and you don't actually get the dodge off properly, that you can still get hit anyway. But if you block his attacks like a boss's, then you might he might either break your block or you'll block it with some stamina left over. If he breaks your block, it'll regenerate your stamina all the way back to full. So that can be really good for having a little bit of a relief if you're getting like completely pounded on by the boss itself. And like mobs, for instance, they'll do what's called grid attacks. So they'll have these special attacks where they'll have this white aura pop up around them, kind of like we do when we're casting our skills. Those are usually good for dodging instead of trying to directly block, because some of them might go through your block, or they might just break your block, and the mob will have another skill ready to go right after. And if you dodge it, you might be able to get onto the mob's flank and start attacking it right away, so that they don't have a chance to even try to get another attack on you. So it'll pretty much depend on the situation, but it's best to try to get good at doing both. Even if you're playing as somebody who likes to use heavy armor, like I do, for instance, knowing when to block or to dodge and being able to practice doing both is going to be really important. There we go. That would mean PvP will eventually make you drop your inventory. No. Yeah, the PvP, you don't drop your inventory or anything like that. But if you open your map, like, because yeah, if you were to die, you wouldn't lose anything on you. The durability would just go down. But once it went down to 0, you would just not be able to use the gear until you repaired it. But it wouldn't actually like drop on the ground or anything like that, or your inventory wouldn't drop. It would just be that you can't use that item until you repair it, kind of thing. Sweet, we're done with the mission already. And should you be putting in 2 for your build? It's really up to you on that. If you want to go more for like DPS, if you plan on being a mage, glass cannon for instance, just going all into int and then putting the rest of the points into focus is pretty good. But if you're planning on going warrior, most warriors tend to go like full con, and then a little bit into strength right after, or you can go mostly strength and then get con gems, jewelry, and stuff like that. But haven't really done that too much, so kind of hard to say how that'll affect your character. But if you're doing a lot of DPS and you're not getting hit, it's probably going to affect it very well, I would say. So it's pretty much up to you on that. But if you're going like a dex-based character, pretty much everybody just spams all the points into dex, and then the rest they put into con. Also, have a good night, Mohammed. Thanks so much for watching. And we're pretty much done for the day, but I'm gonna go ahead and turn this quest in really quick and see if there's anything else I need to do before we go. But I'll probably I'm gonna go grab a break and go eat something really quick. I'll probably keep farming later till later tonight, and then if they don't start spawning corrupted breaches tonight, I'll just go to bed immediately, and then I'll get back in the morning and I'll try to go live again, and then we'll just keep going for another 6 hours and see if they spawn the breaches or anything like that. But I'll definitely keep on getting ready to post some more videos. I'm trying to get up to level 40 as fast as I can, just to make sure I can be in a decent spot to do the territory wars and the invasions when they first come out. But we'll work that out for sure. Definitely gonna have to get to level 60 before the invasion actually begins, but I think hopefully they'll wait till at least the 7th or 8th day, maybe 9th, to open the invasions. I hope they do it, because it would be nice to showcase that, but we'll see what happens there for sure. Can I join your guild? Oh, I'm actually I'm always down to play with everybody, but I'm actually going guildless for this one, just so that I don't have to, you know, worry about like anything political, and we can just like chill out and I can group up with anybody or play with anybody kind of thing. So I won't be guildless. I won't be in a guild, but I'll be in the Fanglethorn server the entire time. So if you meet up with me in the world or anything like that, I'll be down to play around and do stuff as well. Boom. Holy crap. That was a grind though, from like 1 to 20. That was insane. Thanks so much for watching as well. Thank you so much, Manuel, and thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I don't know, I don't think they would make PvP servers with forced PvP. That seems to be like completely out of their scope at this point. I mean, anything's possible, but I think that's probably low on the spectrum of possibility. I think it could be possible that they might try to incorporate more PvP content like battlegrounds and arenas. That's something that we've definitely suggested, and I would love to see something like that if they don't go for like open world points of interest on the map, like fortresses that can be captured, like an ESO kind of thing, or fought over for rewards, or even like an honor system, leaderboards, weekly PvP quests, stuff like that. I think would be really cool. But yeah, I'm gonna go guildless for now, but don't worry, I'll still be around to play with everybody for sure. You guys have a wonderful day. Thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it. It's been an awesome day. I'll catch you guys later. Bye.